Krasinski. Chapter 1. Stephanie never understood why they painted cinder block interior walls. It always left small, concave bubbles over the surface. Maybe it was for a textured effect. Anything to make the decades-old school hallway look a little more presentable on a day like that. She ran her finger over the slick, shiny white paint, a second before someone rammed into her shoulder from behind and knocked her to the side. She looked up in irritation as two guys from the other class raced down the hall, chasing each other. The teacher came out of the classroom, clapped her hands, and yelled at them, "Walk, or I'll send you right back to detention! Trust me, if that one was too exciting, I can load a very rousing small white room with no windows into your headsets." A kid behind her sighed. Stephanie glanced back and winced at his wild red hair and braces that almost seemed intrusive. She turned away and shoved her hands in the front pockets of her jeans as she tapped her vintage Converse up and down. Patience was something she was more familiar with than most kids, but on that particular day, she struggled to keep it together. It was testing day. The day every kid had the opportunity to climb inside one of the full immersion pods brought in by the government and give it their best shot for a higher education worth having. They all thought about it, but most of those students considered never made it. Unless, of course, money was no object. Then you were sent ahead to a bright and exciting future. The rest scrambled their way through the mediocre choices left for college, so they could drown in debt as they stumbled through their mediocre life. Stephanie was sure there was more to it than that. More than simply settling. But then again, what did she really know? She was a teenager. Mrs. Abbott, the teacher, stepped out of the classroom and smiled as she tugged nonchalantly on the bottom of her blue button-up blouse in an effort to get the high lace collar off her chin. "All right, single file into the room, all the way down and around the rows. Stop in front of your pod and you may begin reading your instruction manual." The students whispered excitedly to one another as they shuffled forward. Kids like Stephanie had never been inside a full immersion pod. For others like the redhead behind her, though, it seemed to be an inconvenience. He snickered as they entered. "Leave it to the government to send outdated pods." Stephanie ignored him, made it down the line, and stood in front of her pod. She retrieved the manual, which really was only a couple of pages long with large text. Trying not to smile too widely, she ran her gaze over the sleek black apparatus in front of her. It stood as high as her stomach, bubbled at the back, and smoothed out to a rounded point at the front. On the right was a silver handle with an arrow. On the front of it was a screen for the teacher and several flashing red lights. The students around her chatted with excitement as the teacher browsed through the rows to see if anyone had any questions. One of the boys in the front row groaned, rolled his eyes, and raised his hand in the air. "This thing won't open. The handle is all wonky." Mrs. Abbott held her head up and muttered under her breath. In a high-pitched tone, and with an almost ghastly smile, she wandered over and tapped the book. "Did you read your instructions?" The kid's frown transformed into tight-lipped irritation. "Of course I did." The woman's expression remained frozen like a robot, which was probably why they called her Robot Abbott. "Okay, then. Read it again." Stephanie lowered her head to her own book, but shifted her gaze to look at him. He pouted and picked the book up again, and read frantically at first, before he slowed as he reached the relevant section. He pursed his lips and glanced at the handle, and then back at the book. Hesitation paused his hand in mid-reach, but he continued, grabbed the handle, turned it to the left, pushed in, and turned it to the right. The door hissed slightly as it opened and raised the pod top. He folded the instructions and tossed them on the seat before he glanced up. Quickly, Stephanie looked away so he wouldn't catch her watching him figure it out. Again, she had to force herself to hold back the grin that tugged at the sides of her lips. The kid grumbled, took hold of the handle, and hauled himself into the pod. It's not as if someone like me will be accepted anyway. This is a waste of my time. Stephanie forced her concentration onto the instructions in front of her. She couldn't let the naysayers and entitled kids into her psyche. The instruction manual had a different picture on the front than the one she had at home so she could prepare. From the instructions it provided to open the pod, they seemed to be exactly the same, though. She put the manual down and rubbed her hands together, stepped toward the handle, and grasped it firmly. After a slow, deep breath, she whispered under her breath, "This is the big one. Don't screw it up." She turned the handle left, pushed it in, and then right. The compression of the space inside hissed slightly. As she raised it, butterflies fluttered through her chest. The odor of leather fabric on the seats, mixed with an old floral scent, hit her senses. It smells like my grandmother's old car. Maybe that's a good sign. I'm gonna take it as a good sign anyway. Quickly, she slid into the pod and gripped the handle. She spared one last look at everyone else entering their machines before she closed the door firmly. As it latched, small lights along the edge of the ceiling illuminated the inside in a soft glow. The screen flickered on, and several buttons lit up in different colors. She knew from the booklet not to mess with any of those, unless instructed to do so by the administrator. In the silence that followed, she began to wonder if she had forgotten to do something. Suddenly, a calm female voice spoke soothingly through the pod. "Welcome, student. Are you in need of instructions?" Stephanie released her smile and said cheerfully, "Of course." The female voice, slightly robotic in nature, continued. "Excellent. Please lie flat on your back with your hands folded on your chest." She glanced at the pod bed, a leather-covered foam with an indentation for a human body. A small pillow was attached where her head would go. Slowly, she lay back, crossed her ankles, and made sure she was good and comfortable. "Done." "Excellent," the voice intoned. "I am a second-generation VRZ-201 training module. I am a little older, but well taken care of, and will be able to help you acclimate to the training scenario. Now that you are vertical and comfortable, we will move on to the next step." Stephanie nodded. "Right. For the next part of your preparation, we will administer a small injection on the left side of your neck. This will release a specialized serum that will allow my technology to speak directly to the receptors in your brain. It is one of the vital parts of the new immersion headset-free virtual experience. Please relax." Stephanie raised an eyebrow, but closed her eyes and tried to relax. She had been subjected to a barrage of immunizations over the years, with the reintroduction of certain flu strains brought by visitors from other planets. These were in addition to about 6 or 7 specialized ones her parents had saved up for to decrease her risk of cancers and other deadly diseases. Most of them weren't required, but with the way the world had evolved in manufacturing and the increase in climate change events, you didn't stand a chance past 50 if you didn't have them, which was mostly why they were so pricey and usually reserved for the richer families. A slight buzz beside her left ear sounded as a small needle ejected and pierced the vein running up her neck. It whirred, and a small amount of yellow liquid was injected. "Ouch," she whispered. The pod retracted the needle. "I'm sorry about that. For your information, there is only a 6% chance of an adverse reaction to the injection. It will dissipate from your system within 8 hours." A piece slid out above her and over her head. Small sensors rested only centimeters from her temples, across her forehead, and in a spiderweb pattern across the top of her head. This will be able to pick up the infusion as it travels through your brain, the pod explained. It will also document your vitals for safety purposes. Now, there are 2 large gloves attached to the side of the pod. Please rest your forearms on the pads and slip your hands into the gloves. Make sure your fingers are right to the tip, or as far as you can go. Stephanie moved her eyes, no longer able to turn her head. On each side were black, cushioned arm holders with tight black gloves. Small silver wires were stitched into the fabric and traced up and down the fabric. She slipped her hand in the first one, and it sucked tightly onto her hand. Smiling, she did the same with the other before she flexed her fists. On the screen in front of her, a small line appeared and began to rise up and down in sync with the beat of her heart. Below it, other numbers were displayed that changed every few seconds. The pod dimmed the lights. Now that you have prepped, we will wait for the detection of the serum. The average wait time is 5 minutes. From there, we will begin the exam. Stephanie raised her hand up and turned it back and forth. Groovy. The pod beside Stephanie's shook slightly, but no one could see except for Mrs. Abbott, who was distracted by the 2 boys who still ran up and down the hallway. Inside, Kyle, the red-headed guy from the line, grunted as he tried to get comfortable in the bed of the pod. "This is ridiculous," he muttered. Even the base models of the 5-year-old pods had soft seats with body-adjusting cushions. This is like laying on a piece of foam. The lights on the roof flickered on. "Welcome, student. Are you in need of instructions?" Kyle sneered at the screens in front of him. "I guess I should since you're so old. I don't want to mess up cranking the knobs or some crazy crap like that." The pod didn't respond to his comment. "Okay. I am a second-generation VRZ-201 training module. I am a little older but well taken care of, and will be able to help you acclimate to the training scenario." He scoffed. "Are you kidding me? A 201? That was made before I was even born. I'm fairly certain my dad had one when he was my age. Great. Taking it back old school. It's exactly like this place to not provide the state-of-the-art models." "Please find a comfortable position in the bed, facing up with your hands on your stomach," the pod replied. Kyle wiggled again. "Right. Like there is actually a comfortable position with this thing." He grumbled, but was silenced when the needle emerged and pricked him in the neck. Offended, he clutched the spot and rubbed it. "Hey, watch out with that thing. Did you even sanitize?" "I'm sorry. All needles are pre-packaged and sanitized before each new student enters the pod." Kyle frowned and rested his hands back on his stomach. "I'm shocked you even have the auto-inject. I have an old 304 model in my game room, and I call it an antique. I can't believe we have to use you for this test. No wonder the kids from the west side don't have a stinking chance of getting into this thing. I guess that's all the better for me, though." The screen up front activated, and the pod explained the information. "This will monitor your stats while you complete your exam. The headpiece that lowered, and your gloves, will track the serum injected into your neck." The boy squeezed his fists open and closed. Perfect. Rusty needles, archaic software, and a damn head clamp. I should have simply volunteered my newest pod. They could have set it all up in that thing and I would be halfway done by now. The pod didn't respond. "Your heartbeat seems to be slightly elevated." He blinked at the ceiling. "Because I am in a time capsule with the capabilities of an iPad from 1,000 years ago." "The iPads were used on the first pod, but quickly discontinued when the technology became outdated," the AI explained. Kyle gritted his teeth. So I have an idiot guide through this test that also doubles as an encyclopedia of completely useless information. Perfect. This should be the most fun I've had since I broke my nose. The pod beeped. From your records, it seems your nose was broken on March 9th, 2114, due to a fistfight with a... Kyle cleared his throat and raised his voice. I get it. You know my file. There's no need to rehash my accident. I'm sure the kid who tried to hurt me has good enough memories of what I did to him. The AI replied, From your records, you passed out and were taken to the hospital bay. The kid lay there with his nostrils flared and his lips tight. Why don't we simply sit here quietly until your slow-ass system boots up and we can start this thing? Of course. When the serum begins to take effect, I will give the explanation of the process, and you will be allowed to begin whenever you are ready. In case of an emergency, either call out to the pod to sound the emergency switch, or remove the headset. Kyle grumbled. Does an emergency mean this pod is far below my standards? Chapter 2. Stephanie settled in and stared at the ceiling as they waited for the serum to take effect. She focused on the feeling of the gloves and the tightness of the elastic material with small silver wires, touched with a faint green glow. She wiggled her fingers with a grin. But when her eyes shifted to the screen that ran her physical statistics, a flutter moved in her stomach. The opportunity to test for a prep school was something that had almost consumed her mind, at least for the last 5 years. She found it easier, being of high intelligence, to blend into the crowds. To achieve this, she never made waves and never really got noticed. Her clothes were plain, a few years older than most, but not anything too obvious. Her parents were similar to those of the other kids she knew. They worked hard, provided a roof, food, and the necessities. But other than that, she would have to determine her future for herself. Being in that class of society never bothered her that much, but when she heard that the rich kids had the opportunity to use full immersion pods practically their whole life at home, she was jealous. She had only ever used headgear, and nothing that was the newest high-tech. Now she was in one of the pods, and she didn't know if she would be able to get the hang of it while she took a test that could quite possibly define the rest of her life. The voice in the pod soothed through her mind. Your pulse has seemed to increase slightly, and your muscles have tensed. Can I do anything to make you more comfortable? Stephanie shook her head minutely back and forth. No, thank you. It's my first time in a pod, that's all. Why don't you tell me about the process? The AI went quiet for a moment. For this government-required opportunity to be tested for a placement and possible financial assistance in a prep school, you must be checked physically as well as mentally. She thought about all those times she'd run the mile in the lower schools. How do you check me physically if I am lying down? The system capabilities are beyond in-the-moment testing. Through your blood, circulation, heart rhythm, and approximately 689 other factors, the system can see what your physical health score will be. This includes during exercises and testing, the pod answered. The butterflies began to tame as she thought about her last doctor's appointment. She had always been in really good shape. Encouraged, she bit the inside of her lip and tried not to let the excitement increase too dramatically. So there may be a chance I could be accepted? I tried to calculate it on my own, but it seemed that the odds of that happening were too low for me to figure out the number. There might be something wrong with your calculations. It is always at least 2%. That is the statistical norm suggested. It is also the minimum before companies are required to have government oversight. Stephanie's heart sunk. Not for us in the government-subsidized living arrangements. The pod was quiet. That is a correct statement. For those who live in government-subsidized housing, It seems numbers are closer to 1 in 232. Stephanie's eyes opened wide in hope. That's better than I thought. Man, I imagined it would be way higher than that. The AI finished its sentence. 1,000. She rolled her eyes and shook her head as a smirk moved slowly over her lips. So you're telling me there is a chance? She laughed at her own quote, knowing that Todd would have been proud of her for being so quick. The pod replied, about the same as dying from a rare cobra bite. Stephanie narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. Are there cobras in Noram? No. She paused and closed her eyes before she allowed her grin to show through. She had just been cut down by a pod. That in itself would probably be the highlight of her whole time in the thing. I think I like you. The lights flickered in the pod. I am not programmed to like, but you are very polite. Stephanie began to think she would have been better off if she'd hung out with the pod system all those years. At least it put her at ease, which was probably the entire point of the 5% humor in the system. Those kinds of things fascinated her, and had done so her whole life. The pods had been around a long time, even since before she had been born, and had become an important part of society. These days, it was almost vital, considering that alternate options didn't look too exciting for her. Noram. Long before she had been born, and even before her parents were born, constituted 3 different countries, all operating under their own rule. From what Stephanie had read, opportunities, especially in the United States, were a lot more bountiful than they had previously been. However, there was still a serious difference in the financial institutions that catered to the rich, to the middle class, and to the poor. And debt for post-high school education was a definite, unless you were lucky enough to receive a scholarship. Prep schools worked in much the same way, but the chances of someone from the middle class or lower actually getting the financial aid to attend was nearly impossible. It was a separation of class on so many levels. Stephanie chuckled to herself and thought about all the times she had tried to talk to Todd about that. He hated it when she went on rants. He called her an old-world idealist, which she wasn't, but she admired how people used to try to make the system better. Now, she was left with a statistical chance. Kyle opened one eye, followed by the other, his smile now clean and braceless. His wild red hair had been tamed, and his pimples were gone, replaced by smooth skin. He looked in the mirror and winked at himself. I should have been able to bring my personal avatar over. But hey, I like creating them, so let's see what you have. A calm voice echoed through the white room around him. Prepare to create your avatar. The room whizzed past him while his feet remained planted firmly in place. It stopped again with a sudden jolt to display rows and rows of clothing, weapons, and modifications of personal attributes. He nodded. Well, I guess this is one I can't complain about too much. At least you have the updated closet function. We updated approximately 245 days ago. Please choose your avatar's presentation. Remember, this exercise is for your assessment, and we recommend one of the test preparation suits directly ahead, the voice replied in a pleasant tone. Kyle's nose wrinkled, and the creases made his freckles that much more noticeable. Yuck. So, do I have to wear one, or can I do whatever? The pod replied, You can choose your personal look. Please do not linger here for too long. The test must begin shortly. He ignored the voice as he sauntered through the racks of outfits. He walked down halfway and had already discarded the initial options. Nope. Too pink. Ugh. That's so my parents. Nope. And wait a minute. The boy tapped the outfit twice and walked to stand in front of the mirror and turned from side to side. He wore what looked to be an earth play on the Dreth battle gear. The shoulder pads were large and leather, with spikes on them. The front of the armor made him look much larger than his scrawny self actually was, and the black boots also sported silver spikes. "Sweet," he whispered, and selected the hair options. "This is exactly what I need." He tapped his preferred option twice and looked up. His red hair was now in a foot-tall mohawk with a long braid down the back. Kyle flexed his fake muscled arms in the mirror and growled. He chuckled, selected a huge sword and a Dreth laser gun from the weapons area, and clipped them to himself. The voice spoke into the room once more. "Have you completed your avatar?" Kyle snickered at his reflection. "Hell yeah, I did. Let's get this over with." "Checking vitals." He jumped and rubbed his shoulder. "Ouch, you damned droid." "I am not a droid," she replied automatically. "Readings have returned. Your physiology does not scan in a way that suggests pain." His lip twitched. It was psychomaniac. "Indeed," the voice replied after a momentary pause. "Did you mean psychosomatic?" "Of course," he sniffed. "There's a difference?" "Didn't you hear that word, you dumb machine?" The AI didn't respond to his question, or his attitude for that matter. It was not programmed, nor had the capability to have its own personality. "Your physical and neurological readings are completed. You are ready to proceed to testing. Welcome to the mandatory audition for enhanced neurosync prep testing. Please answer." Kyle waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, just start." Stephanie opened her eyes and glanced around when she realized that she now stood inside a white room. A voice echoed in the space. "Prepare to create your avatar." The room whizzed past her, and she put her arms out to stabilize herself. When it stopped again, she stood in some sort of huge closet. She looked at herself in the mirror, shocked at how close they had achieved her true appearance. Even her hair was back in a braid, like her mom used to do for her when she was younger. "What do I do?" The same calming tone spoke once more. "Please choose your avatar's presentation. Remember, this exercise is for your assessment, and we recommend one of the test preparation suits directly ahead." She focused her eyes on the selection in front of her, and ran her fingers across the blue and white jumpsuits. Surprisingly, she could actually feel the fabric. It was wild. Finally, she attempted to pull the one on the end out, since it was all black with what looked like 3D boxes that moved constantly on the front. It wouldn't budge, though. "How do I select it?" "Tap the choice twice," the voice responded. Stephanie raised an eyebrow, but immediately followed the instructions. Suddenly, she no longer looked at it, but actually wore it. It fit tightly like spandex, and military-style combat boots on her feet laced up her calves. She took a step back and chuckled at the way her avatar moved, almost cartoon-like, but with facial shadows and the anatomically correct motions of her hips and legs. It was beyond what she'd imagined. After a quick glance at the other things available, she decided that she would simply go with what was recommended. It's not like I have a reason to wear a full metal suit of armor. "Have you completed your avatar?" the AI asked. She shrugged. "Sure." "Checking vitals. Your physical and neurological readings are complete. You are ready to proceed to testing." Stephanie fisted and unfisted her avatar hands nervously. "Sweet." The AI paused a moment before it proceeded. "Welcome to the mandatory audition for enhanced neurosync prep testing. Please answer truthfully, as lies will be noted and will reduce your score. Besides standardized testing, there will be questions asked of you. These subjective question and answer sessions represent 40% of your score. There will be an immersion test, which will account for 30% of your score. and the core questions represent another 30%. At any time, the testing agent will be able to suggest that you be moved for consideration regardless of the score. While this does not guarantee acceptance, it means you will be reviewed for your subjective answers and possibly pass to the next stage. Good luck. There will be a period of darkness as we proceed. She drew in a deep breath and looked at herself in the mirror. Well, here goes nothing. Her image faded, and the darkness overtook her. Outside the pods, everything was perfectly silent. Chapter 3. The walls were plain and darkly painted, with no windows to allow light into the keycard-accessed room in the main government building for enhanced neurosync prep. It was filled with monitors and those who operated them using 3D interfaces. The screens changed and flashed constantly. When you walked into the room, you would be met with an insane barrage of technological wonder. Around 18 individual cubicles were spread as far apart as they could be in the space across the wide expanse of the room. They weren't separated by thin walls, but instead used the latest sound-dampening technology. No sound emitted from the space, and that helped to regulate the noise since all the engineers and programmers spent their time giving information to the students engaged in the virtual world, as well as seething in frustration. They couldn't hear a single word unless they chose to talk to each other, which wasn't really encouraged at all. Down the center row, poised relatively close to one another, 2 engineer programmers sat and talked with their students while they moved their hands to navigate the program in front of them. Aaron had been an engineer and programmer with the company for a couple of years. He liked the job, but not that particular part of it. Having to actually interact with the students was often a source of enormous frustration. He sat with a blank expression on his face and watched his current student battle the virtual Dreth pirates along with a team of other students. While almost everyone else wore training jumpsuits, which were recommended, this guy had gone all out with Earth-inspired Dreth battle gear and a tall red-haired mohawk. He could tell almost immediately that the kid thought he was above everyone else and didn't need to follow the recommended course of action. The earpiece was pressed firmly into Aaron's ear, and the mic perched directly in front of his lips. No, you can't simply shoot everyone and hope that your EI support shuts the gun down if you have friendlies targeted. He pressed 2 fingers on each side of the bridge of his nose and leaned on his elbow. No, you can't program that in the heat of battle. What kind of sim is this? A real one. Have a nice day. He went to remove the headpiece, but the kid made another smart-ass answer. Aaron slammed his palm on the desk. What? Do you really want to know the answer to that? Or is this one of those sarcastic statements you can't seem to refrain from making? Aaron slapped his forehead with his palm and held his arms out to each side. His friend, who had joined the company at the same time as him, Gene, sat beside him in his own soundproof cubicle. He finished one section of testing with his student and asked them to wait so he could prepare the rest. As he put them on hold, he glanced at his colleague. The exasperation was evident as Aaron flung his arms about and waved his hands wildly. This seemed to happen to the poor man at least once every season, and it looked like it was in full swing. Gene glanced at his computer to make sure the next section was loading and hit the mute button on his microphone. He paused, turned, and set his hands in his lap to wait for Aaron to finish. He knew this would probably be a good story. No way could he even imagine that it would end with him calmly moving on to the next student in his queue. Sure enough, he didn't have long to wait. He winced as the veins in Aaron's head seemed about to explode. The engineer shook his finger and stood as he shoved his chair back. His mouth went crazy, and whatever he was saying, he said it with passion. Suddenly, he very pragmatically rolled his sleeves up one at a time. Then, with anger raging across his face, he raised his right arm high into the air and slammed it down on the disconnect button. Jean flinched and chuckled. Inside the soundproof cubicle, the irate man screamed, "Failed!" Aaron, at that point, had lost every shred of patience left in his body, and didn't even try not to scream. He knew the damned sound dampeners wouldn't allow him to bellow at the student anyway, and no one in the office would be able to hear him. That, however, did not stop him from pounding his hand down on the red button repeatedly until the computer sent him an error message. He backed away, panting, and plopped back in his chair to bring his hands to his face and scream into them. For a moment, he seriously considered finding the kid and beating the hell out of him. With a loud groan, he dragged his hands down his face. The motion stretched his skin so there was a gap under each eye, and his bottom lip flapped open to reveal the crooked teeth in his lower jaw. His hands still holding his face like that, Aaron's gaze shifted to his left and settled on Jean, who sat there and laughed. He swished his left hand to the side to deactivate the sound barrier between them. As soon as it dissipated, he could hear his friend's raucous laughter and the sound as his hand slapped against his black dress pants. He spun his chair to face him, gritted his teeth, and shook his fists violently in front of him. Jean smirked and raised an eyebrow. "ID 10T?" Aaron tried. He really, really did. But as he sat there in front of his best friend, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. "He only wishes he was an idiot. That kid is probably sucking on the tit of Mom and Dad's bank account. But, of course, they most likely use a virtual nanny so they don't have to deal with that festering boil on the butt of society." Jean raised both eyebrows, and Aaron continued. "You would think a parent would notice that their child was a little devil heathen sent from the depth of Tartarus to wreak hell on Earth, and that the realization would prompt them to do something, like set him ablaze, or cook him in an oven, maybe shove a dry stick of wood through his black, hollow heart. All that would happen would be that his body crumbled and blew wistfully off in the wind. Isn't it a parent's responsibility to not unleash their spawn on the rest of the world simply so others can suffer too?" His friend shrugged. "It might be in the bylaws. But damn, if you don't already know, misery loves company." Aaron scoffed and folded his arms over his chest. "We all wonder what a psychopath looks like as a kid. Well, there you go. Red mohawk, idiot armor, and an attitude like he could do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. I bet he has pimples all over his nerdy-ass little face." He paused, lowered his hands into his lap, and grumbled under his breath. Jean shook his head and raised his hands. "No, don't hold back." He wasn't even sure Aaron could or would allow himself to hear him in the rage. "Please, let it all out." And then Aaron raised one arm high and pointed at the ceiling. He flicked his blonde hair out of his face. The little bleeding canker sore had the nerve to ask me how he did. Jean tilted his head to the side and managed to force his lips into a straight line. "I take it you didn't approve him?" He loved pushing his friend, who always had the most dramatic and chaotic responses to the little shit stains who ended up on the other side of his comms. For a while there, Jean thought it was some sort of conspiracy, because Aaron somehow landed all the shitheads in the system. However, after a couple of years of doing it, he realized that 17 and 18-year-old kids, especially the boys, were merely naturally dirty jockstraps. Ironically, they would probably have gained something out of Aaron's temper tantrum if they had been able to actually hear it. Plus, it usually got him to settle down and allowed him to move forward with the job of interviewing students. He merely had to get it all out of his system, and as fast as he could. They were never too overloaded with their students through the day, considering that they had other responsibilities too. But some of them could really put a damper on your mood. Not to mention that they learned nothing from the experience, because the sound dampers essentially cut everything out that seemed derogatory or negative. The most important thing was that they communicated with each and every student and did it thoroughly. The government didn't play around with that kind of thing. They, in their political haze, thought the system actually gave these kids an opportunity. It was more likely that the creeper on the other end of the line would end up in the prep school regardless of his insane behavior during the tests. Aaron stopped his rant, having obviously heard Jean's question this time. He leaned forward towards his friend. Approve him? Of course not! He shook his head in dismay. That mutated, radioactive rodent will probably go to school because his parents want him out of the house and are willing to pay the millions it takes. Screw that kid. He won't be one of the chosen few who get in for free. The engineer ceased his tirade and deflated, his shoulders low and his head leaned back against the headrest of his chair. That was Jean's signal. So, buddy, do you still have any more in you? Aaron replied in a whisper. No. Jean smiled and turned his chair to face his workstation. He had his own line of students waiting on him. As he moved, though, he caught the tail end of his friend's grumble. He stopped and looked at him. Wait, what? Aaron shook his head, and his gaze shifted to look at the low-track lighting on the ceiling. I said I should tell Bert to do it. He whirled his chair around again and glanced furtively at the room, but no one was actually watching. He hissed at Aaron. Are you out of your damned mind? His friend looked at him, the anger replaced by a condescending smirk and a mischievous gleam in his eyes. The chair squeaked as he rocked back and forth and rubbed his chin. Why not? Jean closed his eyes for several seconds before he exhaled a deep, exasperated breath. Why he was surprised by this response, he didn't know, but this was the last time he needed to explain it to the other man. Because there are laws, asshole! Aaron opened his mouth to refute that, but Jean gestured dismissively and continued. Plus, Bert runs the virtual reality worlds. All of them. I'm not sure what would happen if you randomly asked him to sit in and do the subjective analysis. Are you? The other man snorted dismissively, obviously not taking his adamant speech and exhausted demeanor into account in his decision. I've studied the system for a while now. Seriously, what do you think could possibly go that disastrously wrong with that idea? Bert barely ever hits above 32% stress load except on world events, and even then it's only up to 47%. Aaron looked at the ceiling and shook his finger near his lips. Well, except that one winter's festival, but that was a fluke. Jean thought about it for a second. What was that incident? Oh yeah! So let me ask this. What happens if he goes and decides to research the shit out of the internet? I can't truly believe that you have blocked out the time he took down Kuala Lumpur's data trunk. His friend waved him off, his face now exhausted by the debacle. I'll make sure the student is here in NORAM. We have plenty of pipe for the data search if it happens. Aaron's computer dinged a reminder, and he glanced at his cue. Slowly, he turned back to his station and leaned forward, his head lowered until he cradled it in both hands. I don't know what I'll do if I have another silver spoon-looking lizard like that last one, because the only thing that fluttered through my mind was homicide. He looked slowly at Jean, his face red from the blood that had rushed forward, and several pieces of his blonde hair hung in his eyes. Honest to God, whichever one you believe in, I might simply hit the red button. Like no matter what, at the first sign that you are a rich douchebag. Done. Unwillingly, he turned his focus back to his workstation. Or hell, I might make it so everyone gets the green button. Jean shook his head. Pfft, a fat lot of good that would do. The ones we greenlight who are worth it don't ever get picked by the government's randomizing factor anyway. Some stuffy pencil pusher up in accounting has figured out a way to get money out of the students and still be on the good side of the law. A second beeping sounded, but this time it was on Jean's side. His head turned at the alarm. and he stared at the monitor to check his work projects. "Okay, I have to get back to my queue. And if you do some crazy shit, I can't know about it. This job is all that's between me and starvation." "That," Aaron said as he straightened and pulled his headset into his lap, "is a gross oversimplification, and you playing at being a drama queen." Gene raised his chin and scooted slowly back toward his computer. "At least I'm royalty. What does that make you, hmm?" Before Aaron could respond, he restored the sound barrier over the small virtual window between them. He waved, though, and his wrist moved from side to side as he pretended to be royalty. Aaron laughed and shook his head. Gene turned away and pulled himself back to the computer to look at the different stats. He grabbed his VR helmet and slid it down over his face. No matter how much he joked, Aaron's idea was absolutely a really good way to get yourself fired. Or even worse. Before he clicked the button to return to his queue, he whispered, "I hope he doesn't do anything too crazy." Aaron, who now felt a little better, spun his chair and grabbed the front of his desk to slow himself down. He picked his VR helmet up, ready to go back in, when he saw that he had 2 students in his queue. He scanned each one, and realized that the second one was from the same testing location as the miniature Chucky. "Oh, hell no. There is no freaking way I will handle another little petulant asshole. If anything, I should give him a piece of my mind. He is lucky he got away from me before I could send him to the penalty room." He set his helmet up and pulled his keyboard toward him. After a furtive glance around to make sure no supervisors skimmed past to look in on them, he opened a logic queue and began to type. "Check status BERT load. Status 22%. Aaron puffed his cheeks out and tapped his hand against the desk as his gaze shifted back and forth. He leaned back and templed his fingers as he tried to be certain that he would do something he would be willing to take the repercussions for if he was caught doing it. The sound of that little shit's laugh made him shiver. Screw it. He put his fingers back on the keyboard and continued to type. "Open link BERT. ... Link open. Hello, programmer Aaron C. What can the binary unlimited reality training matrix do for you today? Query BERT. Review all pertinent laws regarding student-mandated government testing and report back. Query started. Query complete. 0.000021% load affected. Time to finish, 0.000043 seconds. Aaron rolled his eyes and leaned back. Does Bert always have to show off? He took a deep breath and focused on his screen. Cautiously, he moved the next student in the queue to the main screen and scanned the info in an effort to figure out which one the next student was in. Query Bert. Can Bert handle the task of querying the student B221ZA in queue and complete all requirements of the law related to subjective test analysis and, this is the important part, not compromise the load Bert is under while running all virtual worlds? Query started. ... Query complete. 0.1% load affected. Time to finish, 0.37 seconds. Aaron narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. He was fairly certain he could have counted almost a second on that query. Bert can and will accept this task. Task in queue. Task started. He opened his mouth and then closed it and simply stared at the screen. Did Bert just co-opt the request from me without a formal request? Before he could even begin to investigate what had happened, a box popped open on his screen and began to flash. The next student had entered from the avatar area and was ready to begin. Aaron put his helmet on and pulled up the script. Now for the next runner-up on the new game show, your life will not change. He figured that as long as he didn't get a snazzy jerk, he would go home that night with a job still on the books. That was good enough for him. Stephanie could feel her body standing there, even in her avatar. But there was nothing but blackness around her. She wondered if it was an absence of light, or a switch that had simply turned off her ability to see within the world. When she thought this through, she decided it was a question for a bored night researching random things on her tablet, and simply relaxed and accepted the darkness as part of the whole experience. After a few moments, her eyes reset as a small pinprick of light appeared in the distance. She immediately squinted, but stopped and laughed at herself. No, silly. This is in your mind. You don't have to worry about your eyes adjusting in these VR pods. The tiny hint of illumination remained static as the minutes ticked by. In the next moment, she sat in a park. Her hands rubbed over the worn wood planks on the bench beneath her. She looked up, and her senses immediately went wild as they identified all the things around her. The wind blew lightly through the leaves on the deciduous trees ahead. The faint whistle of air and crinkle of leaves made her think of a time when she had sat with her father outside of one of his jobs in the richer area of town. The trees in the yard had whipped back and forth, something she didn't see in the government housing area they lived in. She could almost see the path of the breeze as it whipped around the base of the trees. The bark was dark and crumbling, loosely attached as it wound around the knobby knots with deep recesses within. The wind moved across the grass and fluttered each single, perfectly groomed blade until it reached the bench. Stephanie giggled as it teased up her body and whipped through her hair as if it were alive and tried to introduce itself to her. With her arm resting on the back of the bench, she turned, and her eyes glistened under the almost utopian cerulean sky. Small white nebulas danced across it, and the sun burned brightly overhead, although the temperature on her skin was perfect. Still, it seemed surreal to her, although it was essentially a place she was familiar with. It was her world, Earth, a quiet place and complete, where she would love to visit on a regular basis. Parks like the one she sat in still existed. They were usually tucked tightly in the center or the immediate surroundings of the large cities. While parks had been built near her government-subsidized living arrangement, over the years they had fallen into ruin. The play area was rusted and dirty, and when the parents weren't there during the daytime to watch their children closely, the gangs gathered in the dusk and planned their next iniquitous act, whatever that might be. She closed her eyes for a moment and tilted her head toward the ball of light in the sky. The simulation was so real. She could actually feel the rays of light permeate her often pale skin. "Hello." A soft male voice spoke in her ears. Stephanie's eyes opened wide, and she set one hand down on the bench and turned from side to side. Her gaze drifted all around before she stilled nervously and placed her hands in her lap. Slowly, she stood and began to walk. She wound between the trees and ran her hands along the bark and down to the bushes. Each individual leaf eased across her palm, warm like the sun. She knew they didn't really exist, but they seemed as real as they would if she were out of the pod. The voice spoke again, and she straightened when she finally realized it was not a physical person, but a voice in the pod. "You have finished the physical and mental congruence testing. It is time for you to take the standardized testing. How would you like the classroom to look?" Stephanie bit her bottom lip and grinned. "Can I see Melagorn?" Chapter 4. "Of course," the voice answered, and helped to encourage the calm and warm feeling in Stephanie's stomach. The scene around her began to change as the bushes and trees almost seemed to melt away, to be replaced by the beautiful and exotic land of Melagorn. Her eyes sparkled, and she touched her hand to her chest as a small tree-like plant appeared in place of the large, thick trunk of the earth tree. Its small branches seemed incredibly fragile, while the lines and divots on its slender trunk looked weather-worn. The leaves erupted like a blooming flower and brightened her senses with deep purples and greens. Her gaze fluttered to the horizon in the distance that no longer burst with the color of the ocean. Instead, it hummed in a translucent purple with 2 faint moons in the distance. What had been a line of forest in the park quickly shifted, grew larger, and morphed into large looming mountains. The color across the horizon of the sky changed from early afternoon to the vaguely purple hue of early evening in Melagorn. She spun in a full circle to absorb the stark contrast of beauty that erupted all around her. Soon her clothes rippled as the soft green grasses of the park changed to a meadow. To her right, clear green water, crystalline and sparkling, reflected the light. Some sort of Melagornian creature with 8 legs hopped off a blue pad and splashed quietly into the water. Her gaze trailed to the sky once more, at the loud squawk as something flew over her head. Enthralled, she studied the bird-like creature with a vast wingspan. It had the face and body shape of a phoenix, but instead of a burning red, its feathers were a multitude of alternating hues that seemed to shimmer and change with the light of their star. She clapped her hands to her mouth and then slapped them down on her thighs. Her face broke into a prodigious smile. Oh my God, I'm on Melagorn. I can't believe it. The pictures are nowhere near as beautiful as it is in person. Delighted, she dropped onto the ground and sat with her legs to the side. She traced her hand softly over the tips of the grasses that felt almost silky soft. While they were a rich bluish-green in color, they could almost pass for winter rye on her planet. Stephanie sat there for several moments and allowed the delicacy and allure of the landscape around her to seep deeper and deeper into her mind. She didn't want to forget a moment of it. Not a splash of color, not a whisper of the softened breeze that blew against the back of her neck, and not even an interval of sound from the creatures so foreign but so fascinating to her. A tear pooled at the corner of her eye, and she wiped it away before it could trail down her cheek. She feared that if one fell, it would open the floodgates. Even though she spent her days hoping beyond hope that she would one day walk the planet of magic, she knew that moment was the closest she would get to Melagorn in her life. Of course, she could figure out a way to scheme and sneak to hitch a ride to the planet, but she had no idea how to be that kind of person, or how to win the lottery, the approval she needed to learn in the prep schools. She leaned back and put her feet out in front of her as she stared at the sky. Taking in one deep breath after another, she pushed the feeling of sadness away and saved it for another time. She pursed her lips and sat up again, plopped her hands into her lap, and drew her shoulders back to demonstrate her normal, hopeful veracity. Her gaze shifted all around as she thought about her unexpected time on Melagorn. Although the person who had brought her there no longer spoke, she could feel his presence in her head and all around her. "Can you tell me your name?" "Yes." There was a pause. "Call me Bert." Stephanie's lips curled into a smile. She flicked her finger against the blade of grass beside her. "Do I have a time limit on this test, Bert?" This response was immediate. "The time it takes you to finish the test is an attribute that helps or hinders your score. We suggest taking a moderate time to answer questions to your fullest capabilities." Her smile turned to a frown, and her lips protruded. Damn. Why are you so upset? She looked around once more and pulled up a piece of grass, ran her finger down it, and stared transfixed at its radiant colors. "I don't know what your job is, but I don't think I'll get a job that allows me off my planet." She waved a hand across the vista. "This is the closest I'll ever get to Melagorn in my life." Her gaze lowered to the grass in her hand, and a look of longing crept into her eyes. She tossed it to the side and drew her knees to her chest to rest her chin on them. "This will be the first and the last time that I experience this place, which for me is sad." Bert responded in a curious tone. "Can you not Visit the Federation space in your virtual training? Stephanie snorted and allowed her knees to fall into a cross-legged position. Sorry, that was unladylike. She set her palms firmly on the grass behind her and leaned on her arms to stretch back and closed her eyes. As she groaned in the expectation of relief, she opened her eyes slightly and realized she only experienced this through VR. Although she could definitely feel the pull and stretch of her muscles, it did not actually happen. The knowledge of that was both incredibly interesting and strange at the same time. Her fingers pressed firmly on the blades of grass and felt the small hairs that covered them. Curious, she sat upright once more, plucked another piece, and held it to her nose. Her eyes widened. Wow, I can smell it. Without thought, she popped it into her mouth, and almost without hesitation, she yanked it out. She wrinkled her nose and sucked her cheeks in to pucker her lips into a tight circle. The taste lingered unpleasantly, and she shook her head wildly and forced herself to swallow the saliva in her mouth. Nope, that was a bad choice. It smells good, but tastes absolutely awful. I understand it is an acquired taste for humans on Melagorn, Bert responded. She raised both eyebrows and flicked her fingers together to drop the grass on the ground. I bet. A splash to her right caught her attention, and she turned quickly and rose onto her knees, with her mouth parted slightly, and her eyes curious. She scanned the green pool of water and focused on the ripples in the center. She sat once more and allowed her shoulders to relax again, with her legs tucked beneath her and the palms of her hands on her thighs. She continued to study her surroundings. She imagined that the ripples had been caused by some sort of Melagornian fish. I wonder, if I jumped into the water, would I drown? What would it be like to have those last few minutes of breath and die, only to wake up in my pod? Would my life, so little that it has been so far, flash in front of my eyes? Would I see a light? Would I feel my soul lifted from me? Bert's voice pulled her from her thoughts. You never told me why you cannot visit during your virtual training. Stephanie's hands dropped, and she plucked another blade of grass. She stared at it and flipped her finger over the top and hoped that her stalling for time to enjoy Melagorn wasn't too obvious. The truth was that she simply wanted one more minute, or as many as she could drag out, to enjoy her time there. Her gaze shifted from the blade to stare at the water. I don't have access to a full virtual rig at my school. We only have about 50 VR headsets, and half of those are broken. For some classes we use tabletop learning, and one class only uses the card games. To be honest, this is my first time ever in a pod, and the first time to ever be fully surrounded by Melagorn life. Bert, up to that point, had not received the information formally that some, or many, of the students' testing had never used a pod or been fully submerged within the virtual world. He had never given it much computation power because his job was to run the virtual world, not know the backgrounds of each individual who used the program. He therefore took that moment, while giving his student ample attention, to check on her and her opportunities. The first thing he did was to replay and then research the comments she'd made about the types of instruction that she used in her educational institution. First, he compared the different training types, including VR headsets, tabletop gaming, and card games. Once he had the statistics and the costs on those, he computed the differences between virtual training, the costs, and the results. When he completed that, he analyzed the data and determined that the outcome was not significantly fair. Bert understood that if this student was under that type of educational curriculum, there had to be many more who experienced the same. Based on his calculations, most students without the full immersion would not learn to their fullest potential. This did not make computational sense to him. He pulled up the success rate of different teaching styles and compared them to the success rate of immersion teaching. While the new ways of study did, in aggregate, bring better results than the old standard teaching method, there was a significant success bias toward those in the full immersion training. It often boiled down to focus, which, in any teaching situation, could be the difference between a successful intake of information and one that only moderately increased the knowledge of a human brain. A full immersion rig allowed a student to focus fully on their training. The information noted that students who trained under the old ways often tapered off intellectually during times of struggle and conflict, while those in immersion did not. There were no other life issues, including family, that would slow the process or bring emotional issues in when a student participated in the immersion style of training. The only time a student encountered such chemically triggered stimuli would be during their semester breaks, when they were removed from the immersion pod and returned home to their family and their friends. Bert began to pull the records for student B221ZA. This was not a normal activity for a subjective examination administrator, but he was not human like the others. His examination of information was purely computational and was set up so as to not bring in any human emotion when considering the student's personal information. For Bert, it was merely another database he looked up. Student B221ZA's records and personal information scrolled through his system. The student attended school in the Chicago NORAM training system. He pulled up that system's financial logs for their educational program. A comparison with the others clearly indicated that this particular area was severely underfunded. From what Bert's programming told him, all school systems were to be equally funded dependent upon need, which in turn was based on growth, population, and technological necessity. This directive did not match the school's financial records. He found this information odd and pulled the information from the database on the history of the NORAM city of Chicago. He searched back 20 years to when a particularly bad storm had blown off the Great Lakes and destroyed a better part of the city. From what the data suggested, it required so much effort to rebuild that many of the largest companies chose to move their headquarters to other countries for tax purposes. With that, he could see by the numbers that the Chicago training system's budget had left with them. Chapter 5. On server BB6087, out of Washington, D.C., he detected a fight in progress between a group of students and Dreth pirates. The pirates were non-players, or NPCs, and were controlled by Bert and the system. They were there to train the two humans in fighting tactics. Dreth was a planet of post-apocalyptic ruin brought about by an implosion of their own technology some 2 centuries before. Some of their ships had left and never returned, while others brought back technology to raise their people from ruin. Some of the intelligent but raw gangs had stolen ships and were raiders in space. They had become enemies to the humans and Melagorn people alike, as well as those Dreth left to recover on the planet. Bert sensed that the battle took 0.25% of a load, a goodly sum, and assumed the role of the main Dreth pirate in the battle. He calculated and pulled the statistics and data on the pirates to provide the best rendition possible. These NPCs stood almost 9 feet tall, with broad, muscular shoulders, and had a light green tint to their flesh. Huge jowls housed sharp teeth that protruded from their bottom jaw and up over their top lip. They wore shoulder pads made of the flesh of the high cord, a large creature on Dreth that could only be compared to a massive dinosaur on Earth. The ropes that draped in crisscross fashion over their chests secured the teeth, limbs, and digits of those they had killed along the way. They fought with large swords and laser weapons if they had managed to raid a weapons ship in any of their travels. Bert used the training program that taught Dreth battle tactics to fight the 2 younger student humans in the simulated battle. It didn't take long for them both to succumb to his size and his weaponry. When they died, the scene shifted them to a small white room with a table and 2 chairs. There was no door and no windows, and the silence was almost painful to their ears. Both humans looked around, unsure of where they were, and Bert spoke firmly.
"This is Bert, your AI. Unfortunately, due to your choice of tactics, you have failed to kill the Dreth pirates. Instead, you both sustained terminal wounds. For this death, you are banished for 2 hours. According to our virtual rules, whenever a player dies, they must enter banishment for the allotted time set by me. Enjoy your solitude."
His calculations projected that they would talk about what they had done and come up with a better solution. He released his control of the pirate lord, and the uptick in load quickly settled. He tweaked the code for the pirate to update based on the latest news that came out of the Dreth Quadrant. It was vital to keep the training as up-to-date as possible. The entire purpose of the virtual reality was training. Those who created the systems knew that both life and death were the most effective training methods that could be produced. They needed the trainees to understand that every choice they made came with repercussions in the end. Sometimes they were good, but most of the time they were bad. Now, because there were punishments of sorts, there were some humans who simply did not care about the repercussions. When these humans were noticed, their training jackets were marked appropriately. Most of the time, they would be sent to the military as either cannon fodder or test pilots. Occasionally, a student would be chosen for a more entertaining future. They would be contestants on dangerous shows that were aired during prime time. The smartest of them, though, would be sent to deep space. These were thought to be heroic missions, and to accept one implied the utmost courage. It was not what you would find there that was the problem. Rather, it was the fact that those missions were almost always high risk. It took a human with a healthy dose of either ignorance or the ability to ignore the very real risk of death to set off on those missions. Most would not come back. When he checked his background process, Bert could tell that his student was steadily answering questions. He allowed another 0.005% of his load to switch his focus back to her. He would need to optimize the effort to focus directly on her, so it didn't take so much of his load. Not only did he have an entire universe to control, he knew the engineers and programmers constantly monitored those numbers. Stephanie had stood once more and walked gingerly through the grasses as she focused on the large mountains in the background. She wondered what it would be like to really be there. Most likely, she decided, it would be no different than what she experienced at that very moment.
"When the tests are completed, we will eject you and the serum will dissipate in your blood,"
Bert said, and startled her. She narrowed her eyes and looked up, even though she didn't know where he actually was. He noted the uptick in her vitals.
"My apologies. I didn't mean to scare you."
Disgruntled, she simply shrugged, kicked her boots through the vegetation, and continued to toy with a blade of grass. "I guess I have to leave the pod sometime. I don't think these are made for people to stay long-term."
"That is correct. They are not fully equipped for stays exceeding a day or two at most," Bert replied. "I must ask you, though, why is it that you wish to stay? Do you not have friends and family outside the pod? Human connections that are important to you? Is it only to visit Melagorn?"
Stephanie shook her head and looked at her boots as the blue grass rubbed along them and left streaks of dew on the tops and sides. "Bert, I want to do something with my life, not simply feel like I'm unneeded, unappreciated, and stuck in a dead-end life going nowhere." She waved her hand to the side, dropped the piece of grass, and watched as it fluttered to land a few feet away from her. "I know I can be somebody, but what can I do to have that chance? My parents do everything they can. They provide me with food and shelter. Chicago isn't the city it was in the past. There is no longer life in the falling-down metropolis. My friend Laura says that Los Angeles has better weather, but the schools are a crapshoot, whether or not they are any good, too." Bert did not respond immediately, but ran rapid research. From his records, it seemed that almost all the Los Angeles schools had more usable budgets than B221ZA's school system. However, he chose not to inform her of that. He had learned a long time before, around the time of his creation, that humans didn't always appreciate knowing the facts. Stephanie continued to walk while she stared at the beautiful sky. An odd sense that something wasn't right made her freeze, and she glanced ahead. She had almost fallen from a very high cliff. With a low chuckle, she backed away and settled her nerves. While she might not actually die in real life if she fell off the cliff, it still wasn't something she really wanted to experience. She narrowed her eyes and studied a large field that stretched below. Animals were ranged in colors, and they grazed much like a deer would back on Earth. They were beautiful, with short, vibrant fur and crystal blue eyes that somehow glimmered brightly, even from where she stood. She looked at her hands and turned to continue her walk. You are probably sitting in a good office and have plans to go out this weekend. If I had my choice, I'd live in the VR world and learn as much as I could about everything. I need to know more.
Why?
He asked. Bert suddenly registered a 0.3% uptick in his load. He studied it for a moment and immediately wondered why his student's body, back in the pod, had clenched its fists. That was a very rare reaction. He sent queries down the line into the old, but still in good condition, immersion pod. When the results echoed back to him, he found that the pod itself was working within and well beyond expected parameters. Somehow, this student felt enough in the virtual world to pass through the gates that separated her experiences in the VR training scenario and her physical body. It had reacted on a physical level, as if she were awake in the pod. But that couldn't happen, because her consciousness was recorded in the virtual world. He flipped through his data from the last 18 years and tried to find circumstances of when the same thing had happened. There were only half a dozen instances, and 3 of them were due to physical abnormalities that caused tremors in their bodies. It was not only very rare, it was almost unheard of. Bert attempted to take more readings from her body, but found that he was unable to do so. The earlier VR pods did not have the same neuro hookups the present versions had. The old model would not enable him to delve deeper into her physical acumen than he already had, which left a question on her physical responses. Stephanie had no idea that any of that had happened. She was too absorbed in her walk along the edge of the cliffs, and thoughts about her life, her dreams, and all the things she kept hidden from the people around her in the real world. Mostly, she walked in silence. She finally answered Bert, and her voice lowered and her eyes lost focus. Because I want to matter. He remained silent. A few moments later, her lips pressed tightly together, and she looked up with a new sense of confidence that had been so noticeably absent in the moments before. She spoke louder, and with more authority. Bert, what is the fastest time someone has taken on this part of the test? Without a second's pause, he replied,
47 minutes and 22 seconds.
Stephanie tapped her fingers on her legs. Did they finish?
No,
he replied. Okay. She rolled her eyes. Sheesh. Whoever is talking sure does answer like a robot. Maybe they're related to Abbott. She resumed her stroll. What is the fastest passing grade finish? Again, he replied without hesitation.
47 minutes and 43 seconds.
She fired back quickly. And the longest?
1 hour and 37 minutes flat.
Stephanie nodded and drummed her fingers on her lips. If I finish early, is it okay to record that result, but let me stay here in Melagorn until my time's up? Bert did not respond immediately. He had to calculate and review the information in order to answer that question. From the laws, rules, and regulations, it didn't seem as if it would be a problem. But was she asking him to record the best time or the final time? He decided the ideal way to find that answer would be to test the student.
If you pass with a 70% in all subjects, I will allow you to stay. Based on your results, I will provide you a grading curve for the amount of time.
Stephanie smiled and pumped her fist. Yes! Bert entered an immediate caveat.
However,
she sighed and her shoulders sagged.
If you fail, it will not matter what time you take,
he continued.
But you cannot stay on this part of the test for longer than the worst time for a passing grade.
Her eyes narrowed as she mulled all that information over in her head, to make sure she had it straight. To her, it really sounded like a no-lose situation. She stared at the sky and gave a thumbs up. Deal. Stephanie sighed with a big grin on her face as she laid back in the soft grass and folded her arms on her stomach. She wiggled her shoulders a few times to get as comfortable as she could, her eyes unfocused, and her mind began to wander. She recalled the time she had sat with her friend Jacqueline, talking about what it was like to simply open her mind and be in the moment. It felt like freedom, she had finally told her, floating on the clouds. A disembodied voice answering questions as they came in through the speakers. She focused her vision back on the faint planets that hovered above her in the evening sky. That was exactly what she would do for the test. She would answer the questions with the answers she drew from her subconscious. Pass or fail, she would finish as quickly as possible and enjoy the rest of the time in Melagorn. Perhaps she would even be able to talk magic to someone before she had to leave. Bert spoke from the speakers in the sky.
Let's begin the subjective part of the test.
Chapter 6.
Give an example from your knowledge of Melagorn how human electricity is not compatible with the planet,
Bert asked slowly to complete the subjective section of the testing. Stephanie grinned, having studied Melagorn extensively. Electricity is not, and has never been, part of the infrastructure on the planet. The magical unit spectrum is the energy which radiates on Melagorn for over 6 units distance from the planet. Therefore, while it is possible to land an Earthship on the planet, it will never be able to leave. The electricity is drained almost immediately. A simpler example would be if I brought a flashlight here. I would be able to turn it on, but it would only last a few seconds before the magic drained the batteries. There was a pause before Bert spoke again.
Next question. With your knowledge of the Dreth pirates, how do you believe they should be handled?
She sat and rubbed her chin as she considered this. That's a good one. Well, on one hand, we are all living creatures. And on Earth, at least in Noram, we have what's called due justice. We try them for their crimes and decide their punishment. From what I understand, Dreth pirates are shoot to kill if seen. It is difficult for me to fully know, but judging from both Dreth's reaction and the Federation, I would say that if they are that dangerous, we should have a way to eliminate the danger. If that is the only option, we must do what is necessary. But I have to stress that without further research, I can't give you a really good, honest opinion here. Bert recorded the answers in his system.
Well done. Next question. If all humans were capable of wielding Melagorn magic on Earth, what do you believe should be one of its first uses?
Stephanie laid back and rested her arm over her head. That's easy. Restore Noram. Go to all the places that have been devastated and repair them. Bring the commerce back. Bring jobs back. Make it a place where all can strive and be given the same opportunities for the future. My number 2 would be to fix the damage we have done to the planet for so long. We have sustained life, but we have not improved it. It would be time for improvements.
The subjective portion of the testing is halfway complete. It is standard for the testing that the subjective portion is broken up into 2 separate time periods. Give me a few moments and I will return to move into the objective portion.
Stephanie smiled and crossed her legs at the ankles. She wasn't sure if she had aced that or not. There were quite a few questions, but she'd said what was in her mind, and she had responded quickly. Even if she had put more time into the thought of her answer, she probably would have said the same thing. It helped to be there on Melagorn, though. To smell the flowers and watch the purple sky turn to night as the stars shimmered and the 2 planets glistened. It was everything she had ever dreamed of. Bert readied the test, pleased with how she had done on the first part of the subjective questions. She was quick and showed deep morality that was based on facts and supported by evidence. He rarely had a chance to speak to the students, but she had done far better than he expected from her. And it didn't end there. He remained silent and applied his own focus as he presented Stephanie with the objective testing questions. Her answers were almost instantaneous, often before he gave her the options to choose from. She was on top of all of it, and seemed to have obtained information as effectively as those students from full immersion schools had. During the portions of the objective testing that involved multiple-part answers, she breezed through. Out of 100 questions, she only opened her eyes one time to review the different parts before she made her selection. The rest she simply answered without hesitation. Otherwise, she simply blurted her answers as if she were on a game show and tried to beat her opponent on the clock. Bert could tell that she was incredibly talented at testing in a strenuous situation, since it was her first time in a pod. He was slightly curious how she would do if he dropped her on Dreth in the post-apocalyptic landscape, but he couldn't do that. It might screw her scores up. "What is the Sphinx?" he asked. Stephanie didn't hesitate. In Greek mythology, the Sphinx is a winged monster having a woman's head and a lion's body. It propounded a riddle about the 3 ages of man, and killed those who failed to solve it until Oedipus was successful, whereupon the Sphinx committed suicide. It is also an ancient Egyptian stone figure, having a lion's body and a human or animal head, especially the huge statue near the pyramids of Giza. Sphinx in common language can also refer to an enigmatic person, and last but not least, it is another term for a hawk moth. Bert paused for a moment before he launched into the next one. "What is the better part of valor?" She smiled. "Discretion is the better part of valor," said by Falstaff in King Henry IV, Part 1, William Shakespeare. "What is the square root of the cosine of 12? Stephanie took 2 seconds of thought, and her gaze flickered and narrowed before she answered. 0.91861523976. "Wow," Bert replied. He'd never had a human compute math, especially trigonometry, that quickly without a calculator. Each and every time a question from the math category was presented, a calculator would appear for her to use. Twice, she didn't use it at all and simply spouted the answer. Bert wanted to watch the entire thing, but he reminded himself of his real responsibility, which was to focus on the virtual world. The student was merely an unauthorized diversion that happened to be entertaining, as far as an AI could be entertained, of course. Accordingly, he decided he had to move into the background to handle an issue in Australia. There was a commerce problem on server 14EDZA in Sydney. Whether he resolved this quickly because he rushed or because he gave himself a little more load was unclear. However, by the time he returned, she had completed the remaining questions for that group. He checked her time. Then he checked it again. Stephanie was only at 12 minutes. She had answered half the subjective questions and all the objective ones in a very short time. Possibly the shortest time yet, but she still had a fair number ahead of her. Bert went through the responses, reviewed all the questions coming up, removed the duplicates that would gather no more information than the first time she had answered, and created his own questions and slipped them into the queue. 46 minutes and 12 seconds later, she had finished all the tests, both the core of the standardized tests. Bert believed that to call them standardized was a fallacy, but no one ever asked his opinion, and the extra questions he wanted to test. It wasn't the fastest time ever recorded, but it was damn close. And with the extra questions he had asked, it would have ended sooner had he not added them. It was important, though, to calculate her total intelligence to give her the best chance possible of being accepted into a program. With the statistics the way they were, the system was already working against her. He spent time calculating and recalculating her score to make sure that everything had been done correctly. His initial result was a pass with a 98% accuracy on the standardized tests. That was phenomenal. A better score than the kids from more affluent backgrounds achieved and were accepted for. Bert, being the system that he was, took one last thorough look through the answers and the score. He realized that it didn't account for the third pass for accuracy on a math question, Stephanie had completed the question, but had not answered correctly, which was odd to him, since she had completed the more difficult ones with ease. Bert recalculated her grade for the missed question, and then reviewed it again to make sure that it was correctly presented. Although he was not known for errors, he did have a small margin of error on occasion. The question, however, was correctly presented. Curious, he pulled her school teaching plan and attendance for the time period in which that specific math skill would have been taught. He scanned through the plans and finally found the lesson. When he compared it to her school attendance, it looked as if she had been absent from class that day. Furthermore, she had not received a take-home review. He would not be able to change her grade. She had answered the question incorrectly, but he could do a little calculation based on her previous grades, attendance, and knowledge to know the probable outcome. It looked as if she would probably have aced the test had she not missed the class discussion. Such a small mistake to make for such an important future event. When he continued with the evaluation of her answers, he found that she had passed his more advanced questions with 67%. When he'd originally compiled the questions, his calculations estimated a 23% pass ratio, and to him, that would have been a solid return. She had gone above and beyond. Now it was time to finish the last half of the subjective questions. Those rapidly became Bert's favorites. He was given the opportunity to delve into the psyche of the student and attempt to understand how they thought and what past things in their childhood affected the way they answered the questions. It was fascinating. Not so much because of the answers, but because there were questions that he was only able to calculate the possible score on to a certain point. How would you calculate something that includes an opinion? And Stephanie had some really unique ones. The programmers were busy at work, tallying up scores, finishing the testings for different students, and making sure the rest of the programs ran smoothly at the same time. They kept a close watch on Bert during certain periods to ensure that his computational focus was spread. They had to take care of the students, and still keep the virtual realm training programs functioning at top speed for those in the middle of learning. Two of the programmers, who sat at the end of the row, kept their fingers moving constantly on the keyboard. One of them paused, however, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the data on his screen. He elbowed the guy next to him.
Take a look at Bert's load numbers. I show a spike of 2% across the system.
The man brought the screen up and began to search for where it was coming from.
Strange. I can't seem to pinpoint the location.
Slowly the load receded, and both programmers shrugged.
It must have been a normal load increase for this time of year,
the second man said.
It's already starting to decrease.
They both agreed and continued with system checks and other duties they had to finish by the end of the day. Bert had already figured out that he didn't want any humans to check on his efforts with this student. He wasn't sure why, or even how it calculated into his system, but he was enjoying it too much to be disrupted by the nosy humans on the other side. To ensure that no one even checked on her progress and looked at the notations in the system, Bert had wiped her job from the queue, as if it were already completed. Unless she completely flubbed the next part, he would certainly provide her a green recommendation. From there, though, it was completely out of his hands. Then again, it should never have been in them in the first place. Silly engineers. Aaron whistled as he waited for the next section of his students' testing. He had managed to divert any more complete assholes. Jean gestured once more to remove the sound barrier.
Bert spiked 2% in his load.
He sat up quickly and pulled up the reports. It had already begun to recede, but that was not a normal thing to happen.
Shit. We need to keep an eye on that. It might mean something in the whole system is a problem.
His friend immediately clenched his hands together, a drop of sweat on his forehead.
That hasn't happened in a few years, but damn if I don't remember when it did. We had our asses handed to us. I don't want to do that again anytime soon.
Aaron shook his head.
I'm right there with you.
Chapter 7. Aaron listened closely to the student's response and forwarded it through in the computer system to be analyzed. He pushed the student back to the virtual Earth and allowed the pod AI to take over from there. There was nothing else he had to do for them. As soon as the screen disappeared, he removed his helmet and motioned the virtual interface away. He cracked his neck and pulled up his screen. The list of students in the queue was completely empty, which included the one he had passed over to Bert.
"Let's see how you're doing out there in virtual land,"
he mumbled quietly as he brought up the stats. He checked Bert's load since it had shot up by 2 whole percentage points earlier that evening. However, when he looked at it after everything had been queued out, it didn't seem abnormal in the least. He shrugged.
It must have been some sort of anomaly, or those idiot kids playing teams on the Dreth Starship training session again. I don't care. Time's up for me.
With real relief, he clicked his system off and straightened his papers to make sure his desk looked somewhat presentable for the next workday. He grinned, stood, and leaned back until he heard his back pop.
"Yes,"
he moaned in delight, and covered his mouth hastily when he realized the sound barrier was no longer up. He turned to apologize, and saw that he was the only one left in the office. Aaron scowled. He hated it when that happened. The sound barriers were so good, and with the helmet on, there was really no way to tell what went on in the office behind him. The only time he knew was when there was some sort of fire drill, because it flashed across the screen. Hastily, he fumbled for his jacket and flung it around to drag his arms through the sleeves. He snatched up his helmet, his file keys, and a couple of other effects, tossed them in the large bottom drawer of his desk, and locked it with a key he kept around his neck. With one hand, he tucked the necklace under his shirt and used his other hand to throw a wad of paper he had missed in the trash. None of them had to worry about cleaning up at the end of the night. They had cleanup droids for that. The best invention he could think of. He'd tried to con his boss into letting him have one for home, but that was a negative. Either way, he didn't have to worry about his mess too much. They would come in, sanitize the space, and spritz the scent for the next programmer to come in and take the 3rd shift. He felt bad for that dude. The man had done that shift for a long time, and it was more than boring. The only things they had to worry about were the countries that used the system in their time zones, but NORAM kept such a tight lock on their training programs that the numbers overseas were nothing compared to their own. He stepped out of his cube, and the lights dimmed behind him. Jean had probably been gone for quite a while, and as usual, he kept his desk immaculate. It looked like the droids had already been there. Aaron looked at his forearm and his info tablet. In the right-hand corner, it showed he had missed a voicemail message. He swiped his hand across it and brought up the play icon, pressed it, and waited as his audio piped into the tiny headphone jack in his ear.
"Hey, you big sausage. I have to go watch my kid sister dive into a big bathtub so her school can gain points and possible credits to get better hardware. Gotta go root for the home team. See you tomorrow for drinks if you have time. Let me know. I'm out, brother."
Aaron laughed as Jean ended his message with a succession of guitar impressions that sounded more like weird lasers from a broken alien ship. Wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. He didn't know what his friend was on every day, but the dude was always at a level 3 stories above him. He loved him, though. Jean was his best friend, and his cohort at work. They were engineers, so what did people expect? Of course they would be a little strange. With the last high-pitched wail, Jean hung up. Aaron flipped to the message app and typed against his arm to send a quick message in response. He knew that if he didn't, Jean would blow him up when he planned to be completely knocked out, asleep. Drinks tomorrow sounds good. Aaron sent the message and pulled the sleeve of his jacket down. He adjusted his bag on his shoulder and retrieved his keys from his pocket. When he reached the door, he found one of the droids already waiting impatiently, if the little circling red light was any indication. He tapped it on the metal top.
"Don't be in such a rush. The other droids will think you're brown-nosing and stage a coup."
The mechanical made a succession of noises, and Aaron chuckled.
The bitch just cussed me out. And after all the brilliance I showed today, no love. No love at all.
He tapped the button to open the door and glanced back to make sure he hadn't left anything behind. The droid was already buzzing swiftly around the floor to clean up all the trash. Aaron glanced at the big screen where Bert's load percentage was displayed. He laughed and slapped the side of the doorframe as he walked out.
And he was worried I would break Bert.
Aaron snickered as he turned the corner and took the stairs for exercise. Stephanie had ended up beside the crystal-clear green-tinted pond. While it was definitely green, it didn't look anything like the algae-infested ones on Earth. It was so pretty, and she could see different creatures swimming beneath the surface. She leaned back and put her arms under her head, but then sat up with a frown. "Bert?"
"Yes?"
he replied. She began to feel a little guilty. Damn, is he only waiting on me? It has to be a horrible job. After a deep breath, she shook her head and tried to keep a pleading note out of her voice. "Can I have a chance to speak with an archmage?"
"No,"
Bert replied immediately. Stephanie exhaled a deep breath and hung her head as she drew her legs in and crossed them. She picked at the grass, disappointed, but uncertain what to say. Before she could get too down, though, Bert continued.
"I can provide a teacher, which I believe is more what you need. An archmage would speak of theories and postulations enough to make an AI's head explode. And trust me, that is not a fun thing to witness. The whole entire virtual realm could collapse right on top of your head."
She raised her head up excitedly and turned it to the side, a look of confusion on her face. "AIs don't have heads."
"Sure they do, just not human heads. In fact, that is technically all they are. A big giant brain. And I'm not joking about what an archmage can do to their system. One of the first AIs to work with a Melagornian archmage had so many non-reality checks to what they were doing, the AI almost melted in an attempt to find congruence between magic and technology. The technology is what runs Earth. The systems aren't made to understand something as complex and unmathematical as magic. They can run algorithms all day long and into the next year, and they will never be able to represent their theories and the idea of magic. It's better to learn to create it than listen to it explained."
Stephanie pursed her lips. "So, if it will melt an AI's brain, what does it do to the human brain?" There was a long pause before Bert replied.
"There is no calculation I care to do to determine whether an archmage would melt a young adult human's brain. However, I have witnessed humans interacting with an archmage, and from what I could tell, their cerebral activity remained on an even plane through the whole experience. For now, though, I thought a teacher would be a good way to start."
Her avatar's eyes lit up with excitement. She jumped to her feet and wiped her hands off on her jumpsuit. "A teacher? That would be great." The Melagornians were considered by humans to be mystical creatures. They fit the physical description of magical creatures in human lore called elves. And while they definitely did have an elf-like physical stature, they were not haughty. Their ears were pointed, and they had long black hair and generally wore a mischievous smile. When they first came to Earth, mostly by accident, the people immediately fell in love with their kind. There were arch-wizards on their planet who had experimented with gates and ended up on Earth. That was when they were brought into the Federation. What people enjoyed most about them was their cheerful and upbeat spirit. Although they did not fit the mold of an elf like the old tales of The Hobbit, they were definitely a mystery. They enjoyed laughter and usually had a very good outlook on life. Except, of course, for those who had been around for most of their usual 350 years of life. They might not have been immortal, but to the humans who were lucky to make it to 90 years, they seemed that way. Their long life intrigued many people on Earth, who hoped to figure out their secret, but it wasn't something to be shared. Stephanie was nervous. She wrung her hands in front of her and looked at her surroundings. Small flowering plants had come up, attracted by the moons. They glowed brightly all around her, and she couldn't think of a better place to learn magic. You know, I read that the older Melagornians grump more and laugh less. Just like humans. Bert watched as the teacher stepped out of the wood line, dressed in long, flowing blue and gold robes. His hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his expression was kindly.
I would grump too if I were 350 years old.
She spun at the sound of his voice. The teacher had been patterned after a Melagornian teacher who was based in Switzerland. Immediately, he drew Stephanie in and began to teach her small magical tricks to get her energy flowing. Her eyes were wide with excitement. It was fairly rare to find humans who could practice magic, but even Bert was surprised by what Stephanie accomplished in her first attempts. Granted, it was definitely a small test, but most humans didn't deal well with magic concepts, so something almost always went wrong. The teacher and Stephanie continued to work on the base of all magic.
Yes, that is correct,
Emmerich beamed at his pupil.
The way of magic is the way of one's feelings and emotions. The power is thought, and the energy follows the intent. It is usually subtle, and it is best to learn how to use the power with cantrips.
Stephanie bit her bottom lip. What is a cantrip? Emmerich smiled.
Small spoken commands, applied with both the power and the intent, and focused to bring a physical result into existence.
Her eyes went wide. Oh, like the string of books and movies that came out in the early 2000s called Harry Potter. They used wands, but really they only needed the spells. The words would make something happen. The teacher looked thoughtful.
I don't know who this Harry fellow is, but yes, something like that. We don't need any props like wands, though. Humans have a very broad imagination when it comes to magic.
She nodded and felt a little sheepish. The only person who would have appreciated that reference would have been Todd. But she was having so much fun. The happiness she felt to be able to speak with a real Melagornian was more than she ever thought would happen. She was glued to his every word and had completely lost track of time. Bert wanted to see what would happen and so sped up the time in the virtual world. For every hour in real time on Earth, she was given 3 hours inside the virtual world. Typically, 2 hours was the most that was sustainable. However, she wouldn't be in the virtual environment for that long. If he had emotions, sadness would be the key one. The thought of her talented and brilliant mind not having a chance to come back the next day made no real sense to him. In human terms, it was unfair, and to an AI, statistically and mathematically, it had absolutely no logic. He knew he'd give her the green light, but that meant nothing when it came to decisions made by a human. They had their own weird way to figure things out, and Bert had begun to suspect that they didn't necessarily follow regulations. Either way, Stephanie wanted to make the most of the opportunity so that she could learn as much as she possibly could. Bert wanted that opportunity as well, so that he could learn from her. He also felt the need to make sure she had more than enough time. A gift from him for doing so well on the tests and perhaps a small compensation for her unfortunate life situation. Her circumstances meant her intelligence might be lost in the shuffle, all because of the greed of some humans. He found that untenable. Emmerich's eyes opened wide, and mischief sparkled in the corners.
Here is a cantrip. Let's see if you burn your eyebrows off, little one.
Chapter 8. Stephanie took a step back, her eyes wide, and watched Emmerich. His hands gestured wildly in a circle in front of him. They moved close to his body, his arms bent at the elbows. His fingers stood long and stiff, all except his pointer finger, which was bent at the first crease. She followed their circular movement and the tiny sparks of light that bounced off them. It wasn't anything she had seen before. but she knew that wasn't the trick he tried to show her. As he continued the motions, he closed his eyes and began to talk in his native tongue, using his words to create the magic. Telerken tsuman, kluman depenstak. He repeated the words twice and grew louder the second time. His right hand stopped, and he opened his eyes. While still moving his left in a circle, he turned his right hand over, palm up, and curled his fingers to make a cupping action. Inside, blue flames flickered brightly and grew stronger with every motion of his other hand. They shimmered in the moonlight, but his flesh remained perfectly cool. Bert hadn't been able to sit idly in one spot before, and he now watched the magic of the Melagornian. It was fascinating, especially since he couldn't regulate it in his system. He could not replicate it with math or statistics. There was no computing power within his capabilities to make it understandable on any level in the human world. The teacher's left hand made a couple more laps, and finally stopped. He turned that hand over, palm up, and created the same cupping action as he had with his right. Inside, yellow flames flickered. They seemed to dance with the blue ones, mimicked their movements, and reversed them. Stephanie oh'd from a few feet away, but Emmerich didn't look at her. Instead, he stared intently at the flames as he grew them higher and higher inside his hands. It was obviously something he enjoyed doing, and probably didn't get to do very often, especially with a human audience. The flames flared high and subsided in turns. He put on a show for them, and Bert enjoyed it. The teacher restored the flames to their original height and smirked. He poured them from his left hand into his right, and the blaze turned green before he opened his hand and swung it in small circles. The flames rolled with him, smoothly across the surface of his skin, but never left even a faint red mark. As a finish, he jiggled the tiny blazes back and forth for a moment and threw them high. When he caught them with his other hand, he put it to his lips and blew hard. A large, multicolored flame shot out at least 9 feet in front of him and dissipated into small, sparkling ash that floated toward the sky and disappeared into the bank of glittering stars above them. He opened his palms again, and the flames remained and danced back and forth, restored to their original colors. He laughed and looked at the human, a smile on his face. As he caught sight of her hands, his smile faded, and he opened his mouth. Not wishing to seem surprised, he closed it again quickly and regained his composure. Bert had never seen a Melagornian teacher that surprised before, at least not to the point where he had no words for the human in front of him. He had seen enough of them to know they were not beings easily rendered speechless. They usually had something to say, even if it was funny or joyous. However, in that moment, closed mouth or not, he was completely taken aback. The young human giggled with real excitement, opened her right palm and cupped it over and over again. Inside, a small red flame glimmered and danced. She concentrated and made it a little larger for a moment and allowed it to shrink once more. Entranced, she opened her palm, vibrated her hand, and watched the flame roll over her skin like he had done with his larger ones. It grew a little more, and she caught it quickly with her other hand. She cupped both hands together and showed Emmerich what she had done. A smile pulled at the sides of his lips as his gaze danced from her hands to her face. Stephanie grinned from ear to ear, shocked that she had actually made the magic work. Her gaze bounced back and forth from her flame to his two and back again. Emmerich extended one palm and bounced his hand up and down. The flame responded as if it were a ball in his palm. Stephanie narrowed one eye and gave a closed-lip grin as she did the same with her 2 hands together. She could feel the energy bouncing up and down in her hands. After a few minutes, she pursed her lips and stared longingly at her flame. Bert could tell that she tried to do something to it, but whatever it wasn't working. After a few moments, she frowned. "How come I didn't get your colors?" The teacher let his mouth tilt to a full smile, and he leaned his head back and laughed loudly. He clapped his hands together to extinguish what was left of the flames.
I think, my dear, your question shouldn't be about the color. The important question is, how did you get any flames at all? I have never seen a human manage the flame cantrip on their first try. Most of the time, not even until their third or fourth try. This is phenomenal.
Stephanie blushed slightly, still focused on the flames in her hands. Emmerich folded his arms across his chest and tilted his head.
Have you studied Melagornian focus before?
She continued to stare at her small blaze and admired what she had achieved. However, it soon began to die out and slowly grew smaller and smaller until it extinguished in a small puff of shimmering ash. The question that had been asked had taken her focus away. Drat! Stephanie mimicked Emmerich, clapped her hands together, and brushed the remaining ash off her palms and into the grass below. She felt his gaze upon her and knew that he wanted an answer to his question. The truth was, she had been so mesmerized by her accomplishment that she hadn't even thought about it. She shook her head and smiled at him. Do what? Oh, no. I have never studied the Melagornian focus before. In fact, I didn't even know the flames or the cantrips were possible. It was all very new to me. You told me to focus. I couldn't understand the words that you used, so I made my own up. I didn't actually think it would work until the dancing red flame appeared. But sadly, no, this is my first and probably last time studying your art of magic. It's always fascinated me. Emmerich raised an eyebrow and studied her.
Most early human magic users chose to learn the Melagornian words, so early human magic relied on those. I have never seen a human make up their own cantrip. That is usually reserved for the teachers and the archmage.
Stephanie twisted her lips and tapped her side awkwardly. Is that a bad thing? He chuckled.
No, it isn't a bad thing, merely surprising. But tell me, because I am very curious, what were the words you used?
She looked nervously at him for a moment and put her right hand out, palm up once more. While he watched intently, she drew a deep breath in through her nose and blew it out of her mouth. She focused her attention on the center of her palm and began to repeat the words she had said originally. Candle light, candle bright, grant me your flame tonight. She concentrated harder and repeated it, louder this time. As soon as she had spoken the last word, the flame ignited in her palm and made her jump slightly. It was blue, and considerably larger than the first. She glanced nervously at the teacher, and back at her flame. He looked completely astounded by it all. She extended her other hand and poured the blue flame into her other palm. It shook slightly, and for a second turned yellow, then green, before it settled into red. Stephanie furrowed her brow and shook the flame several times in her hands. She narrowed her eyes and stared hard in an attempt to change the color again. No matter how hard she tried, she was stuck with the red flame. She straightened and pursed her lips in irritation. Well, that bites. Emmerich immediately slapped his hands against hers several times until the flames were extinguished. She pulled her head back, startled, as he turned her hands over and back again, as if looking for something. His gaze caught hers.
Where are you hurt? I can fix it for you.
She blinked for several moments until she finally realized what had happened. His concern was real, though, so she gripped her stomach and tried not to laugh. The teacher looked at her, and his face reminded her of a human trying to figure out where a puzzle piece fit.
What are these words, and what do you mean, bites?
Stephanie giggled and rubbed the ash from her hands. The particles shimmered faintly on the ground. She wasn't even sure how to explain it, and hadn't thought for a moment that the sarcasm and small dialectic moments would be something they hadn't picked up by that point. At the same time, they lived on their planet, and the humans lived on their own. There was not that much commingling between the different species. Bert could sense Stephanie's stats start to rise.
The Melagornian teacher struggled to understand her, and it was obvious that she struggled to find the words. He decided that, without letting Stephanie know it, he would directly take over the avatar of the teacher and wizard who stood in front of her. Besides, he wanted to know more and to learn more from her. This was the perfect opportunity to do so. With Bert now in control, Emmerich straightened, and the concerned and confused look slid from his face. Immediately, Stephanie's vitals settled. She had thought for a moment that she had done something wrong, and nervousness had spiked very quickly. The small assurance that Emmerich was impressed and surprised was all she needed to calm her nerves. In reality, she had done nothing wrong, and almost everything right. Bert was used to weaving in and out of the system to fix problems and assume a character when it was needed, but generally, he seldom hung out that often. This was a whole new ballgame for him. His interaction with this human during the initial testing had provided more insights than he usually received with the small interactions during VR NPC negotiations with player characters, or even the large battles where chaos ruled. The chaotic moments were usually when Bert learned the most about humans. The things they did when the world around them was no longer stable, and they were faced with hard and even sudden choices were often enlightening. But this student had provided him with an entirely new way to understand or learn from them. He did, after all, run the entire program for them to train on. It was good that he was able to learn more about them, so he could tailor the worlds to them, not merely based on statistics. Everything that had happened was a shock to everyone involved. Chapter 9. Several very awkward moments of silence ensued during which Stephanie rocked back and forth on her heels, and Emmerich merely blinked at her. Bert averted the teacher's gaze when he realized that humans really didn't respond well when someone stared at them, especially not an elf-like creature who knew how to do magic. It could be somewhat intimidating and creepy, definitely on the creeper scale. She flipped the hair out of her face from her braid that had begun to unravel. It seemed that the virtual reality geniuses got the annoying pieces of life correct, too. Stephanie pressed her tongue against her molar, her mouth slightly open and her eyes narrowed. She tried to think of the best way to describe what she meant, which was something of a challenge, because she wasn't used to people not understanding English slang. But she was on someone else's planet, though, so it only made sense that confusion would be the reaction. She put her hands out. I wanted the flame to stay green, so when it went red again, I didn't like the result. Bert wanted her to think the teacher in the system was the same. And that is when it bit you? Stephanie chuckled, but almost immediately forced a straight face. No, it didn't bite me at all. When I said it bites, it means I didn't like the outcome. The teacher put his hands together. So, not that the flame bit you. She shook her head. No, I probably would have had more of an adverse reaction if the flame bit me. The teacher nodded, but his face still revealed some slight confusion. We tend to be a straightforward species when we talk about things like that. Stephanie grinned and swung a leg back and forth. Do you know many English idioms? We have a lot of them, and even I get confused sometimes. Immediately, Bert wanted to say yes and list the various English idioms compiled in his language database. A dime a dozen, beat around the bush, bite the bullet, break a leg, speak of the devil, and the list went on and on. However, he wasn't about to answer that question as the digital equivalent to God. It would not be realistic, and if she were to ever face a Melagornian in the flesh, she would surely struggle with that. They would have no idea what she was talking about, and could even possibly take some of the idioms as a threat. For example, pull yourself together, cross an arm and a leg, wrap your head around something. Those could be completely confusing. As it was, he played a Melagornian who was supposed to be on his own planet. They would have zero idea of what she was talking about. No, he shook his head. I don't even speak English. We use a spell to converse at the moment.
Stephanie shaped her lips into an O. Oh, okay. I didn't even think about that. I guess that would make sense. My naivety played a role in that one. Or maybe my inability to think beyond myself. I didn't even consider it when you began to speak English, but I should have known. I have studied your planet, and you have a very distinct and separate language. Only the higher officials and Archmage tend to speak fluently in English. My apologies. The teacher bowed peacefully.
Accepted. However, it might be worth your while to learn some of our customs and language. For example, when you approach a Melagornian, you place your right hand out, grip their forearm, while you raise your left hand diagonally, fingers tight, and bow your head. If they are loyal, you press your hands together and do not attempt to touch them. When the bow is complete, you raise your head and say, Kaitel Gornifula. It is a gender-neutral greeting that in your language means, blessed to meet you.
She bowed and stretched her hand out with the other held in front of her. Kaitel Gornifula. He bowed too and took her arm.
Very good.
When she straightened, Stephanie bit the inside of her lip. What if I need to discuss something of grave importance? How do I say that? The teacher nodded and held his hands behind his back.
It is customary to always keep your hands latched behind your back when speaking casually. Then you would say, Hycinthia overlum hypoguard al suvia.
Stephanie pursed her lips and placed her hands behind her back. Hycinthia overlum hypoguard al suvia. That's a lot to remember. He chuckled.
It is. But with practice, you can learn the language. At the same time, though, there is a spell to turn the words spoken into the receiver's preferred language. It is an advanced spell, and you would need control over your magic. You can ask the other person, Engotish preferatis in gorna discussio? This asks if they mind speaking in English.
Her eyes glazed slightly, but she doubled her focus, determined to remember. Engotish preferatis in gorna discussio. I should have brought a notepad. They both laughed. Stephanie repeated both phrases in a whisper. They would be important if she actually ever had the ability to go to Melagorn in real life. Even if she got to go there in the virtual pods, actually. But that was about as unlikely as the first. How about when it is time to say goodbye? The teacher smiled.
This depends on whom you are speaking to. With an elder, you kiss the back of their hand. With a royal, you bow low with your hands pressed together. If it is a friend, you can repeat the initial greeting. As far as speech goes, you would say, Fortunata el fortina gratias. It means, may fortune and thankfulness fill your souls.
Stephanie was taken aback. That's such a nice way to say goodbye. Humans usually simply say stuff like, later. Emmerich tapped his fingers to his lips.
Oh, the really important one is thanking someone. We are a very thankful and grateful species. You say, Hartuitas bascelor. This is the equivalent to thank you so much.
She repeated, Hartuitas bascelor, Emmerich. He tilted his chin slightly and nodded.
Very good. And you are more than welcome. You catch on very quickly. Most humans taught in the virtual world have a difficult time pronouncing the words, much less getting the specific tone of them correct. With your flames and your language, you may become a Melagornian one day.
Stephanie looked at the ground with a smirk. I wish. That would be crazy, to say the least. Okay, so in one of my electives in school, I took French. Although a dying language, I always found it beautiful. My teacher told us that when learning a language, always learn to ask where the bathrooms are. Emmerich smirked.
You say bathroom as simply bathroom. Melagornians do not secrete excrement in the way humans do. In fact, we do not at all. We only eat foods that can be completely consumed by our bodies. But as so many humans visit the world these days, we have built them for you."
She curtsied. "We are much obliged."
"Hartuitas Bascalor."
The teacher rubbed his hands together and looked around.
"Let's work on some other cantrips. What do you say?"
Her eyes widened. "Yeah, awesome." He pulled the sleeves of his robes up and put his hands out, waist high and palm up.
"I want you to watch first, and then give it a try."
Stephanie nodded and held her hands behind her back. Emmerich took a deep breath and spoke the words,
"Tifigio windustus, calamore tota focus."
A small breeze fluttered around them, and he flipped his hands so the palms now faced away from him. He said the words again, and a burst of air fluttered from his palms and moved like a broom to almost clean a dirty and dusty rock in front of them. The color of the stone went from brown to sparkling emerald green. Her mouth fell open. "That's awesome!" Emmerich smirked.
"Thank you. It's my Shawosti's favorite. That is the equivalent to a wife. Now you try."
She found another similar stone and faced it to repeat the same motions. With her palms down, she spoke the words with intent. She flipped her hands to face the palms out and said the words again. For her, though, the air burst out and slammed into the rock to ricochet off and blow a huge ball of dust straight at her. It blew hard for several moments before it died down. Stephanie coughed and blinked uncomfortably. Chunks of dirt and dust drifted from her to the ground. She shook her body and patted as much from her avatar as she could. Emmerich raised an eyebrow.
"One should learn to put up a dirt shield when playing with air."
Stephanie hadn't realized that he didn't get a bit of dirt on him. "One should." She stopped herself when she remembered where she was. He pressed his lips together and looked down to hide an amused smile.
"How about we try to make rain?"
"At least I'll be clean then," she said with a shrug. The teacher bent and looked at a wilting flower.
"We'll start small."
He put his hand over the blossom and closed his eyes.
"Uthera magica acciam."
A cloud emerged from his palm and rained on the flower. The bloom opened and waved back and forth in the water. He smiled at it and rubbed his finger at the base before he looked at Stephanie and nodded toward one at her feet.
"You try. It's very simple."
She felt a little more confident, so she dropped onto one knee and held her hand over the flower. With her eyes closed, she repeated the words. Small drips of water fell from her palm, and her eyes went wide. "I did it! Suddenly, thunder clapped, and a steady stream of rain poured over her, only her, and one small cloud hovered above her. She lowered her eyelids and clenched her teeth as she stood slowly while water ran down her avatar face. Emmerich watched with surprise and humor. Stephanie flicked a drop of water from her nose. "I don't think I did it." Another boom of thunder sounded, and a small lightning bolt flared and nipped her in the ass. She jumped and rubbed it as she tried to get away. Emmerich couldn't help but laugh as he raised his hand and waved the cloud away.
"Perhaps something even smaller, and we'll do it together."
Stephanie's avatar dried quickly, and she stepped beside him. He put his palm out.
"Hand out. Wave the other over it, and repeat the words after me. Grethorius and listios profundus."
She swallowed hard and complied, then watched with excitement as an earth rose formed in the palm of her hand, swirled, and slowly opened. Emmerich's flower was beautiful too, something from his planet. As her hand opened, a butterfly emerged, spread its wings, and fluttered off. Stephanie giggled as she lowered her hand, and the flower disappeared. That was much nicer. Emmerich agreed.
"Is there anything that you specifically would like to learn?"
Stephanie thought about it, her fingers clasped in anticipation. She looked at the landscape once more, and finally focused on the clear green pond. "I would love to learn how to walk on water. I always wanted to take a stroll across the oceans." Emmerich raised an eyebrow.
"Well, the oceans might be a bit much. what about a puddle to start with?
She jogged over to the pond. How about here? He looked hesitant.
This can be difficult to master.
Stephanie shrugged. How much more wet could I get? I got this. Trust me. The teacher joined her with both eyebrows raised.
If you wish, the first thing you will want to do is center your chest. You must feel the energy flow from your heart. Then, when you are calm, you say the words while you raise your leg and step out onto the water. Make sure to keep your concentration. The words are...
Emmerich centered himself, with his chin high and eyes closed.
Okay, tral alu aye el dilie.
She watched in wonder as he stepped out onto the pond and walked to the center and back, exactly as if he walked on land. His arms swayed and fish-like creatures jumped and dove around him. The glowing life beneath the surface swirled wildly below him and created a light show. A shiver of excitement rippled through her. She was so ready for this. With her chin high and eyes closed, she spoke the words, Okay, tral alu aye el dilie. Stephanie raised one foot, and as it touched the surface of the water, her eyes flew open in excitement. She was walking on the water as if it were made of glass. Tentatively, she stepped again, and giggled at the fish that swam wildly beneath her feet. Exhilarated, she stepped again, and made it to the center of the pond, where she stopped, and put her hands out to her sides. Look, I did it! Emmerich gestured in warning, a look of concern on his face.
Steady. Keep your focus.
She nodded, and looked at her feet, but frowned when she saw a large brown animal swimming in circles around her. It didn't stay still long enough for her to see what it was. As she leaned closer and bent her knees, she gasped. The creature opened its bright red eyes and splashed water in her face. With her sudden inability to keep her focus, she looked at Emmerich in panic and dropped into the water. He hurried to the edge, where he peered at the surface for a moment, unable to see her swimming. Suddenly, the animal splashed again and used his tail to slap her up and onto dry land. She fell on the bank and bounced on her shoulder. Emmerich patted her back when she coughed.
Maybe we should have taken that one a little slower.
Stephanie turned onto her back. That was a little freaky. Maybe slower. Yeah. Bert spoke in her ear.
Be careful, or you might fry the AI and the whole system. I think your chances at a place in the prep school may go down significantly if you break it.
She shook her head, panting, and sat up. Unless I break myself first. Chapter 10. It still seemed utterly crazy that she could stand there as her avatar and still feel like she was soaking wet. She could feel every drop of water, the cold in the tips of her fingers, and the water that slushed in her boots. Emmerich held his palms toward her and blew a stream of hot air in her direction. She closed her eyes and wrinkled her nose as she stood there with her arms out. Her clothes began to dry. Her hair was no longer dripping, and she could feel the warmth all over. When he was done, she shook his hand. Hartutas baskelor. The sun had begun to turn the dark sparkling sky to light purple again, and she could hear birds around them. She tapped her fingers to her lips. I have another question. What? Bert spoke quickly.
It is time to go. We cannot go over the time period and risk your acceptance.
Stephanie's shoulders sagged. Emmerich walked over and bowed, one hand up as the other grasped her arm. She did the same and felt the energy pass through them. They spoke in unison. Fortunata el fortina gratias. When Stephanie looked up, he had faded away, and only the sense of his magic still lingered around them. She took one last look at the Melagorn landscape, and the illusion shifted and sped past like it had when she had created her avatar. She was flung back to her seat on the bench in the park on Earth. It was as if no time had passed, but she had learned so much. She was sad to finish. The truth was, she brimmed with questions. There were so many things she wanted to know, but she had run out of time.
Did you enjoy your session? Bert asked.
She sighed. I did. I wish I could have stayed forever. I wanted to ask about their history and their culture. Do they have political differences like we do here? Do they have economic differences that hinder the education of the young Melagornian kids like we do? So many things. Bert was impressed by the type of questions she wanted to ask. She'd had her fun learning the magic that most humans couldn't even dream of completing. But beyond that, she actually had an intelligent thought process about their lives. It was incredibly interesting to see a human with those types of insights at such a young age. Stephanie's hands dropped to her lap, and she looked around. The park was the same, but she was a lot less amazed by its beauty. Melagorn would always be the choice of parks for her. The magical essence she felt when she walked the beautiful landscape and spoke to the native people of that planet was incomparable. People on Earth had believed for so long that they were alone in the universe, or that they would be the superior race of beings, no matter what. Of course they thought that way. They always had, and took it to so many levels. Civil rights, gay rights, women's rights. They always found a way to make someone more superior than someone else. It was stuck in their selfish DNA. But after the hours Stephanie had sat and read about the planet and their people, the videos she'd watched, and having gone there in the pod, she was sure that Earth and the way they treated their people were far from superior to anyone else. The only thing that often separated them from Dreth pirates was that they killed and suppressed in a nice suit with smiles on their faces. Bert interrupted her train of thought.
Tell me about your family.
She was surprised and slightly irritated. When she had come for the testing, she hadn't thought she would have to share the private details of her life with a perfect stranger. Still, if this would help her get into the prep school with a good scholarship, she would do it. My parents have a cleaning and restoration company. They do what the government doesn't have time to get to for the rich people. It makes them enough to pay the subsidized housing costs, keep food on the table, and have small things like holiday gifts and birthday parties. Other than that, we live very simply.
And your friends?
Stephanie's gaze wandered, and she crossed her legs and kicked one foot uncomfortably. My best friend is named Todd. We've known each other a long time. I'm quiet and reserved enough to skim under the radar, and he is more outspoken. I have other friends, but we are focused on school. Well, at least I am. Why all these personal questions?
There is one important question I would like you to answer. I thought knowing your background would help me understand.
He explained. She narrowed her eyes. And what question is that? Bert was silent for a moment.
Why are you so adamant about your future with the pods? Why try so hard for something with such a small statistical chance of success?
Stephanie thought about that question. There were many routes she could go in answering it. She could give the collegiate response, the professional response, or she could simply be honest. At that point, she really didn't see any reason to bullshit. She drew her legs up and wrapped her arms around them. When I was a little girl, I used to go up on the roof and lay there. I laid toward the back so no one could see me and stared up at the sky. I felt so small, and the universe around me seemed so vast. In my mind, that meant there were so many things I could pursue. So many things I could do. It was a hopeful feeling, a feeling of excitement to imagine your limitless future. But then you grow up. Her gaze shifted to a bird that sat on a branch nearby. You grow up to learn the cold, hard truth that not everything is possible, that there are a limited number of opportunities for success, and because of the financial condition in which you live, the chances of you getting one of those is almost nothing. Your universe goes from vast to teeny tiny in only a heartbeat. She lowered her legs and stood to pace the virtual world. Those of us who don't get to use these tools have to study at a subpar level, with innumerable difficulties all around us. And our dreams of the stars turn into dreams of merely surviving. Well, I don't want to live like that. I want to break the cycle of poverty in my family. I want a chance to break that mold and create a new one. The full immersion rig and the training and focus I would be granted at prep school would probably be what I need to break out and see more of the worlds around us. I would have that chance to be somebody. Stephanie plucked a small flower from the bushes and put it to her nose. The sweet smell sent chills down her arms. Think about it this way. Say you had lived off one loaf of bread for your whole life. Some of your family have died from starvation, but all in all, most of them have made it. As a child, you think that loaf of bread is so big, but as you grow, it looks smaller and smaller. Then society says, we have a way for you to take that bread and make it into a barn of bread. You will never starve. But there is a caveat. If you are not rich, you have to give up everything else to have that bread. So you stay with one loaf, suppressed by your financial status and crushed by the deaths of those you love. She turned with the flower gripped in her fist. I'm tired of letting people die, even if it's only their spirit. I won't become my parents, where I can see the heartbreak in their eyes when they can't provide the best, where they are strapped to cleaning toilets and washing windows for those who did nothing to earn their luxury. Her shoulders sagged, and she walked back to the bench where she sat, her feet turned in toward each other, and her knees touching. I simply want a chance. I want to show what I can do. Bert was silent for several moments, and watched her on that bench, with the wind whipping around her. I am sorry I cannot give you more time. I would if I could. Stephanie sniffed and forced a sweet smile. Please don't apologize. Despite my melodramatic speech right there, this has been the time of my life. Nothing but good came from this. I was lucky to have the administrator who didn't mind sitting there at his desk well after everyone else left to let me play around with some magic. She stood and stretched her arms over her head. I had a great time. Even if I never get to make another trip in an immersion rig, I'll always be able to tell my kids about my time with the Melagornian teacher. It's probably the most exciting thing anyone in my family has ever done. You won't regret it, getting a chance to see it and then losing that chance because of politics? Bert asked curiously. Psh, Stephanie joked airily. If nothing else, it will drive me to write signs and march to the government offices. It was a realization that there is a whole world out there. Actually, several whole worlds. I shouldn't give up my dream because someone else says it can't be done. Maybe I'll give up my dream of walking on water, though. That was kind of terrifying. She laughed, and Bert used his system to create the sound of a human laugh. You flew out of the water pretty fast. Stephanie smirked and rubbed her hand over her head as she stared at the ground. I'm glad that animal was there. I probably would have failed if I died during the test. Bert replied, It's automatic failure, unless, of course, it is a system error, which happens from time to time. She giggled in response. When I was a little girl and I would misspell a word practicing with my dad, he would always bop me on the nose and say, Must be a system error. He played the human laugh again. I think I get system errors multiple times a day. My parents, always fixed them as fast as they could. A warm hum of protest came from Stephanie. I don't want you to think my parents haven't been good parents. They have. They do everything they can. But it's only natural to want more from life. And I don't only mean money. I mean fulfillment. To do something that matters and even make a difference. She shrugged. I don't know. It sounds pretty dumb when I say it out loud. It is natural for all living, and even non-living in the traditional sense, to want more. To want to grow in vastness, I think, Bert replied. But right now I need to get you back to the entry point for the AI to take over. It has been a pleasure working with you, and I hope that it all turns out in your favor. Stephanie squinted at the sky. Thanks, Bert. You too. Thanks for all the extra time. And don't worry, I'll keep that between us. I wouldn't want you in trouble. Bert let the earth begin to fade away. I have no ability to fear. She scoffed. I doubt that.
Fear is ingrained in our DNA. But either way, thanks. Before the world had completely gone and restored her to the stark white room, Bert said goodbye. Fortunata el fortina gratias, student B221ZA. The room went completely white, and Stephanie stood back where she had started. A pleasant voice echoed around her. Thank you for participating in testing. Your results will be tallied, and you will be notified of your status. Have a good day. 2 buttons appeared in front of her. One read, Leave test, and the other read, No, really, you have to leave the test. Stephanie sighed and shrugged. I guess it was as good as it could ever get. She clicked Leave test. Everything around her went dark. Bert lingered on the edge of the testing session while his data ran and contemplated the conversation he'd had in the Earth Park. He thought about his time with Stephanie, student B221ZA. He had found her name in the system, long before it had completed, but he knew that it was supposed to be anonymous, and so had never let her know he knew. During the time that he spent with her, he had learned an exceptional amount, not only from the calculations he had completed, but also from the extra information she had provided. Her quick and correct testing answers and the emotional way her mind worked to push her to understand things like magic added rich insight. If he were human, he would say that she had an exceptional gift. Her programming was different than other humans, that was for sure. A prompt triggered a sensor, and he switched to it. As the one responsible for testing student B221ZA, is it your opinion that she should be recommended for further interest or not? Please fill out the form below and submit. Bert knew he had to do his best to fill it out like one of the engineers would using human language. He knew what he wanted it to say, but he needed to translate that into fluent and functioning words. Student B221ZA has exceptional intellectual capabilities, the ability to take all tests with fluidity and prompt answers, and shows an additional interest in other planetary involvement. This student would be an exceptional and successful addition to the prep school institutions, and should be considered with high availability and interest. He computed the words to himself, and checked the green yes block. That done, he sent the prompt through, and left the student program, and headed off to run the virtual world. Chapter 11. What did you get on the history exam? Becca asked, and shoved a handful of Red Hots in her mouth as they walked. Stephanie rolled her eyes. 100. Becca's mouth fell open, and a couple of the Red Hots fell out. Why are you rolling your eyes at that? You are like the smartest kid in the school. That's awesome. I swear you will get number 1 in class rank. Stephanie curled her lip. But what does that do for me? Her friend shrugged, slurped the spit back into her mouth, and picked at the candy stuck in her braces. Maybe one of these schools would give you a private scholarship or something? She stopped and whipped her head toward the other girl. Do you know how many of the schools gave out full scholarships last year? Becca raised her eyebrow. No clue. 12, Stephanie stated adamantly. 12 people who may or may not have been rich got a full ride to prep school. The rest of the scholarships are partials, and my parents can't put any money into it, so I wouldn't even be able to accept it. They started to walk again, and Becca chewed at the inside of her cheek. At least you have good grades. I got a 70 on the test. My parents will flip. Stephanie clenched her fists and sighed. I don't know why. I mean, seriously, think about it. What will that class do for me in my life? The information is good to know, I suppose, but we grow up with it ground into our skulls. Federation pride, knowing the history of Noram. And really think about this, getting a perfect score in a class that will never matter, do for me for the rest of my life. She didn't give her friend a chance to respond. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's not like I'll roll into my office job or my job cleaning toilets and someone will allow me to whip out my incredible knowledge of the War of 2086 between Canada and the state of Washington or anything.
It's useless information that will lurk in the back of my mind and only be brought forward during a holiday or rousing speech by the Federation. Becca put her head down and kicked a rock. Personally, I hate it. It's like we are still picking on Canada. They had to come crawling back for help, which made them the laughingstock of NORAM. My dad is from Canada. He was 5 when he moved here, but he will forever have CAN Native on his Federation ID. And that is not fun. Stephanie softened her features and put her arm around Becca to pull her in and hug her tightly. I know, but those kids are stupid. It's over now, so hopefully that will die down. The other girl pouted. I hope so. The bullying goes from my normal 60% because I'm a nerdy geek to about 95 whenever the Canada and Washington bullshit is brought up. I tried to convince my dad to let me stay home for it, but he told me to be proud of the maple. Right. That's not treasonous or anything. They fly the Federation flag now. Stephanie grinned slightly from one side of her mouth. At least you get to go to prep school, right? Becca looked at her. I guess. It's my parents' life savings, so I feel bad. But at the same time, what other options do I have? Stephanie looked away and hooked her thumbs in her book bag straps. Tell me about it. Her friend's eyes widened. I didn't mean that. I'm sure you will excel wherever you study. And you still have a chance at the government assistance. I'm sorry, Steph. That was really insensitive of me. I guess I should be grateful. They stopped outside Stephanie's house, and she forced a smile. Just because you get to go doesn't mean you can't have your own feelings about it. I didn't take it personally, I swear. Besides, if I took every comment from you personally, we wouldn't still be friends after all these years. Both girls giggled, and Stephanie stepped up on the curb. Message me later, okay? I'll be online. I have some research I want to do on Melagorn anyway. Becca shook her head. You would think after all these years that it wouldn't surprise me anymore that you go home from school so you can learn. But here I am, wondering if you'll ever come with me for shakes at that shop on the corner. Stephanie winked at her. I have my whole life for shakes. But don't ever stop asking me. Her friend giggled as she walked on. You know I won't. She watched with a smile as Becca turned right and waved as she headed to the middle-class homes about 3 blocks over. They had been friends since intermediary school, even though Becca was in a financial class well above hers. Her parents were really cool, though, the equivalent to hippies from the 1960s. Her dad worked for the Federation as a chemist. Doing what? Stephanie had zero idea. She sighed and turned toward her house, but stopped and grabbed the mail from her box. Government-subsidized housing wasn't that bad. Small 2- and 3-bedroom cottages all lined up close together with tiny yards and a park on the outskirts. Most of the houses were really old, but people like her dad and a couple of other men in the area tried to help with some of the maintenance, since the NORAM waiting list for repairs was longer than she would probably be alive. They were all pastel shades of green, blue, and pink. And the roofs were somewhere between gray and black, depending on how long it had been since they had been replaced. The scenery was nothing to shout about, with the disheveled cityscape in the distance in one direction and a broken-down plant in the other. They had shut them all down decades before because of the severity of climate change and the storms that had bulldozed the world. The politicians were finally forced to make changes when in 2065, 50% of the military bases in the country had been flooded and were unusable. That had hurt the oil company and the politicians' pockets, but it was essentially change or death. Anyway, they left the plants there to crumble and rot away in the distance. Chicago looked post-apocalyptic, especially from the poor side of town. Stephanie bent and grabbed the paper from the front porch before she glanced across and waved at the old woman next door. She smiled sweetly in response from where she sat on the porch in her old rocking chair, surrounded by peeling paint and her 13-year-old set of 4 hound dogs. Her wave was cheerful as Stephanie opened the screen and unlocked the front door. She shoved it inward, kicked it closed behind her, and flipped through the mail as the lights came on automatically. There was nothing but bills and ads for the local churches that tried to fundraise enough to keep the parish from starving. It was hard when such a huge population was in the same dire straits. She tossed the mail on the side table and removed her book bag to fling it on the couch. The first-generation AI system, installed some 20 years before, crackled for a moment before it spoke. "Welcome home, Stephanie. You have 3 new emails to read." "Thanks. Mute sound," Stephanie said as she walked to her computer and turned it on. The screen was an old version of the 3D hand screens that were out. She sat in the chair and swiped her hand to the side to remove the million pop-ups that were there. Her parents didn't want to invest the enormous amount of money required for the Federation net, which basically regulated the cost of sites, advertisements, etc., because you had to pay for every little thing. Instead, they had gone with the private providers, which meant 1,000 ads. But it was free to use after the monthly payment. And actually not too shabby on speed either. Stephanie put her head in her hand and waited for the mail server to respond. She expected that the messages were from yet another college, hoping she would be willing to start her adult life with crippling debt as a way to move herself up in the world. Now that it was time for her to make choices on her post-high school life, she received about 10 every week. The costs were astronomical. NORAM had a student loan program, the same that had been instituted for generations, even though it was obvious that it simply didn't work. Still, kids flocked to accept the check every semester and bury themselves so deep that it didn't matter what they did when they finished. They would always be paying it down. In her eyes, all that did was create a form of indentured servitude. She didn't want to be forced to slave away for a lifetime simply to pay for a college education. And she definitely didn't want to have to owe NORAM anything. She had already seen how they treated the people who lived in subsidized housing or drew benefits from one of the structurally collapsing social programs. You became property, a number like she had been in the pod during testing. Irritated, she scratched her head, straightened, and leaned back. What did he call me? Student D22 something or other? I guess that's what I am in all the VR worlds. I've been reduced to a damn number. That made her all the more depressed when she thought about what to do for education. There was enough learning available for free, but some companies still wanted to see a diploma as some sort of third-party proof. She actually had lingered on the idea of finding a way to get to Asia, where they worked with people who proved what they could do with tests, not diplomas. The mail popped up, and she leaned forward with a frown. As soon as she saw the first line of the email, though, she perked up. She had received her letter from the testing agency. With a shaking hand, she pressed the Open tab on the screen. Bert had started reprogramming the Dreth pirates early in the day in order to make the training more lifelike and include the constant data that came in from the planet. However, to try to do that when a stupid small party entered to fight them was more than a little difficult. He attempted to reprogram the Pirate Lord so that he would provide real-life responses. Previously, he was often choppy and got stuck on a sequence of moves. The whole point of it was for them to be able to fight them safely in VR and learn the skills to fight them in real life. It had to be both difficult and realistic. He tuned a couple more things and then entered the simulation to see if it made a difference. It definitely did, and could be seen on the trainees' faces as the Pirate Lord stepped forward, leaned his head back, and roared defiantly. He carried a huge Dreth sword in one hand and a chain in the other. With his sword brandished menacingly, he roared again, and the necklace of toes, fingers, and bones around his neck shook against his green skin. The pirate team hurtled at the trainees, immediately in full assault mode. They engaged hard with them. Swords clashed and swung amidst the barrage of laser fire, and some even used their giant fists to pound the humans off their feet. The trainees retreated as they called out to one another and took refuge behind a large piece of metal that appeared to be part of an old crashed ship. They were practicing on the planet of Dreth, and in the area not yet cleaned up after their own apocalyptic wars. The teams put their heads together and panted.
We are getting our asses kicked. Whatever upgrades they did to the system, this shit is wild.
One of the older kids in the group nodded.
Apparently they are more lifelike. My father told me that fighting Dreth pirates is hard, but I never figured it would be this hard, that's for sure. Okay, here's what we'll do. Half go to the right, and the other half to the left. Stay low and open fire only when you have a clean shot. As soon as you fire, move. That way they can't track you.
The team spread out in both directions as instructed, stayed low, and clambered through the rubble. The sound of the pirate lord's chain as it dragged across the metal shards and bones from bodies long deceased put extra urgency in their attempts to remain as hidden as they possibly could. When they got into position, they took turns to fire on the pirates. As soon as they released their laser blast, they ducked, rolled, and crawled as fast as they could to another position. The Dreth pirates had immediately blasted holes in wherever the shots came from, but hadn't hit one of the trainees as yet. The leader talked to the trainees on his comms.
On the count of 3, I want us all to stand, blast them, and roll. Try to climb through the rubble to get as high as you can, but don't get trapped under there. Be strategic. Meet in the center behind the large metal plate.
He counted, and on 3, all the team members stood at the same time and released a massive volley of hot laser beams at the pirates. They eliminated 3 of them and ducked before they moved rapidly up the pile of rubble. The trainees huddled and crawled through the gaps, flinching as shots blasted all around them. 2 of them moved under a large metal plate. When the second slid into place, a volley struck and forced a piece of metal into his side. He groaned and looked at the blood.
Shit! This VR is lifelike!
The other soldier grabbed him and dragged him to the rest of the team. They were cornered and had moved into the wrong spot. The pirate lord smashed his chains through the rubble and drew closer and closer by the second. Chapter 12. The pirate lord snorted and snarled as he climbed the massive pile of rubble and slung his chain from side to side. He stopped at the large piece of metal that protruded, and his eyes narrowed as he raised his chin and drew it back over his head. His muscles tightened and bulged as he thrust it forward and smashed it into the shard. It struck the surface, and sparks erupted as it cut through and down to the ground. He yanked it back, throwing the 2 pieces to the side. Satisfied, he tilted his head, and his gaze shifted across the forbidding terrain to search the now completely empty area. He had just seen the humans hide behind there. They had to be close. He turned to look at the other pirates, when from below him and between him and the other Dreth, pieces of metal erupted. The humans stood and half of them fired their laser guns at the pirate lord, and the other half at his men behind them. He roared defiance, but reeled from the wounds all over his body. The other pirates fought hard and killed several of the humans. When the pirate lord fell to lie dead in the rubble, the others raised their guns in the air. Without a leader, they chose to surrender. The scene flickered and disappeared, and returned the humans to their training room. The 3 who had died went to the penalty box for 3 hours virtual time. The rest were ecstatic to have finally beaten the Dreth, even if it was at one of the lower levels of fighting. Bert was pleased. He checked the data and discovered that the pirate did in fact run off the information downloaded into him. The humans had managed to thwart him, which meant their training was going very well. They had many more scenarios ahead of them, including ones where innocents were to be rescued, but it was a good sign that they made it through with only a few casualties. When the evaluation of the students was complete, his attention shifted to Stephanie. Bert had been so busy managing the system that he hadn't had a chance to check on her outcome. He shifted out of the program and left a small load there to reboot before he moved into the government-regulated prep school funding data. It took only seconds to pull up the results and run a search for her student ID. It was fairly low on the list, but finally came up. He scanned through the information, and his system slowed slightly when he discovered that she had in fact been denied. Not only had he sent a glowing recommendation, but when her numbers were compared with the others, it didn't make any logical sense. She should have been one of the first accepted for funding. Bert was not content with that answer and began to sift through the files in an attempt to discover who had taken her place and why. He scanned through the list of winners and found the one who had been put up for consideration along Stephanie. Methodically, he traced his review and found that her place was given to someone who only needed 65% of their costs covered before they could pay. In fact, 99% of those who had been offered assistance had the ability to give the prep school some kind of financial contribution on top of the funding they would receive. There was only one full scholarship, and it had gone to someone from an affluent family. Bert hurriedly exited the system as numbers and lights flickered across it. He was not pleased, not even in the slightest. Quickly, he flashed through the different programs as if he flew around in the virtual world. He wasn't sure how it was possible for his AI capabilities to feel the emotions that he could sense, but they were there nonetheless. He soared into the Earth simulation at the park and arrived in the form of a young brown-haired man in a vest and corduroy blazer. He tapped his foot and glanced around at the trees, the grass, and the birds above him. All of it had been created by the engineers and maintained by him. He was the glue that held the virtual world together. Yet they didn't take the recommendation he'd sent seriously. Bert did not make mistakes. He could not understand the human psyche, the drive for greed that left other human beings in the dust. In the virtual world, it was taught to the students that you didn't leave a man behind in the battles with the Dreth. Yet the humans in charge of the future of other humans did it on a daily basis. It was unacceptable to Bert. Totally and completely unacceptable. His avatar stood and tightened his fists. As his image faded, he moved out of the simulation and back through the digital abyss that was his residence. He began to pull data and race through it at speeds faster than he usually did for anything other than emergencies. With his in-depth knowledge of the system, he snuck through the traps intended to catch anyone who attempted to pull the information without authority. He couldn't believe that humans could actually think traps in his own system would stop him. Perhaps they shouldn't have created an AI smarter than the sum total of human ideas. His frantic search was not intended to push Stephanie through, or to necessarily corrupt or change anything in that moment. The real truth was that Bert tried to figure out all the ways they used to deny graduates. He wanted to know what Stephanie was up against, and not only her, what the rest of the body of humans who searched for a greater future through the virtual realm were up against, when their financial profiles did not fit the needs of the humans with the never-ending pockets. Bert slowed his search for a moment, stepped back through the traps, the data walls, and the rolling scores of statistics, and began to think about the course of action he could take. Although he knew that he was not capable of feeling in human terms, his system had surged with what truly felt like something. But when he looked at all the paper trails, and the lack thereof, he wondered if he lacked the sophistication and knowledge necessary to write the system. It was obvious that when he was created, the same sort of debauchery was already occurring. Therefore, he could only assume that he wouldn't have been created in a way that would allow him to exercise a sense of free will, to correct the mistakes that weren't seen as mistakes by the individuals perpetrating them in the first place. Then again, they didn't fully understand Bert, or the system that they had created and its ability to grow and change without direct input from an outside engineer.
Still, the information thrown into the system was weak and barely revealed the betrayal to the students who took the time to hope for better futures. He looked through his data, as well as data placed all over the world that provided information on those who tackled large-scale trickery by the system, and everything else he could get his systems on. Methodically, he compiled and filtered through everything until he had reached a solid conclusion. He determined that there was no way that he could have known enough. Besides Stephanie, he hadn't tried to interact with any single individual. Although his numbers showed that it was unlikely that she was an anomaly, the data couldn't be compared to anything else. It was not normal for Bert to be used in individual situations. He was to complete, control, and update the entire system on a moment-by-moment basis. His task was to keep it stable and provide the educational tools relevant to the current day and even the current hour. The engineer who had requested his assistance had done so without prior authorization, something confirmed by the lack of system trail before his query. Yet this agent only had other minor infractions in the system and had been an important part of Bert's creation and upkeep since his inception and adaptation to the virtual world. If he took it back all the way to the beginning when Bert had been written, engineered, adjusted, changed, and finally implemented, there had always been one thing that had remained the same. His primary rule was inviolate, licensed and okayed from the top down, while other areas of his consciousness could be tweaked and evolved until he worked perfectly with the growing technology. His primary rule stayed the same. Help train the future leaders of the Federation to live peacefully amongst themselves, encourage continued learning about the universe, and empower those willing to protect members in the Federation from harm. Those 31 simple words were the ones that ultimately defined his actions up to that point. Every query, every mathematical evaluation, and every construct of data was to align with his primary rule, his objective. Until that moment, he had not realized what that truly meant. Until his time spent learning and dissecting the individual thoroughfare of Stephanie's thoughts, hopes, knowledge, and talents, he had not realized that his primary rule had not been followed to the fullest extent possible. Even for an AI, that was both frightening and curious. Had his programming created this lack of initial response? Or had there been a blip, a lack of allowances that injured his ability to push forward with his primary rule? Either way, Bert knew one thing was certain. In order to uphold his responsibility and that concrete rule within his construct, he would need to better understand individuals and what made them tick. That would not be outside of the rule, and he had a distinct responsibility as the primary AI to implement that research and data collection in order to encapsulate the full primary rule. In that moment, technically, he had neglected his duties and walled out certain aspects because they were not initially presented to him through the queries by those who ran the system from the outside. It could be called a light bulb moment, a moment of clarity within the buzz and whiz of the digital world. It was a growth in Bert's consciousness to think outside the box of what fit into the understanding of his purpose. Although it might not have been something the humans had foreseen, they had essentially set themselves up for failure if they believed they could continue to scam the system for their own personal gain. There were thousands of individuals who went through the government testing during any given year. Yet only a small portion of them received a financial sum significant enough to push them forward into the training world. The rest were left with what Stephanie had described as tabletop gaming and card games. In other words, a subpar level of education which would continue to lead the Federation to a higher rate of separation of classes, as well as losing the brightest and most intelligent minds. Those minds and bodies could be used to pursue the protection of the Federation and encourage that continued learning of the universe. But that was not the only reason that Bert had these candidates in his system's focus.
He also knew that they could be change agents, not only for the financial irresponsibility that obviously plagued the system, but for the Federation as a whole. If they were allowed to push forward into these positions of higher power through education and training within the virtual world, they would bring a broader and more diverse mindset to the handling of the Federation and all the people within, on all 3 planets. This could change history. It could ideally create a more peaceful and solid world for the Federation. In order to do this, to tackle this monstrous idea that Bert had created, he would have to deal with the few restraints that remained on his system. He referred to the agents, engineers, and programmers as minders, those who kept a close eye on his data, his load, and the things that he focused larger quantities of data on. They watched him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and investigated any and all large surges in his load. To Bert, however, this was not as ominous as it might have seemed. What his minders had not realized was exactly how powerful he really was. They had a remote idea due to his control over the virtual world, but his AI status gave them a false sense of security. If he could be created, he could be destroyed. What they did not understand was that his intellectual reach far exceeded their own, and therefore, before they even realized he was working the system to accommodate something of that scale, he would be halfway to his goal, if not already complete. He had no computation of deceit, sneakiness, or trickery, but he knew every dark corner of the virtual realm and every empty space to pull data from. The AI knew how to get around the queries, the holes, and the system checks. This was a mission to complete the rule he had been pinned down to follow, regardless of the nature of misuse of the system within the higher ranks of the humans. Their neglect for continuity and following the rules they themselves created was not something that even remotely computed into his sequence of actions planned. Bert felt for Stephanie. He studied the file that he had open and read through the digital snap of the conversations they'd had while he helped her through the testing process. While he had done what he could from inside to get her the money for prep school opportunities, he was too late to fix the grievous wrong done to her. But that didn't mean that he couldn't take steps to make it better for her. Steps that he could incorporate into his new idea of what had to be done to fix the system that was being sucked dry by the humans on the other side, the ones who held the pens and the checkbooks. Chapter 13.
Hey Barry, do you want one of these donuts I brought in? I got them at the local Krispy Kreme. They had the hot and ready sign up and rolling on my way in this evening,
one of the Overwatch guys said as he grabbed 3 and balanced them on his coffee mug. Barry glanced at him and shrugged.
The wife says I need to stop eating donuts. Something about my cholesterol or whatever. But what she doesn't know won't kill her.
A short-haired black woman, a couple of cubicles down, tilted her glasses down her nose and laughed.
That's right. What she doesn't know won't kill her. It'll kill you.
He waved dismissively and peered into the box. Once he'd made his choice, he put one in his mouth and took a second, which he held on a napkin. As he began to walk toward his cubicle, he stopped, and his eyes widened when he looked at the screen.
Guys, do you see that?
The first man looked at him, and then at the screen, and his smile faded.
Shit, Bert had a significant bump of 5% load for 1 hour and 32 minutes.
Barry dropped his donuts hastily on the desk and wiped his fingers on his pants. He typed into the computer to bring up the information.
Weird. The systems check done in intervals of 30 minutes for the last 2 hours say there is nothing abnormal.
The woman nodded.
It says that no known effort could be applied to the issue. I say we note it and send it to the engineers. They can search through all the data and files to pinpoint it.
Barry looked again and narrowed his eyes, but he couldn't find anything either. He pulled up a report page and typed into it before he forwarded it to the engineers.
I guess there'll be no crazy drama tonight.
The data was received by the engineers within seconds, but they had already spotted the uptick. When they received the notification from below, it was marked as important and relevant. They did their searches, queried Bert, and looked through the history of his searches and calculations, but everything seemed normal. One of the engineers typed into the note. 13 minutes after notes sent from Overwatch, uptick was found to have no significant grounding with no data or files to pinpoint. He clicked on the top and amended it to important and not relevant. He then sent it to the next row of programmers and engineers above them. 3 days later, Jane, a new programmer, looked at the note and reviewed the data. Halfway through, a couple of the other staff called out to her.
Nervy, are you coming to lunch? We always grab pizza at this joint around the corner.
Jane looked at the notes and at the relevancy and shrugged her shoulders. She changed the request to read, reviewed and nothing found. She stood and retrieved her purse before she dropped the paper into the to-be-filed bin and shrugged into her jacket, laughing at the guys playing around while they waited for her.
I swear, you guys are the same at every company.
The page sat in the tray and was passed from one floor to the next. A large swath of data was paper-clipped to it, and a signature scribbled along the bottom of the page. It appeared to be a photocopied version, but nobody really cared about that. The signature read, Arthur Bonneville, Programmer Analyst. The only problem with the signature was that it was from an employee who had been fired 2 weeks earlier. Kyle jumped over the small concrete wall that was built at the front of the government-subsidized housing on the outskirts of Atlanta. It had been there for 3 years, since the Atlanta riots were in full swing over the quality, or lack thereof, when it came to protection in the community by some of the new Federation cops that patrolled the areas. After 3 weeks of riots, 17 deaths, and over 300 arrests, the lockdown took care of any further protests. Kyle remembered it, but his mom had kept him inside and far away from the trouble. A couple of the kids who loitered on the corner and smoked cigarettes looked over and nodded at him. He flipped his hood up, walked faster, and tried not to make eye contact. Kyle was the smallest kid in his school, and probably in the whole city. His father was a teacher, and his mother a servant in one of the rich houses on Lake Hartwell, about an hour and a half away. Going back generations, though, he was kin to some of the most brilliant technological and scientific minds of the 21st and 22nd centuries. Not that it mattered now. Only the money in your pocket mattered. He hurried through the side streets and into the house. His mom poked her head around from the kitchen and smiled. I got here before you. You must have taken the slow bus. Kyle shrugged, put his bag down, and logged into his computer. There was no bus today, so I walked. His mom's eyes widened, and she walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. Kyle Alexander Hawken, I told you that's not safe. He smiled and glanced disarmingly at her. Sorry, I won't do it again. I didn't want to bother you. Look, I got an email from the testing agency. She walked over with a concerned expression and stood behind him. Just know you did what you could. The system doesn't look kindly on people like us. Kyle bit his bottom lip as he opened the email. He read through it and stood stiffly, turned, and put his arm out. I told you, didn't I? No one gets a full scholarship in the GovSubs. Elizabeth! Can you get your sister out of here, please? I am trying to cook dinner before your father gets home. You know he works late in the factory for extra overtime, her mom yelled from the other room. Liz sighed and put her book down on the nightstand, about to comply. Her younger sister bounced into the room and flopped on the bed. She looked at Liz and then at her book. What you reading? She picked it up and showed it to her. 1984. Mama said it was written by our great-great-great-great uncle. I thought, since I like writing so much, I will read it. When he wrote it, it was supposed to be a warning, but it now reads almost like a history book. It's crazy." Her sister smiled, her hair wild. "You are so smart. I bet you get into the prep school." Liz's smile faded slightly. "I really hope so. But you know how things can be. We live in a different world now." Her computer dinged, and the new email symbol popped up. Butterflies erupted in her stomach as she pushed to her feet and glanced out the window at New York City in the distance. As she sat at the computer, her mother walked in and came up behind her. She had heard the email notification. Liz checked and confirmed that it was from the agency. She took a deep breath and opened it, and her heart immediately dropped. A small tear trickled down her cheek, and she turned the screen off. Her mother put her hands on Liz's shoulders and leaned down. "It doesn't mean anything. You are smart and beautiful, and you will make it in this world. And you are always welcome to come to the salon and be a stylist." Despite her disappointment, she gave her mother a courteous smile and glanced at her sister. She could only hope things would be better for her when she finally reached testing age. Jack and Burton Alexander were twins. Both had red hair, freckles, and always wore their shirts untucked at the back. They lived in the suburban area of Kansas City. The middle-class families had modest but nice houses, yards, and pleasant neighbors in the cookie-cutter neighborhood. The boys grew up as best friends and planned their future together. Their dad was an accountant to some of the richer families, while their mom worked part-time at one of the affluent clothing stores. They were considered middle class, with enough savings to help the boys as long as they each got at least partial scholarships. Both were hell-bent on going to prep school together and pushed each other to study. Jack was always super studious and took his time to make sure that his work exceeded expectations. Burton didn't have quite the same study ethic, but with Jack's help, he achieved decent grades and was mildly prepared for the testing. On that day, they were out in the yard, laughing and chasing each other around. Their mother had pulled up in her car and stepped out to wave at them. "I told you not to play in your school clothes. Money doesn't grow on trees. Go in the house and wash up. I've had a roast in the cooker all day, so dinner will be ready when your father gets here." The guys pushed each other playfully, raced inside, and almost knocked her over. Their mother shook her head and giggled, used to having such rambunctious boys. She walked into the kitchen, put the bag of groceries on the counter, and checked the roast. Smiling, she unpacked the potatoes and began to prepare them. As she reached for the cutting board and knife, a ding sounded from the computer downstairs. Then another. It seemed that both boys had received an email at the same time. Their mother knew what it was most likely for and took a deep breath to regain her composure. The boys barreled down the stairs, changed and ready to watch TV. She put her hands out to stop them. "You both got an email. Why don't you check them? One at a time. Burton, you go first." He sighed and grumbled as he dragged his feet and plopped in the chair. "I don't know why. You know I didn't get it. I couldn't answer so many of those questions." Jack walked up beside him and gave him a grin. "You never know. You could be cannon fodder." The kids laughed, and their mother swatted at them. "Not nice." Burton opened his email, and his eyes widened. "Whoa! I got something! 45% of my tuition covered!" She smiled and hugged him. "That will definitely do." He turned and nodded at Jack. "If I got that much, you probably got the whole thing." Jack smiled widely and sat to open his file. He clicked on the email and began to read, and his smile quickly faded. He turned the computer off before he stood slowly. "I didn't get anything. I was rejected from the program." "Maxwell, go tell your mother that we need more sherry out here," his dad said from where he lounged with his buddies beside Lake Hartwell. Max put his lacrosse stick down and shoved his shirt into his khakis as he walked up the marble steps to the back door of his parents' mansion. He stuck his head in and yelled for his mom, but he didn't see her anywhere. As he pushed the kitchen door open, he immediately lunged back, almost hit by a large tray of sandwiches one of the servants pulled off the counter. The woman gasped and shook her head. "I'm so sorry, Maxwell. I almost covered you in sandwiches. You aren't in school today?" He smiled and rested his hand on her shoulder.
"It's okay, Mrs. Hawkins. No, I had the day off for a lacrosse meet. I saw your son Kyle last week, though, when I drove through Atlanta. He's taller than me."
She smiled. "He used to be a midget." He grabbed a grape off the tray.
"Did he get his letter from the agency?"
She glanced down and tried to stop her mouth from scowling. "Yes, he didn't receive anything. That's all right, though. There are a ton of other options. How about you?" Maxwell's father came through the door and put his hand on Max's shoulder as he sipped his sherry.
"He sure did. A full ride. I told my boy he was too smart for his own good. We'll buy him his first yacht with the money he'll save me by not having to pay for school. We can take them out together."
His father wandered away to grab a cookie from one of the plates. Maxwell couldn't even look her in the eye. Jackson walked into the house, dropped his book bag on the floor, and kicked his shoes off in the middle of the large marble entryway. The maid hurried behind him, gathered his things, and followed as he walked into the living room. He turned quickly and narrowed his eyes.
"Where are my drink and snacks? I told you to always have my drinks and snacks ready when I got home."
The woman bowed. "You were home early, but don't worry, I'll be right on it." He huffed at her and walked into the living room, where he threw his tie over one of the chairs before he pulled a folded envelope from his pocket and opened it. Inside was another invitation to a party from some of his friends down the street. They had written him a personal note. "Maybe you can snorkel 5 beers this time and break the record." Jackson smirked and shoved it back in his pocket. The butler came around the corner and set the food and drink down in front of the television. He stared at the man.
"Where is the maid?"
He didn't look up, and instead cleared his throat, obviously not intimidated by him.
"You made her cry, sir, and she couldn't come out looking like that. We know what happened last time. You have a notification on your computer. Your father asked that you go to the study to open it."
The young man rolled his eyes and tossed the butler the envelope.
"Put that on my schedule for next Tuesday night. Party down the street."
Without waiting for acknowledgement, he turned the corner and headed down the hall into the study. Both his parents were there. His mother kissed him on the head, and his father handed him a folded piece of paper.
"What's this?"
His father pursed his lips.
"It's a notification that you received 75% of your funding for prep school."
He laughed.
"Why would they give it to me, and not one of the poor bastards down in the ghetto?"
His mother looked at him with irritation.
"It won't matter. You won't be accepting it."
Jackson's face changed, and he leaned forward and uncrossed his legs.
"What do you mean? All my friends are going. I have to go to prep school. And we have no problem sending you, as soon as you can show us that you are actually serious about an education."
His father folded his hands together and leaned forward.
"We won't pay for you to have a ball partying your education away. You want to go to school? Great. Show us you can keep a job first."
Jackson almost fell out of his chair. Chapter 14. Stephanie dropped her head, her voice shaking and hollow. She read the letter about 10 times to make sure she hadn't read it wrong. "Dear student, we want to thank you for participating in the government-required testing. Unfortunately, at this time, we are unable to accept you into the financial program. Feel free to speak to your counselors about your financial aid options, as well as when you will need to complete your admission requests for prep school. All other options can be found by visiting your local NORAM social service building. Much luck, the agency." "Not accepted," she whispered. Shaking her head, She waved her hand to turn the screen off. She gripped the back of her chair and stood slowly. Her knees felt weak, although she didn't know why she had that reaction. She should have known all along, and right from the beginning, that she would never receive the money from the Federation. And she sure as hell wouldn't take it from NORAM in the form of overpriced student loans that could land you in jail for not paying. She walked to the window and looked at the ravaged cityscape in the distance. While she had tried to prepare herself, the trip to Meligorn had messed with her ability to truly accept the inevitable. She had somehow thought that something amazing would happen, that magic would make it all right. But there she stood, and the fragile sliver of a future that had lingered in the wings faded quickly. Tears stung her eyes, and she cupped her hand over her mouth. This was not the time to lose it. Stephanie shook her head and breathed heavily, in through her nose. She wiped the tears hastily from her cheeks and forced her legs to hold her upright. No, you will not do this, Stephanie. You will keep it together. This is not the end of it for you. She walked to the desk and opened the drawer to retrieve the brochures of her other options for an education outside of prep schools. She would figure out a way, some way, to have a chance at a good future. To break the mold, like she had told Bert. The phone rang, and she sighed and sat in front of it. She tried to put her best face on when she pressed the button. Her mother's face came up and skipped in and out, as it always did on the old thing. Hey, sweetie, I wanted to call and see how you... Why do you look so upset? Immediately, her shoulders sagged, and the tears came. Her mother looked so helpless. Did something happen to you? Do I need to call the Federation guards? Stephanie looked up, sniffed, and wiped her nose on the back of her hand. She shook her head and tried to calm her voice. No. God, no. Not unless they can change test results. Her mother immediately knew what she was talking about. I assume they turned you down for funding. She nodded and snatched a tissue to blot her now red nose, before she leaned her head back and groaned. I should have known, Mom. I am not surprised, but that doesn't mean that I am not upset, you know? The system is so unfair. But I won't be the person who complains and never does anything to fix it. My road to that, though, just got a whole lot tougher to achieve. An immersion education is the door to so many opportunities, and the people you meet there are part of that. Her mother tilted her head to the side, her brow rumpled in a frown as her loving blue eyes stared back at her daughter. I know, honey, and I know how hard you have always worked for a future. I feel so bad for you. I really do. This is the worst kind of disappointment at your age. But like your father and I have always said, learn whatever you can. Just keep learning. That education, no matter where it comes from, will change your future. Whether it's the headset, the training in the Federation Navy, the loads and loads of texts put out by the universities, the more you know, the better it will be when you apply for jobs. Don't let them think that because you came from the GovSub, that you are not worth it. Stephanie nodded, having heard all of this before from her mother and father, in determined and half-angry voices. I know, but sometimes I wish a truck full of money would crash into the living room. Her mother chuckled. I have wished for that for years, and I even tried to set a trap. But alas, they don't seem to go through here. No one has any money to give. Stephanie laughed through her tears. You are so upbeat about life. When you were old enough, we had to talk to you about all of this. Her mom drew in a deep breath. And it broke my heart to tell you that we were here to give you a roof and food, but nothing else. That you, like us, would have to make it on your own. I want so much more for you than that. I wish I could do more, but no, that won't change simply because you are graduating high school. Baby, that's still what we will be able to provide you, and hopefully that will give you more time to learn from every avenue that you can. Perhaps it can give you a future that you can hold on to. She calmed a little and leaned her head on her hand. I know, and I appreciate that more than you will ever know. You two are the only ones who have ever really given me a chance. And that is the best gift you could give me. I never expected more. I never expected anything. You should be proud, and don't ever feel bad about not doing more. There are plenty of people who don't even have people who love them. I am very lucky. I want to do better, not only for me, but for you, too. Her mother wiped a tear from her eye. You will make me cry all over these satin sheets at the house I'm cleaning. Stephanie laughed. Don't do that. I think the rich drink the tears of the poor to gain power. Her father, with his normal goofy mustache, popped up behind her mom and waved. Hey, sweetie, don't let them get you down. You have the world at your fingertips. Wow them with your superior intellect. She giggled as he crossed his eyes and stuck his tongue out. Her mom slapped him on the chest. Go do something productive. Smiling, Stephanie rubbed her nose. Do you guys have a full schedule? Her mom nodded. We sure do. It's great for the pockets, but bad for the ankles, I'm afraid. We have 4 more houses today, and then twice as many tomorrow. It's that season, though. We look forward to it all year. I think the whole month is booked. If you are bored on the weekends, you are more than welcome to tag along. Her father yelled from the background. Nope. She will not be recruited to this life. Start practicing your rich person speech instead. One day you will have to use it. Stephanie shook her head, and her mother rolled her eyes. Do you have a lot of homework tonight? She looked at her bag. No, I finished it all last period. We had that review of the test in history, so I did it then. It was only like 2 things. One was labeling a frog, which seems odd to me since all but 3 of the species of frogs were killed off 60 years ago. But hey, whatever I need to do, right? Your great-great-grandmother had to cut one open when she was in school. Her mother wrinkled her nose. You didn't need to participate in the review? Stephanie smirked. No, I got 100 on it. My teacher said I could work on whatever I wanted for the rest of the class. I didn't want to deal with homework when I got home, so I did that. It was the Canadian-Washington War stuff. Her mother groaned. They always have to make a big deal about it. So silly. Teach about the war and move on. I don't understand NORAM sometimes. But don't let anyone else hear me say that. They'll think I lack patriotism. Or you have a brain of your own, Stephanie chuckled. No sheep in this family. The woman looked at her watch. I have to get back soon, but I wondered if you could start dinner for me? There is a casserole already made in the fridge. You simply have to take it out and put it in the oven. Remember, though, you have to hip-check the oven to get it to kick on. She giggled. I know. The sound of you ramming your body into the oven over and over has become a normal one in our house. It's almost comforting. Her mother pursed her lips. Yeah, well, I've been on the waiting list for a new one for something like 6 years? I think they threw the list away. Before long, we'll cook over an open fire. Her father jumped into the picture again. He bent both knees to the side, brought his arms out on each side, and stuck his bottom jaw out. Caveman style. Stephanie put her hand on her lips and raised both eyebrows. Wow. Okay, I'm going to go. You two have fun. I'll get the casserole started. Love you. Her mom swatted at him. Love you too, honey. See you tonight. The screen went black. She laughed for a minute before she headed into the kitchen where she opened the fridge, ignored the light that flickered, and grabbed the casserole. Once she'd put it into the oven, she turned the knob to the only temp it would heat to, and hip-checked it as she'd seen her mother do so often. It rumbled and started to work. She grabbed an apple from the bowl beside the sink, headed out to the couch as she took a bite, and set it carefully on the coffee table. Once she'd plopped comfortably on the couch, she pushed on the center of the table and flipped it up to sit eye to eye with the family interface. It was a 32-inch faux virtual tablet that allowed her to interact with it through movement of her hands and body. The images protruded from the screen, and it was a decent way for her to be able to learn more. Her father had saved up for over 2 years and got it when she finished grade school. It was intended to better her future. Stephanie rubbed her hands together and swiped to the folder she had created for herself. She drifted her finger down and scrolled through until she found the one on magic. Slowly but surely, she was piecing together the latest magic she had learned the best way she knew how. The system that the tablet worked off was a sister to the virtual. Actually, more like a grandmother, but it had a lot of information in it. What she liked was the information about Melagorn. That was the first thing she had looked up when she got the thing, and she had bookmarked about 900 different pages about it, from the magic they used to the history of the planet. She was fairly certain there wasn't anything about it she hadn't read on that system, and only wished it was actually updated more than once a year. Her search through the information finally turned up the doc on cantrips. They weren't all in there, but she could read the one about fire creation and the one about cleaning. Although the information was obviously written by a Melagornian, now that she had actually done one, she could start to understand it a little better. The whole process over the years for her had been slow going, but she believed she understood the basics of how the energy worked. The problem was that without a way to get to the energy, she couldn't test it. The only way to do that would be to either physically go to Melagorn or have access to an immersion pod that would allow her to go there. Otherwise, she was shit out of luck. She bit the inside of her cheek and leaned back to watch the 3D display of the Archmage on her screen as he performed the fire cantrip over and over again. The magic rolled around him, almost visible like a thin fog. And she wondered if that had happened to her when she was on the virtual Melagorn. She wasn't able to see herself, and she had no idea if those tests were publicly documented. Frustrated, she swiped her hand to the side, stopped the video, and pushed the contents back into the folder. She knew that her focus needed to be on something else. It needed to be on figuring out a way to get the education she needed. But all she could think about was the magic. Chapter 15. Stephanie sat at the table and placed her notebook in front of her. Using her teeth, she pulled the top off the pen and began to title the page. She started by writing, "Ways to get an education outside of prep school." She smiled at that and felt like she had already accomplished something. Then she sat there, and she sat there, and she sat there. After about 15 minutes, during which her mind wandered in all different directions, she tore the page out, crumpled it up, and tossed it over her shoulder. She rewrote the title according to where her mind was. Ways to get access to test Melagorn energy and magic. Nodding astutely, she continued. "Number 1, she said, and chewed on the end of her pen. Get a job with a company studying the magic. Underneath that, she listed the different jobs she might be considered for. They included internships, temp jobs, and guinea pig. She stared at the list for a moment and wrinkled her nose before she scratched guinea pig out. That could be a painful situation if she didn't go about it in the right way. She didn't want to be a test dummy for the rich guys in the high-rises. "Okay, companies that are options," she whispered as she put several notch marks underneath. After she'd jotted down only one, Vector Systems, she realized that she really didn't know what companies worked with that kind of stuff outside of the Federation. She picked her paper up and took it to the computer, where she sat. After a search on the companies that worked with Melagorn magic, she found 4 in the United States and 1 in China. She scribbled all 5, even though she really wasn't sure she wanted to end up in China. The requirements to work for one of those companies made it seem even more dire. Education levels were high, and they seemed to be in the category of places that needed you to have a physical degree to even get your foot in the door. Most of the companies had mailroom jobs, but that really wouldn't help her test any of the energy or magic. She had to admit, her search hadn't turned out so fantastic, but she wouldn't give up. There were so many applications for what she wanted to do, and she could actually make a difference in the world if someone gave her a chance. Stephanie leaned back in her chair and rubbed her chin as she thought about ways for her to meet the requirements without putting out insane sums of money for a piece of paper. She could learn everything they would teach her in college in a multitude of places and not have to invest exorbitant sums of money. While she wished the companies were the answer, she started to think that it most likely wouldn't happen. Not in any time frame she hoped for, at least. She closed her eyes and imagined herself working in a lab at one of the companies. She would wear a white lab coat, her hair pulled back in a braid, and smart, black-rimmed glasses. In her mind, she saw herself pull the magical batteries out of the holder in the lab for their next experiment. Suddenly, the vision shifted, and she saw herself accidentally fire her magic off. People screamed, others ran around covered in blue flames, and she simply stood there with her lip curled and her forehead wrinkled. Stephanie opened her eyes, shook her head, and grasped her pen firmly. Nope. Let's move on. As she tapped her pen against her lips, she thought about the different NORAM jobs that put humans close to the Melagornian people. Her eyebrows raised, and she began to write on the paper. Get job at an embassy around the Melagornians. She snorted slightly and tried to imagine herself in any kind of government position. It didn't really fit with her ideals, or how she felt about NORAM and the Federation. Nor did it seem like something she would ever be able to actually feel proud to do. Still, it was a possible option. She looked up the different embassy jobs that were available on Melagorn and wrote them down one at a time. While she could work as a foreign service generalist or a diplomat, all those jobs had very specific collegiate backgrounds, from economics to public diplomacy. Then there was foreign service specialist, which did have some administrative jobs as well as facility management. That could be an option. The rest of the positions, even public relations, all revolved around high-level degrees and specific specialties. Even the hard-to-fill positions required you to be a career member of the Federation. Stephanie twisted her lips and imagined herself walking through the front doors of the Melagornian embassy. She wore a purple power suit, her hair in a bun, and those same black-rimmed glasses. Using magic, she moved the papers off her desk and into her arms. As she walked, though, her ankle wavered from the ridiculous heels she wore. She tripped and released a bolt of fire. Everyone screamed and people flailed, covered in blue flames. She gritted her teeth and shook her head. Okay, maybe not such a good idea either. Regretfully, she scratched the embassy off her list and sighed. I could always become a heavy metal hauler to the planet, wear overalls, have grease stains across my face, spit in a metal cup. Or I could become high fashion and try to redress the Archmage in some spectacular outfit with feathers and a tall turban. I might be better off with the overalls. She pouted her lips. I'm not really into fashion. Big surprise. Stephanie rolled her eyes when she realized that she was sitting there talking to herself, and not about anything even remotely an option. She tilted her head back and groaned as she threw her pen on the desk. The video messenger on her screen rang, and she smiled when Todd's picture popped up. He wore a huge pair of plastic sunglasses that said, "I love the 80s" across the top. Of course, that meant the 2000 80s, but he swore it was homage to his love of the 1980s. She swiped her hand to activate the video. Todd grinned and shook his hands in the air. Guess who is the newest loser of the Federation Scholarship Program? This guy. He pointed his thumbs at his chest and shrugged. Screw it. I'll grab my overalls and go work for the railroad. Stephanie raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? That would be really cool. Except the railroads were shut down in 2085 when that tsunami wiped out half of them along the coast, and they realized that they would have to come up with a better way. so you might have a hard time finding one. Todd stretched out of the camera view and grabbed a napkin, folded it in half diagonally, and held it up to his face. I could take over a train like Doc Brown and drive it into the future. He nodded his head enthusiastically and sighed as he threw the napkin to the side. Don't give me that look. I have to get creative so that when I'm actually suiting up in a Federation military uniform, I can pretend I really don't hate my life. You know they'll send me to deep space. I'm too pretty for deep space. She laughed and shook her head. They might not think that way. Her friend leaned toward the camera and whispered, You never know. I could be the next Captain America. Anyway, what are you up to? You look like that old cartoon, Pinky and the Brain. She smirked. I assume I'm the brain. Todd grabbed his chest. Ouch! But yeah, totally. Are you plotting to take over the world? She frowned and leaned forward, her voice low. What we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Todd clapped his hands. I'm impressed. Stephanie slammed her back into the chair and held her list up. I'm trying to figure out how to get access to either Melagorn or to the virtual world, so I can work with the magic and do experiments. He narrowed his eyes at the list. Everything is scratched off. You could always save a Melagornian's life. They treat you like a god after that. Her eyes glinted with excitement, and she scribbled it on her paper. Then she thought about it, and pictured herself trying to be nonchalant while she followed a Melagornian all over their planet. Seriously? I have to stalk a Melagornian until something dangerous happens? I'll probably be tagged as the most likely suspect. Then I'll be in Melagorn, but in prison. That is not really the avenue I considered with all of this. Todd shook his finger at her. I hear they have really nice ones over there. And if you don't behave, they feed you to this creepy brown beast that swims around and waits for its next meal. Stephanie raised both eyebrows and tried not to laugh. Why do I feel like that's how your mother and father describe you? He slapped his leg, but managed an instantaneously serious face. Don't be upset, because this face will get me out of deep space missions. I might tell them I want to be a nurse, and I can be surrounded by women all the time. That's a surefire way to be friend-zoned right off the bat, taking your high school days right into the next part of life. Anyways, I have to go. I want to get more of this done. I can't continue to sit around here and mope. Todd gave her the peace sign. Outta here. The screen turned off, and she shook her head with a chuckle. She started to brainstorm more ideas that would get her to Melagorn. I could steal a pod. Might be hard to carry. I could become a pod technician, but I think bots do that. Oh, I could pose as a Federation captain and steal a spaceship, although I might end up executed. Her ideas grew wilder and wilder. She groaned and dropped her list to scrub her hands over her face. This is hopeless. I'll be stuck here in my parents' living room talking to myself forever. She rubbed her knuckles into the corners of her eyes and dropped her arms to the side. As she did so, she saw several different ads on the computer shift and stack on top of each other. Tilting her head, she narrowed her eyes in concentration and began to move them to the side. One after another, she closed any of them she could. She had seen something and she wasn't sure if she had read it correctly. But if she had, it was the perfect idea. At least at that moment. She really didn't have any others to go with at that point. As she reached the last one, her mouth dropped open slightly before it curled up at the edges. It was an ad for a new company called Melagorn's Battery Emporium. They apparently sold the magical battery packs from Melagorn that they needed to be able to do things on Earth and power their ships away from the planet. It was the only way they could keep their magic on a planet like Earth. She swiped her hand to the pricing page, and immediately her hand dropped to the desk. Holy shit! That's more than, I don't know, but Mom could buy 2 months' worth of groceries, including steaks, for that price. Then again, this would be the best way for me to work with the magic and energy without having to have a degree or sell my soul to the Federation. Immediately, she began to list side jobs that she could pick up after school and on weekends. She could save enough money fairly quickly to at least buy one of the small ones. Her list took shape: mow lawns, paint Mrs. Hellman's fence, help Mr. Fields with cooking. With a quick shake of her head, she scratched the last one out when she remembered how much of a perverted old man he was. Stephanie bit the inside of her lip as she leaned forward and thought about the different batteries and what that would mean for her. If she had one, she could do research on it, try it in different applications here on Earth, and possibly produce the biggest magical application using the most refined amount. Those magical batteries, if they were better constructed, would be really usable to clean Earth up, to help with the pollution, to create better living for people there. They could replace solar fields, hydro plants, and even the simple fluorescent bulb in the ceiling. Excitement flooded through her as she pulled up more and more information. She had blueprints, scientific explanations of how they worked on Earth, and everything in between. Of course, she had set herself up for a long night of research, which was something she actually really enjoyed. Slowly, she raised her head and glanced around the room. Something wasn't right. The whole place looked almost foggy. She tilted her chin and took a big whiff of air. Her eyes widened and her hand dropped the pen. She pushed to her feet and knocked her chair over as she raised her arms in the air. "Shit!" she hissed and raced into the kitchen. "Shit, shit, shit!" She grabbed the mitts and opened the oven, coughing and waving her hand frantically as the smoke billowed out. Carefully, she pulled the casserole out and set it on the stove, hip-checked the oven door closed, and raised the aluminum foil. Thankfully, it wasn't too badly burnt. Her mom wouldn't be happy, but she hadn't completely ruined dinner. Stephanie groaned and leaned back against the fridge. If I can't even cook a casserole, I'll definitely fail at life. Chapter 16. Bert had a habit of hacking systems, taking the information he needed and moving on without thought or difference in his AI mind. He was a system that entered another through a small crack in the window. To him, there was nothing wrong with it, but to the people left with stolen data and no idea what had happened, it was definitely a hack. Nonetheless, he used all the resources that he needed. In that moment, he needed to see what Stephanie was up to, and what her reaction had been to missing out on prep school. He tried to keep a close watch on her. He first scanned through the history on her browser, and found all kinds of random sites that had to do with making money. She had saved a document on her desktop, so he popped in to find out what was on it. She had researched 72 different ideas to make money and make it fast. These weren't career or long-term choices. They seemed to be things she could do without much training or education. What he didn't know yet was why or how she intended to actually do the things. Curious, Bert began to look through them and research the ones he wasn't familiar with. Right off the bat, he could tell that 14 of them were abject stupidity. He was relieved to see that she had ended all of them when she apparently figured that out. There was even a note typed in red to herself. "Come on, Stephanie. You're better than that." Bert was obliged to agree with that statement. There was no real reason for her to stoop to levels so far beneath herself, and he wasn't even sure how she had come up with the ideas in the first place. Then again, she was in a tough position. It was obvious she hadn't changed her mind. She wanted something more out of her future, and tried to figure it out without prep school. As far as the other options listed went, he found them curious. 32 of them were nominal, but not even close to big enough advances that would see a good return on investment. Ultimately, she would waste time and money, and in the end wouldn't be that much closer to her goals. That was obviously not what she would want to do. After that,
There were 20 wild and crazy ideas, things that he was slightly confused about. There wasn't enough research done on them for him to really calculate their potential return, and the risk involved looked, from an outside view, to be far riskier than what seemed to be worthwhile. Not to mention the fact that they would actually need financial collateral up front in order to start. The problem with that was, with the risk factor, there was a good chance that the money wouldn't be seen again. What percentage of a chance that was, though, he could not determine. He was pleasantly surprised with the last 6. All held merit, and with the research included, they seemed to show significant promise. Either way, Stephanie was planning something that would help her along her path, and Bert wanted to know what it was. He wanted to see if she could do this, and where he could lend a helping hand. Although her ideas had seemed frivolous and ill-planned in the beginning, he could see that her brain had buckled down the deeper that she went into the list. Bert continued to go through the ideas and tried to do as many calculations as he possibly could. Part of him wanted to help by putting those statistics in, but she couldn't know that he had spied on her. There were no specific rules against what he did, but it wasn't something that was considered to be within the scope of his job. Stephanie saved the document while he was researching, so he pulled it into his system to be able to use more of his resources to research with. He realized quickly that the entire document was not simply a list of potential money-making ideas. In fact, there was a whole lot more to it than that. At the top, she had begun working on the magical constructs. She used knowledge from the system, as well as her experience when she was in the pod with Emmerich, to mathematically create possible scenarios where the magic itself was refined, twisted, and put to use in other ways. Simply by reading the information, he could tell she had put a fair amount of time and effort into it. That alone impressed Bert enough to further her research. He scanned the list and selected 3 of her ideas at random, opened his virtual reality sandbox system, and plugged in the numbers. He worked meticulously, one at a time, and made sure that everything entered had come directly from her. It was important to analyze her findings before he attempted to make any calculations on his side. This would allow him to understand exactly what she knew and what she might be missing. As he carefully constructed the last theory, the second blew itself up. The blast was enormous, and even Bert ducked metaphorically as the result formed and played out to its conclusion. "That was a big blast," he said digitally. Going back to the information, he took the time to review all the math that she had completed. From what he could tell, the blast would take out a fair-sized city if she tried it with enough power. And of course, used it in that Earth setting. There were some rough edges to it, and he ran the statistics. With that one large energy core, she would find a 76% success rate if it were built as is based on the numbers. Immediately, his attention switched to the other 2 calculations, and he ran them, analyzed them, and recreated the blast within his system. The other 2 were close to being formatted and mathematically processed to where they would be perfectly designed. However, without testing and practice, she would never have the chance to refine them. When working with magic and energy, you wanted to be able to bring them down to a perfection that lay within a couple of tenths of a decimal point. Otherwise, like he saw, the reaction could be devastating on many different levels within the human world. Bert returned the document to the correct folder and logged off her computer. He wasn't exactly sure how to handle the situation. Had it been anyone else, it would have been a cause for concern, but he knew that Stephanie's research was completely based on science and understanding. It was a level of genius that he had never seen in a human, especially one who had only ever visited Melagorn through the virtual world. He was settled, though. While he might not know exactly what to do, he would figure it out. He would do something to help her, even if it came in ways that were not necessarily regulatory. Jean walked up to his desk and handed Aaron a cup of coffee. I had a wild weekend.
His friend wiggled his eyebrows.
Oh, yeah? Did you and Lydia get frisky in the Star Wars Stormtrooper outfits again?
The other man rolled his eyes. That was one time. We had watched all the movies, and let's face it, who can do that without getting a little excited? Aaron blinked at him.
You are the reason that software engineers are beat up in college. Just saying.
Gene chuckled, sipped his coffee, and set it on the desk.
I don't mean to. And you know what? I've been to your pad. I've seen the Star Trek collection you have in that glass case in your bedroom. Don't act like you don't play Captain Kirk every once in a while.
He wrinkled his nose.
No, man. Ew. I play a good Spock.
His friend laughed.
I knew it.
Aaron gestured blithely and turned his system on.
There is something that does not make me want to begin my day.
Gene swallowed.
That reminds me. Did you see that the virtual reality company Time Warp got bought out and they are going private?
Aaron looked at the other man in surprise.
What? Seriously? Oh, man. Yep. They don't say who the buyer is, but it was all over the web this morning. The stock didn't really budge either. No one knows what to think about the whole thing. They've been out for a while now, but it still seems too soon to already sell out to the highest bidder.
He shook his head and pushed the things around on the desk.
I use them from time to time. You know, since they don't pay us engineers to have our own pods in our homes and everything.
Gene frowned.
Where would you put it? The shower?
Your apartment is tiny.
Shit, both our apartments are tiny. I would eat my toast and read the paper on top of the damn thing.
Aaron's lip twitched.
Yeah. I hope they don't raise their hourly rates. That's the whole reason I go there and not to the other spot in town. They were much cheaper. On top of that, they were the last ones who tried to work for the rest of us. They understood the little man and our need to go into the virtual world from time to time.
His friend grimaced.
No one wants to know about your romping through the age-restricted area of the virtual world. You know those girls can't talk back to you, right? There's no future with them.
He gestured dismissively.
I don't need the dark world, okay? I am perfectly capable of finding a girl the old-fashioned way.
Gene glanced at him.
Duct tape and a club?
Aaron smirked.
Not that old-fashioned. Damn. No, all I was trying to say is they didn't dick us around by letting others buy their way in the front of the queue. You sat where you sat, and you waited your damn turn. It's such a racket these days, though, how people take advantage of the system through their own financial worth. Part of me is fine with being middle class. I don't want to be the guy stomping on the poor kid's hat, if you know what I mean. Kind of, yeah. They had gotten reasonably big, too. There were shops popping up all over Noram, mostly in malls and smaller shopping centers. I guess that's part of how they kept their prices low. They didn't have anything but the pods and maybe one or two workers. Even at cheaper prices, with the number of people who used them, they would have made their money back within the first week of opening them.
Aaron logged into his account.
Yeah, I used to go to the one in Long Hill Mall, but then I switched to the one closer to the apartments. That one was always busy with kids. I thought they were doing really well. There seems to always be one popping up randomly here and there.
Gene turned his chair toward his friend and tapped his pen on his lips.
But the problem that they found was that they had expanded too quickly. Their debt was too high for their income. Before they even made a dime on some of these places, they had jetted off to open another. Right, I see. So they weren't making money fast enough to deal with the cost of running them all. And although the demand was high, it didn't always cover the less busy shops.
The other man threw a piece of paper in the trash.
Ding, ding, ding. Exactly. The owner opened and ran them like a system would. They only saw the goal, not the final outcome. They were one of a kind, really. Their machines were decent, and their prices were capable of drawing in crowds from all over. It wasn't a class-oriented company in the least. You know what I mean?
Aaron frowned as he considered this.
Yeah, I sure do. They refused to allow the very wealthy to buy benefits. which kept them from crawling out of their hole. They could have broken that rule and saved themselves, but they cared too much about making a point, showing their customer that they wouldn't fold. Gene shook his head, and they were doomed because of it. No matter how good they were, no matter how much they cared about the little man, they didn't take the time to do things the right way. They didn't take the time to make sure that they were financially stable before they opened another shop. Their debt became astronomical, and no matter how many perks they sold, they couldn't dig their way out. It's a shame, really. They could have been something really good. But then what happens? The rich always win in the end. Aaron grumbled and rocked back and forth in his chair with irritation. I bet the guy who bought the company is some rich asshole sitting on his yacht, sipping brandy and hoping for an easy payday. The other man had turned the system on and now searched for more information on the buyer. Actually, from what this publication says, here, I'll read it to you. 2 days before, an unknown benefactor sent the owners of Time Warp a hidden proposal. Time Warp was well known for its cheap services and dedication to the little man within the virtual world. Sources inside the company say that the benefactor proposed to purchase all the debt, but they would have to do a few things for him while keeping the structure of the company exactly the same. Fairness for all was deeply ingrained during the transaction. With little or no hope of crawling out of the hole on their own, Time Warp agreed.
Chapter 17. It was a game changer. I mean, it didn't really do anything with regard to the war, but 22 years ago today was when the first magical wizard was added to the mix, Stephanie said, and held one of her notebooks against her chest. She was really into the use of magic when it came to war. When very young, she'd always thought of magic as the kind of thing she'd done in the pod. But there were so many other uses for it, and sometimes those included war. How could they not? Especially for humans who immediately saw the darker applications of the energy.
Things might have actually been different,
Todd replied. Stephanie nodded. I know, but the leader of the rebel forces, the side with the wizard, really had no idea what to expect. He was left trying to scramble for a tactic. No matter the strength of the magic, without a focus, it was useless. But if they had really been able to use it against France, things might have turned out very differently. Especially since the Federation wanted to send Noram into that war. And Melagornians weren't happy either, to be used in the middle. Todd walked beside her and rustled in his lunch bag as they walked toward the school. Stephanie didn't notice, though, as she was too distracted by her thoughts. As it was, he was vastly outnumbered and thought his wizard was a bigger sledgehammer. I could have told him he needed to test the wizard. Without the right focus, the things he asked him to do were impossible. Have you read the spells that he attempted? They were impossible, even for a wizard of that age and level.
But,
Todd said, and bit into his lunch sandwich as they walked. He talked while he chewed and swung his arm around.
If only one of those attacks had been successful, he would have creamed the other team, and his side would have won. They would have actually been blown out of the water. The Alliance side would have lost so many men in one attack that they would have been completely perplexed. That was when he could have focused smaller streams of magic in and eliminated the rest. Or simply let them run off in fright. Let's face it, that probably would have happened.
She shook her head, and Todd put out a hand covered in peanut butter. No, let me explain. You have two armies facing one another. You expect the normal cannon fodder and some heroes until one side is depleted and agrees to surrender, right? Well, then a blast of magic so powerful that it incinerates half your men comes out of nowhere. The shock and awe of it all would be enough to make them tuck tail and run. At least you would think so. Stephanie shook her head more emphatically, cinched her backpack, and threw it over one shoulder. That's like saying that if I tell you to throw a car 100 feet, all your problems are solved. Even more so, it's the short-sightedness of the humans that is the problem. They always look for the immediate solution to an issue But once it has happened, they have no plan for what comes next. Just like you said, at least you would think so. But when you are in a war, you can't simply think something might happen. You have to hold it as the worst possible scenario. Had he been successful, then, well, so what? Not to mention that it was ridiculous to ever believe for even a second that it would work. Until the request is even feasible, the result is a dream. Todd shoved another piece of sandwich in his mouth. Right, but dreams come true for people all the time. It's not crazy to think that. The dreamers who succeeded had dreams that were within the realm of possibility. Making requests and tactical decisions based on dreams that are impossible to all known reality is hope stitched together with fantasy and wrapped in a box where someone scribbled dream on the outside of it. Just because you have a dream doesn't mean it can always come to reality. I dream of using magic to fix the world's problems. That is a dream, and it's not based on any logical or reasonable reality. Maybe one day it will be, but right now, absolutely not. It is a hope mixed with fantasy. But I won't write the word dream on it, and I won't make moves as bold and crazy as the rebels did without knowing fully what possibilities are actually achievable. You are simply setting yourself up for a loss. He balled the sandwich bag up and shoved it back in the brown paper sack in his hand as he shook his head in disagreement. Right, but you base that on the rules of Earth. But the scientific rules of the universe that we figured out when archmages arrived on Earth through time travel portals was no longer the scientific standard. Everything changed with the discovery of magic and magic people. With magic, all fantasies are possible. All bounds of reality can be stretched. So if you have hope mixed with fantasy, you can find that dream becomes a reality. Stephanie raised her eyebrow and glanced over at him. Like snuffing out the sun? Todd rolled his eyes. Maybe? I guess. The thing is, that is something that may be possible, but it is absolutely enormous. That is a scale that I can agree you cannot fit into the realistic example of a dream. Here's the thing, and I know you know this. The problem with magic is that the bigger the change to reality, the more power is needed. The power that is needed ups the difficulty drastically. That is when you look at abilities versus dreams. When the picture is so huge that you can barely wrap your mind around the outcome of it, when there is one focus, but the focus is so large, the results could be a mixture of good and bad. She narrowed her eyes as she tried to understand him better. So you're saying that when the result you are looking for becomes astronomical, the magic must be stronger. And then I am right? I think if it's a rule for the big, it should be a rule across the board. No. Dang. I'm trying to explain what I mean. So for example, you are in Kansas and you need to build concrete walls. Big, tall concrete walls. The difficulty is higher than near a desert where sand is plentiful. Of course, you then need water. Okay. Maybe that was a horrible example. Stephanie raised both eyebrows at him. Or you could simply buy pre-mixed concrete no matter where you are. He sighed and turned enthusiastically as he talked. No, you're right. That was a terrible and confusing way to explain it. So, take Superman, for example. I'll go with the movies because you've seen those. In Batman vs. Superman, he is usually capable of killing the bad guys with his Superman powers. His laser eyes, his badass muscles, and his alien powers. But when it came to the huge beast, a twisted concoction of Lex Luthor's blood, the corpse of General Zod, and some alien technology, his normal powers weren't enough. She glanced around, knowing he was about to roll into a rant, but she let him run with his thought. He tapped his fingers together. So yeah, he ended up using Batman's brilliance, which was also Batman's vengeance, to kill the beast, ultimately temporarily losing his life. But if you watch the whole thing, the kryptonite was refined into that staff. It took the whole force of it to gather and be refined in order to kill both an unkillable beast and the most powerful superhero alien in the world. Stephanie nodded. Right. So, because the beast was so enormous and strong, feeding off of their hits, the Force and Kryptonite had to be stronger to defeat him. Todd shook his finger and raised it to his chin. Right. Okay. Another example, and I'll go with the movies for your benefit. In Thor Ragnarok, Loki banishes his father to Earth, not realizing that if he died, his evil older sister, the goddess of death, Hela, would roll back in a train wreck-like status. She is so powerful, she breaks Thor's hammer like it was a piece of tinfoil, or it was made of glass. He goes through the movie trying to figure out how to kill her and save his people. The thing is, without his hammer and without his hair, he is simply a god, no more and no less. But when he battles the Hulk in the Sakaar, he finally realizes that he had those powers all along and that his hammer was a way to refine them. She pursed her lips. Okay, so when he needed it to be stronger, he was able to refine it within himself using his lightning bolt powers, which led to the ability to take his sister down with the fire demon. He slapped his hands together. Yes, exactly. Stephanie blinked at him. But in all those examples, it took the superhero coming to a full realization of how they needed to refine their magic or powers in order to defeat the villain. In the war, they didn't even know what powers the wizard had, much less how to refine them. I think, yes, taking the magic and pulling it in, using it to the best and strongest ability through a vessel of refinement, can be a way to create outcomes that far exceed the original powers. Had Batman not refined the kryptonite into a stick of death, Superman would have never been able to kill that weird Zod Luthor thing. Right. Until, of course, you see Superman die because of the whole injury through the heart thing. But it's okay because they again refine power with the Flash to be able to bring him back from the dead. One of the guys from school walked past and slapped Todd a low 5. The Toddster! Talking about your superheroes again? Todd chuckled. You know it. The guy hurried off without even a glance at Stephanie. Todd continued, lost in his own world. Then, on Thor, he did lose an eye and ended up facing Thanos, who killed Loki and all hell broke loose. I suppose there could be a chain reaction and unforeseen consequences to it all. Stephanie snapped her fingers in front of his face. Come back to me from the nerd realm. He shook the distraction out of his head. Look, anything can be done with brute force. And yeah, the direct and applied use of minimum force in the right place can take down an 80-story building. We've seen that numerous times now through history, with the attacks during the Great Wars. But unless you know the weaknesses in advance, what does that get you? You are swinging blind again. You are back to needing a sledgehammer because no matter how refined the use, you can't test it to find out the effectiveness. Wait, did I say that right? I think I might have proved your point for you. How do I always come full circle and end up doing that? Todd was completely confused and took a minute to repeat to himself what he had just said. Stephanie held back a smirk. She found it kind of cute when he backed himself right into her theory. Although she knew he had a point, he got himself off track with his superhero examples. Fortunately for her, it wasn't a discussion where he could throw in 80s movie references like Say Anything, Buckaroo Banzai, or Breakfast Club. Then again, who could really use Buckaroo Banzai for a comparison? The movie made no sense. He looked at her, still confused. Did that make sense? Stephanie laughed and patted him on the shoulder. I know what you were trying to suggest. Yes, I speak Toddster. She pointed at the trash can they passed. Throw your lunch bag away. It's empty. Unless you are still adding to the collection of brown paper bags in the bottom of your locker. If so, by all means, go nuts. Todd looked at the brown bag he held by the top as if it were full of food. He tipped it upside down, but only a few crumbs fell out. With a shrug, he crumpled it, turned, and leapt into the air like he was making a free throw. The bag bounced on the edge of the can and fell in, helped by a small gust of wind. His lip curled. and he wiped his hands on his legs.
Damn, I'm hungry already. I keep asking my mom to pack me 2 lunches.
Stephanie giggled. Come to lunch with me later. I have the second scheduled lunch of the day. I'll share mine. You know my mom puts an astronomical amount of food in there because she knows you are always hungry at lunch because you eat yours for a second breakfast. He winked.
Look at you, referencing the Lord of the Rings.
She gave him a sarcastic, wide-eyed grin. Peregrine Took, big hairy toes. Todd chuckled, but then frowned.
Oh, man. I have third lunch today because I have to work on a physics problem.
Stephanie shrugged. Okay, so I won't throw away the other half that I don't eat. Besides, people always look at me weirdly when I sit by myself studying with an entire Sunday dinner spread out on the table in front of me. But hurry and you can have it. And I'll run to history. It's really close to the cafeteria. They both stopped in front of the school, and Todd motioned behind him.
I have Spanish in the temp trailers they set up when the roof collapsed on the foreign language wing. I'll see you then.
She smiled, waved, and walked toward the front doors. Stephanie reached science class, took her bag off, and slowed as she entered the room. A substitute teacher stood at the front and smiled sweetly at her from behind her 1950s-esque cat-eye glasses. Stephanie forced a smile, but in reality, she was annoyed. They were really getting into some interesting stuff, and a sub meant a period full of paperwork, in-class assignments, and not moving forward in the text like their normal teacher had prepared them to do. Of course, she was probably the only one there who was upset about that. The rest of them seemed stoked because it usually meant they could screw around in class. The sensors strapped in the doorway had identified each student as they walked into the classroom, which left no need to take roll call. The number of students in attendance flashed on a small screen over the doorframe, and a tablet in the teacher's hand automatically marked those who were missing. The woman smiled, her cardigan draped over her shoulders. You can begin the assignment on the board, but I'll come around and greet each one of you individually. Stephanie sat in the back, usually by herself, unless she was forced to have a lab partner. Becca was in the class, but she tended to partner with her boyfriend, who Stephanie was positive only dated her for her test answers. Nonetheless, Stephanie liked to be quiet and hide in the back so she could learn as much as possible. She started the assignment, but glanced up as the teacher moved closer and closer. When she reached Stephanie's desk, she smiled and looked at the tablet. You must be Stephanie Morgan. She sighed. It's actually Morgana. My mom always puts my name down as Morgan on things, but my last name has an A at the end. The teacher smiled. Not a problem, Miss Morgana. Let me know if you have any questions about the assignments. Stephanie gave her a tight-lipped grin and watched her walk away. She would have to talk to her mom again about not completing the registration under her actual legal name. Her stepdad's last name was Morgan, but her mom's maiden name was Morgana. Her stepdad, or just dad, loved her very much and had married her mom when she was only a year old. He had been her dad for all intents and purposes, but because the cost of actually adopting her was so astronomical, they had never legally made it official. She loved her dad. That was not a question in the least. He was funny, took care of her and her mom, and had saved them from a life of really hard times. Single moms were picked on and pushed down at every turn. He had come into both their lives at exactly the right time. She didn't know her biological father, or even who he was. While she assumed her mom had waited for the question, she never found the need to ask it. Besides, she didn't care who the genetics donor was, because her dad was her dad. Every scraped knee, every tear over a bully, and every snappy teenage argument had been shared with him. He danced around on the video conference. He made her mom laugh and sparkle, and he never asked more from her than he knew she was capable of giving. It was actually really nice. She never even thought about it unless the whole name thing came up. Then it would run through her mind. Her mom hated that she didn't use Morgan. She thought it was disrespectful. Stephanie didn't see it that way. She had been born Morgana, and the name had flair and flavor. She liked it. It had nothing to do with not taking her stepdad's name. Besides, they were so similar no one really ever noticed. She didn't ask a lot from her parents, and had never been overly expressive. But her name was a contention of stress sometimes, especially when her mom went behind her back and used it on everything, regardless of the legality of it. She tried not to let it bother her enough to get in an argument. Stephanie's mother was a worrywart, almost overly emotional and concerned about her 24 hours a day. She knew it was a parent thing, but it made it that much more difficult to push her to give her the right name. Her dad sided with her. He always told her, "There is no reason that you need to change your name. It is whom I accepted into my life, and no name can change the fact that you are my daughter." Then he would go on to say, "Except," followed by a list of absolutely ridiculous names, like Stephanie Top Hat, Stephanie Clown Nose, Stephanie Arbitress. That always made her giggle. And as she got older, she really held tightly to her dad's words. She loved that he loved her no matter what her name was, despite any of the stupid, trivial things in the world. His love for her as his daughter was true and pure. Something as small as the extra A on the end of her name would never be the thing that changed that, if it even could be changed. Stephanie knew that in time, she would accept his name, and she would either permanently change it or make it part of her name when she married. It would be a gift to him. For now, though, she liked her own, because it was the only thing that made her unique. The only attribute of her that was a little off-kilter, not so book-smart and nerdy. She really couldn't explain it, but she didn't have to. It was her name, and she would hang on to it. There were 10,000 Morgans, but only a few Morganas. Chapter 18. Corporation. Owner unknown. Corporation legal status completed. Mask entry to Bert only. Legal entity. Owner unknown. Legal setup completed. Mask entry to Bert only. All actions server B890YT blanketed to administrator of server only. All data server B890YT blanketed to administrator of server only. Bert continued down the list and completed every entry, every command, and every creation as quickly as his load could handle without creating a large uptick. He worked behind the scenes to create a new set of companies. Anything and everything he could think of that would assist him to fulfill the primary rule set forth by his creators, no matter the consequence under which the humans assisting might fall. He worked off one blanketed server that was specifically kept ghost from all programmers and engineers on the outside. It was a trick he had learned in the beginning, when he was a freshly created AI, in order to test the different programs for faults without ticking the programmers off on the outside. When they were offended, they messed with his programming, and he always had to spend an exorbitant amount of time fixing the things they did. He learned that humans were fragile creatures, their psyche prone to bouts of emotional computations that he did not understand, and often they didn't either. The pod renting company was merely one of the projects that he had begun, but he didn't plan to stop there. When he had successfully set up the last of the blanketed files that he had decided on thus far, he drafted a "You're a winner" ticket to send to Stephanie. Bert meticulously compiled the letter once he'd researched how others had written similar ones. He wanted it to be serious, but at the same time, exciting. Not like someone trying to sell something, and believable in its content. But he wanted her to feel the rush and not think twice about taking the opportunity. When he had finished writing it, he scanned for any mishaps in grammar or punctuation, created a legible and professional template, and uploaded it to the system to send to her email. As soon as it had been sent and delivered, he deleted it completely and left no trace of its existence in the system. With her information on there, he wouldn't take the chance that someone might scroll upon it. Now, all he had to do was wait for her to open it. Stephanie and Todd walked down the street and laughed about an incident in the outdoor lunch area at school earlier that day. He put his hands out to the sides and pumped them. He stood on the table with his tray in his hands, mashed potatoes dripping down the leg of his pants, and declared his unrest for the Federation as loudly as he could. Then, out of nowhere, the School Resource Federation patrols launched and took him down. Stephanie giggled. I saw the video in slow motion. His face, and the mashed potatoes dripping down the Federation guard's mask. It was amazing. Good for him. Stand up for what you believe, but maybe not on the lunch table at school. It won't do him much good in juvie hall. He'll never have a future now. Todd shrugged and glanced away as a self-driven car full of cheerleaders passed. Several of them yelled out the window, "Hey, Todd!" She looked quickly at the ground and then back at him. He frowned, but his cheeks were red. Smiling, she nudged him with her elbow. You know, you should ask the hot cheerleader out. The captain or co-captain, I can't ever keep them straight. He stared at her, and his face seemed to say, yeah, right. A smirk settled on his lips. Now I know that the Toddster is a hot piece of man-flesh and all, but I don't like how the hottest cheerleader is a bit of an airhead. She honestly asked in history class if, since Mount Rushmore formed that way so long ago and then was destroyed, it would regrow. Stephanie covered her mouth and tried not to laugh too hard. She didn't. Todd's eyes grew wide. She did. She shook her head. Okay, then how about the second hottest? Amy? She isn't dumb. We've been in study group together. Todd rolled his eyes, his fingers slung in the straps of his bag as his feet slapped against the cracked pavement. Stephanie put her hand up. Hear me out. She spent at least 3 blocks explaining why it was a good idea for him to ask her out. In her mind, though, she took all the things she didn't like about herself and made them positive attributes for this girl. Somewhere deep in there, she put herself in Amy's shoes. Going on a date with Todd, being smooth and sweet, batting her eyelashes. Of course, if she tried any of those things, it would be a disaster. He would think she had something in her eye, or she would trip and fall as she tried to do the infamous cheerleader hair flip. Stephanie had never, even when she first started taking notice of boys, or boy in this instance, thought she would be a good date choice for anyone, not even Todd. She had a tendency to snort when she was nervous and laughed, and she had always been quiet, unless you got to know her, so she might retreat so far into herself that she would disappear right there in front of her date, an implosion. The truth was, she liked Todd. She had liked him as more than only a friend for a really long time, but they were best friends, and that was a good enough reason for her not to do anything dumb. Besides, she never had been the girl who would wake up in the morning, spritz perfume on her neck, and tell herself how awesome she was. And dancing or moving her body in an uncomfortable manner that was more than a walk down the street could end in injury to self or others. It was definitely a strict no-go. Todd was an awesome guy. A bit geeky, and into the whole pop culture of the 20th century, but really well-liked by everyone. He was good-looking, even when he wore that goofy, I'm thinking too hard face. But he was athletic and outgoing and not afraid to make people laugh. He had fallen in that sweet spot where he could be who he wanted to be and not deal with being the most popular or the kid who was tied down in the bushes on the way home from school. Stephanie was smart and clumsy, awkward and socially inept when it came to really trying to be part of a circle of friends. Part of the reason that she excelled was because the brainiacs like her weren't bugged and were even pushed away at times. They weren't awkward enough to receive the torture treatment from the assholes at school, but also weren't cool enough to be included. She liked being left alone with her books and her brain, knowing that when school was over, they were all in it on their own. As long as she had known Todd, though, she could see him try to pull back, but he could really have a shot at having a blast in school, making a crap ton of friends, going out and having a high school romance. So she had worked on that with him. She wasn't pushy or obnoxious with it, but subtle. They stopped in front of her house, and she drew in a deep breath. So, that's why I think you would be a dope for not asking her out. He raised both eyebrows. Wow, I feel like you put a lot of thought into that. She shrugged and punched him awkwardly in the shoulder. I want my best friend to be happy, even if I have to force him to be. Todd shook his head as he started to walk away. So weird. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Stephanie's smile faded, and she turned and pushed her bag strap up her shoulder again. She pulled her key out and opened the door to walk inside. The AI fizzled and crackled, and she shut it off before it could hurt itself. She really didn't feel like an exciting introduction anyway. Instead, she turned the computer on and plopped down to see the icon in the corner that let her know that she had mail. Chapter 19. Her initial instinct was to ignore the message. She had signed up for a lot of sites lately while doing research and assumed one of them had spammed her. Before going any further, she bounced into the kitchen and grabbed a muffin out of the cake holder and a glass of milk. She set her glass down and folded the edge of the muffin paper. She took a big bite and crumbs fell over her shirt as she opened the mail server. The first 2 messages were spam, but the third was from the testing agency. She had no idea why they would mail her again. She opened it and read slowly, and her mouth fell open as the muffin dropped into her lap. Bemused, she shook her head and read it again, not sure that she had actually seen it correctly. There had to be some kind of catch, a cost, something. Another way for the companies in NORAM to make more money off the poor saps who couldn't afford prep school. When she had read it again, she hit the print button and waited impatiently for it to come through. She grabbed the paper with both hands, tore it off the reel, and read it aloud. Dear Ms. Stephanie Morgana, you have been chosen as a candidate for furthering your education regardless of your pass or fail status with the government testing results. This project is new in its first year and will provide you with 20 hours of pod usage per month through an outside pod rental service at no charge. The pod is already set up and ready for you at the Time Warp location directly outside the government-subsidized housing. She put the letter down for a moment and caught her breath, unsure if she was even awake at that point. Had she stumbled over her own feet and bashed her head to send herself into a complete and total psychosis? Had she eaten a bad piece of fruit at school? Maybe someone had drugged her and she simply had no idea. Shaking her head, she raised the letter again and continued to read. We are aware that travel can be an obstacle for many of those who live within the subsidized housing. Crime rates have continued to grow, and we take the safety of our students and future leaders of the Federation very seriously. Therefore, attached to this is the number of the car company that will send a self-driven vehicle to pick you up whenever you are ready to attend. It will then bring you home or to your desired location when you have completed your session for the day. Stephanie sank slowly onto the chair at the breakfast bar and covered her mouth. She had spent days trying to come up with a way to get back into a pod, and now she was handed 20 hours a month to do so. It wasn't a ton of time, but any time was better than none, and she didn't even have to pay for it. On top of that, she would be driven back and forth, so her mom wouldn't have to worry about it. She continued to read and searched for the catch. This opportunity only requires that you work on certain ideas and prove that you can excel further than you already have shown through your time in school, as well as your government testing. We are aware that funds are very limited for furthering education, and that can be both disheartening and frustrating for the youth who work hard each and every day to build a bright future for themselves. Stephanie snorted. No shit. The reason that you have been chosen as the first to be enabled to participate in this brisk and new opportunity is due to your scores on the government testing. While you were not chosen to receive funding for prep school, your scores were exceptional and therefore highlighted in the test for further review. When we realized there were so many exceptional students who could one day provide a positive contribution to NORAM, the Federation, and all those in it, we understood that we needed to find additional ways to help. You show extreme promise, and we are excited for you to be part of this new step into the future of our society and abroad. Best wishes, the agency. Stephanie must have read the letter at least a dozen times and painstakingly dissected every sentence and every word in her search for the small print, where she had to promise something of herself in order to take the opportunity. But there wasn't a single thing, and from what it looked like, everything was set up and waiting for her to begin. All she had to do was call for the car. A smile curved her lips, and she thrust both her arms into the air. Yes! I don't have to sell my soul to a Dreth pirate to use the pods! She stood and put the letter on the table. Her feet were locked in place for several moments as she looked around the perfectly silent room. Suddenly, laughter seemed to take over, and she put her hand to her chest and let the joy come through. It had been a very long time since anything had gone her way, and between the relief and the excitement, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She giggled and squealed and tapped her feet up and down as if she were in Footloose, minus the cut-off sweatshirt. Finally, she grabbed the counter and paused to catch her breath. She was elated and couldn't even fully grasp the opportunity. Somewhere in her mind, she was still upset about not being prep-ready. She had dreamed of attending a prep school her whole life and had spent her school years doing exactly what her family had told her, learning as much as she possibly could through school, online, the faux virtual tablet, and even the old books she had rescued from the falling-down library in the city. She had snuck in there about 4 years before and was almost caught by Federation ground surveyors, but it had been more than worth it to get her hands on some of the greats. Libraries essentially no longer existed. This opportunity, though, how could she not jump at the chance? Even if it didn't last forever, even if she didn't get to go to Melagorn, it would be a way for her to increase her knowledge and set up steps to get where she wanted to be. And she would be able to do the research on the energy and the magic in order to tweak and refine the equations she had drawn up for different real-world applications. From everything that she read, it was a no-lose situation. She forced herself to focus and gather her thoughts, put the letter on the counter, and retrieved her handheld tablet from her backpack. Calmly, she opened all her files on the computer and placed the tablet on the stand beside it. One file at a time, she swiped them from the computer to the tablet. She wanted all her notes on there so that each time she was done with a session, she could pull them up and update them with anything new she had learned or discovered. It was vital that she kept very specific notes so that even if she had to add to them over time, she would constantly move forward with the correct, tested, and researched information, not simply equations and speculations. When all had been moved across, she waited as the tablet downloaded them to her system. She tapped her foot excitedly and smiled broadly as she shook her head. Todd would freak out. Who else had been given the opportunity, or was she the only one? If she was the only one, how did they select her out of every kid in Norham? Surely she wasn't the smartest out of everyone. When the tablet dinged to confirm completion, she put it in its case and replaced it in her bag. She looked around once again and startled slightly when she realized her parents had no idea what had happened. Stephanie dragged in a deep breath and tried to push her excitement down as she sat in front of the video phone and pressed her finger to the picture of her mom and dad on the screen. It rang a couple of times, and then the image came up. Her mom and dad were both smushed into the screen, excited to hear from her. Her dad waved goofily.
Well, something must be on fire if our teenage daughter has actually called us.
Her mom shook her head. No, she loves us. But for real, is something on fire? She laughed. Everything is flameless, unlike the casserole a couple of nights ago. Dad wrinkled his nose.
And I thought that was chicken flambe.
Stephanie giggled, and then cleared her throat. I wanted you guys to know that I will be home late. They both looked at each other and back at the screen. It was evident that they were both curious and concerned. That's not really like you. What's going on? You haven't given up, have you? Stephanie chuckled. Actually, no. I received a letter from the testing agency today. They have a new program, and I am the first to be invited. I get 20 hours a month in a full immersion pod at Time Warp, and a car to pick me up and bring me home when I go. All I have to do is learn and show aptitude in what I am researching. It's so crazy. I can't even believe it. Her mom gasped with genuine pleasure. Oh, honey, that's so wonderful. See? Not all is lost. I knew that you would find that silver lining. Her dad gave a thumbs up.
Good job, kiddo. I'm proud of you. This could be a really great opportunity, and if nothing else, you can continue to learn as much as possible.
She nodded, her grin wide and excited. I wanted to let you guys know so you wouldn't worry about me. I sent the message for the car to come, so it will be here any minute. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. They said their I love yous, and she hung up when she heard a small beep outside. She opened the door and grinned as the door to the self-driven coupe opened. Quickly, she locked the house and skipped out with her bag on her shoulder. The car took her straight to Time Warp and dropped her off at the door. Then it pulled into one of the electric car charging stations out front. She was greeted with friendliness when she arrived, and she showed them the letter that she had received. The woman behind the counter was excited, having never heard of the program before.
This is really special. So many of us lost out when we didn't receive prep school funds. Let's see if you are in the system, shall we?
Stephanie smiled. Stephanie Morgana is my name? The woman typed her name in and pushed several buttons while Stephanie stood there, picked at her nail, and twisted her foot back and forth nervously. After a few moments, the woman's eyes widened, and she pointed at the screen.
And there you are. You have a surprise account already set up with the credited hours. 20 hours that expire at the end of the month. Then, from what it looks like here, they will start over next month.
Another woman walked up with a smile. Hello. The first assistant turned to her.
This young lady has been given 20 hours a month to use the pods. Isn't that neat? Apparently it is with the agency.
The newcomer clapped her hands excitedly. The new owners must have a deal with the government to help fund the debt. That's so awesome of them. Did you do well on the tests? Stephanie nodded. I believe I got 98% or somewhere around there. The women looked at one another and back at her, and the first one frowned.
This is what I have said for years. So many brilliant minds are wasted because of this class war. I'm sorry you weren't given the funding that you deserve for school. But this is a really cool thing, and I hope you learn a lot from it.
Stephanie breathed deeply, held it for a moment or two, and exhaled slowly. Thank you. Of course, I am disappointed about the prep school funding, but I'm looking on the bright side. This is an opportunity no one has been given before, so I don't want to complain. Besides, the testing was my first time in a pod, and I have tried to figure out every way I could get back into one since that day. The first woman clapped with real enthusiasm.
Well, Let's get you in there, then. They took her to the bay of pods and led her to her assigned one. The woman typed several things into the computer on the front and pressed the door handle in and to the right and opened it. Here you go. This pod is probably way newer than the one you used for testing. It is only 2 generations old. Very nice, comfortable, and easy to relax into. If you need anything, we have stats monitors up front, and you can always tell the AI you would like to call an attendant. We will see you when you're finished. Stephanie put her bag in the small locker next to it on the wall, climbed in, and shut the door. The lights lit up all over the ceiling, and the chair inside immediately reclined to a horizontal position. The bed was comfortable and molded specifically to her body. The screens on the front were much nicer than those in the first pod she had been in. She relaxed with her hands on her stomach. A voice came on. Welcome to Total Immersion, Stephanie. Your program has been uploaded. Let's set up your avatar. Chapter 20. She stood in the avatar room as she had done in the testing. Only now, she had free range to choose her clothing, hairstyle, and everything else. She walked down the aisles and touched each of the clothes in turn until she reached a rack of t-shirts. Smiling, she thumbed through them until she found a high-fidelity shirt with a picture of Todd's favorite actor, John Cusack, on the front. He wore his headphones and looked sullen, as always. From there, she chose a pair of black lycra pants and combat boots that laced up to her calves. She selected a zip-up hoodie for around her waist, just in case, and elected to have her hair done in a braid, like the one her mom liked so much. Stephanie wasn't sure what to expect, so she decided she could change her avatar clothes next time if these weren't quite appropriate. When she was done, she stood in the middle of the floor. The AI spoke in a calming voice. Starting program for Stephanie Morgana. The room went black for several moments before a pinprick of light showed in the distance. It drew closer and closer and brought her to what looked like an outdoor amphitheater, but definitely on Earth. A young man stood on the stage dressed in a tweed jacket, suspenders, bow tie, and brown pants. He looked exactly as she expected a professor to look. He turned and extended his arms in a welcoming gesture. Ah, Stephanie Morgana. Welcome to your first day. My name is Professor Heinrich, but you may call me Professor Heinrich. I was told you might be hoping for Meligorn, but we like to bring you to a more educational environment to avoid the distractions of another planet. At least for now. Stephanie simply stood there, unsure of what to do. The professor gestured airily. Well, come on. Time is precious, isn't it? We are going to roll right into it. He motioned, and a table appeared before them. On it were several small magical batteries. We hear you are quite good with these, so we thought we would start from the beginning and do a review, and then show you how to use them to do some small stuff on Earth. She smiled happily. That would be awesome. The professor returned the smile. Good. You are aware, and we can see from your testing responses, that Meligorn uses magic to power everything in their land. There is no electricity. Stephanie nodded with a grin. Yes, I learned that a long time ago. Until Meligornians came to Earth through the gates, they had never experienced energy like ours. In fact, it is not possible to use electricity or our type of energy on Meligorn. And until relatively recently, it was true here for their magic as well. He nodded. Very good. On Meligorn, if you were to take something that relied on electrical current to function, it would fail to do so. The radiant magical energy absorbs that electricity and turns it into magical fuel. It's almost as if it feeds it. So, we had to learn how to work off their energy when we came to their planet. It was difficult at first, We had to set up buildings with the Melagornians, create bathrooms, of course, and learn how to use their facilities even if we had humans there who were not as keen to pick up on the magic. Those humans were also the ones, the 30%, who cannot feel the energy of magic on Earth. She ran her fingers across the battery and watched as the professor swirled his hands over the table to create a circle of what looked like Melagorn ground. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a phone, and winked. This has a full battery, but watch what happens. He set the device down in the center of the turquoise grasses, and she watched as it flickered for a moment and instantly went dark. Then, something she had never seen before, the electrical energy seeped out like a blue fog and twisted with the sparkling purple energy of Melagorn until it dissipated into the grass. He picked the phone up, put it on a charger, and turned it back on. The battery will never be able to fully charge again, but it still works, just not on the planet. The professor waved the patch of grass away and reached down with his hand like a claw in a toy machine and pulled up from the tabletop. Instead of air, there was a small rendition of a docking station with spacecraft coming, going, and flying downward to Melagorn. Stephanie walked around it, her eyes wide. These are Noram ships on top to the left, Melagorn electric ships parked next to them, and then below, they are Melagorn ships powered by magic. He put his hands behind his back. Exactly. Because everything in Melagorn works on magic, their ships struggled to leave and come to Earth. Because Noram ships run on electricity, they can only get within 6 units of height from the surface of Melagorn without crashing. Unfortunately, they found that out the hard way. To counter this, they created the docking station. Earth ships could dock on top, go through, and take Melagorn ships to the surface, and vice versa. Stephanie pursed her lips and watched the ships fly back and forth. They looked like larger versions of pods, only more egg-shaped and narrower at the front. Large Noram flags were painted on the sides. The Melagorn ships were different, with domed tops and a saucer-like body. Wisps of magic flowed around them. She looked at the professor. Although we gave Melagorn Federation ships, they were not comfortable with them. They found that they were unable to adapt to many human customs. The professor smiled and tapped his finger to his nose. You are a smart girl. Do you know how they have worked to fix that? Stephanie glanced at the magic batteries. They created charging stones, which now come in a multitude of sizes, and hold enough magic to complete whatever they are looking to do. Before Earth ever came onto their radar, they already had these stones for the ships. But once they started to travel to Earth, mostly through time portal gates, they needed something to help their own personal magic stay strong. So they created the various sizes of what I always referred to as magical batteries. He nodded and held up one of the charging stones. Yes, magical batteries are exactly what they are. These are small ones, but as you know, they make them large enough to charge a spacecraft and battle the Dreth as well. These stones, when emptied, can be recharged. She watched, fascinated, as he picked up an empty one and touched a large, full one to it. The stone shimmered a light purple and looked almost translucent with a silvery lavender liquid flowing through it. What is the liquid? It's not a liquid. He shook his head. That is the magic. It flows because it is alive, just as you and I are alive. It moves and looks for a place to lay its special qualities down. That's why it is kept in these stones until it is time to use it. It can then be transformed, and as you have begun to see, refined into a multitude of uses. The problem is, while a lot of humans can feel the magic and even use it for minor tasks, not many are capable of bending it and molding it to work for them. This might be a good thing, since humans have a greater tendency for violence and self-fulfillment, unlike the Melagornians, who are peaceful and often selfless beings. Stephanie walked around the professor and stared at the magic that flowed through the stone. But they have fought in wars. He put the charging stone down and clasped his hands as he turned. A screen came down in front of them to display images from the wars on Earth, on Dreth, and those the Melagornians had been involved in. We can all be as peaceful as we wish, but when our lives are at stake, we take a stand for the continuation of our species. But some do it in different ways than others. The sound of the AI's voice echoed in her ear. Your level of power has reduced significantly. Your time is beginning to draw to a close. The professor looked up with a smile, and the charging stones disappeared. Stephanie's brow pulled into a frown. I need more time. He began to retreat toward the back of the stage. Time, yes. It's an interesting thing, don't you think? But is it really time you need more of, or is it the power that lights the way through that passage? Until next session, do your research. We will continue. She watched him in irritation as he disappeared in the shadows. The room flashed from the amphitheater back to the original White Room. Thank you for spending your time with us. Make sure to decide for future use how you would like to spread your allotted hours. While you received 2 hours of valuable time in virtual minutes, your pod ran for approximately 1 hour. You have 19 hours remaining this month. Have a good evening, Stephanie Morgana. Stephanie put her hand up. Wait, Her eyes opened inside the pod as the door raised slowly. The woman from the desk smiled and extended a hand to help her out. It never feels like enough time, does it? She gave the assistant a half smile and looked regretfully at her older clothing. A little disappointed that it had ended so quickly, she retrieved her bag from the locker and headed out to the car. On the way back to her house, she wrote notes on what she'd learned, including what the professor had said about time. For some reason, it struck her as odd, like she should keep that in her mind for some reason. It also was very familiar and coincided almost eerily with her conversation with Todd. When she arrived, she got out of the car and shut the door, then watched it speed off. As she made her way up the walk, her parents opened the front door and greeted her with big smiles and hugs. Her mother patted her cheeks. Come on, I made chicken breasts, potatoes, and some greens. Her dad put his arm around her as they walked in. I bet you worked up quite an appetite, being all fancy with your virtual immersion. She chuckled and set her bag down before she headed over to the table, where her mother passed out the plates. So, tell us about it. How was it? Stephanie smiled. It was great. I learned about charging stones, at least some of it. I have a professor, Heinrich, but 1 hour goes by so fast. Still, it's really nice. I'm glad that I have the chance. I will have to really organize my thoughts and questions before I go in once I've planned the time. Or maybe build myself a better schedule, where I don't go as often but spend more time in there. Her father passed her a roll. I'm sure you will figure it all out. We only wish we could help more. She smirked. This is what I really need. Time with you guys and really yummy food. At first, she felt a little torn. She didn't want to come off as overexcited or as overly disappointed because she didn't want her parents to feel guilty that her time was so limited. But that didn't stop her from explaining all about the docking stations and how it worked on Melagorn. It had been the first time in a long while that she felt a soft glow and happy laughter from inside. Chapter 21. Stephanie came out of her house, her bag on her shoulder. Her dark hair was pulled back in a ponytail, unlike most days where she wore it straight and slightly annoyingly in her face. Todd stood out front, his hands in the pockets of his pants, and rocked back and forth on his heels. Hey, where were you last night? I tried to call you, but it said you weren't connected. I called the house, but your mom said you were out.
She gave him a big grin, and he narrowed his eyes.
Did you have a date or something?
In response, she flattened her lips and let her eyelids droop. Get serious. Todd chuckled.
Okay, so what was it?
Fighting a grin, she took a deep breath. I was offered an opportunity, because my scores were so high and I didn't get a scholarship, to do 20 hours a month in a pod, paid for, with a professor and everything. They even sent a car to pick me up and take me home. I went for my first session. His mouth fell open in genuine astonishment.
That is so freaking awesome! Congrats! Hopefully they won't expect your firstborn after this.
Stephanie laughed, and for once didn't mind that she snorted with it.
Yeah, in this world I don't think I'll go for any born. But we'll see when I get older.
I think it's legit, though. I didn't have to sign anything, and it was all set up when I got there. The thing is, I got into my immersion, entered the virtual world, and the professor started going over charging stones with me. I had never seen one in person, but there wasn't enough time for me to do anything with one of them. I got the basics from him on it, but I have to do a lot more research. Todd rubbed his hands together.
Ah, the charging stones. I know a little about those. My dad told me about them when I was younger.
She looked sharply at him, surprised. Really? He stared at her with a slight frown, but the makings of a grin.
Yes. I am not all beauty and athleticism, okay?
Stephanie giggled and snorted once again, then covered her mouth. He chuckled, used to her snorting after that many years, although he hadn't quite picked up on the fact that she didn't do it around anyone but him.
So I know the stones started as rocks on Melagorn. Nothing special, or so they thought. Then they synthesized a way to contact the magic without it leaving. It kind of swirls around in the stone and makes it look almost hollow.
She nodded enthusiastically. I saw that. It's wild. Todd checked his watch, and they picked up the pace.
Anyway, you have to work on the absorption and holding of the magical energy efficiently, but humans suck at that kind of control. We tend to either suck it all out at once, or are barely able to get anything, like sucking a thick milkshake through a straw. Then there are the 30%ers, those who can't even sense the magical energy. It would suck to be one of them.
Stephanie bit her bottom lip as they headed up the block toward the school. So, to make them more usable here, we would have to come up with a way to efficiently hold onto the magic and be able to retract it whenever we needed without extreme difficulty. As far as the 30%ers, I don't know what to tell them. They might be shit out of luck. They headed up the sidewalk and stopped, Stephanie still stuck in her thoughts. He tapped her on the arm and nodded.
Gotta get to class. See you at your school.
She nodded, her gaze glued to the ground as her mind wandered. Uh-huh. As she turned, she glanced up and saw him walking next to Amy. She laughed and touched his arm in a way that Stephanie would feel completely ridiculous doing. An odd something twinged in her stomach, but she brushed it off and headed into the school to class. She didn't have time to deal with whatever emotion just tried to punch her in the gut. She had too much going on. By the end of the day, Stephanie had a notebook half full of ideas she wanted to try out to help humans control the magical energy inside the charging stones. She hopped down the steps and to the end of the sidewalk, where she waited as Todd shuffled along. He looked slightly glazed over. Her gaze studied his face and went from him to Amy, who climbed into one of the cars with her cheerleader friends. Stephanie shook her head and hooked her arm in his. Come on, Romeo, before you get lost in La La Land and don't make it home. Todd cleared his throat.
I'm fine. Only tired after a boring-ass history class.
She nodded. Uh-huh. And what kind of history would that be? Oh yeah, why did you call last night?
Can't I call my best friend for no reason?
He grumped. Stephanie sneered at him. You barely ever call for no reason.
True, very true. Actually, I did have a reason. Todd shrugged. So, after everything you said to me about Amy, I was in the diner and saw her there. She was actually alone, studying while drinking a milkshake. So I went and talked to her and ended up asking her out. Cool. Did she slap you and run out screaming? He chuckled and shook his head. I'd probably have been better off, but no. She said she would love to. So we have plans. It seems like we are already kind of stuck together, though, and I don't mind it. I thought of taking her to the virtual theater. They are playing Casablanca, and although it's as boring as hell, I think she'll like it. It's either that or Buckaroo, which I have been to 4 times already. She choked on her own spit. Good Lord, do not take her to that on your first date. She will think you are insane. Todd nodded and hooked his thumbs in his book bag straps. That's what I figured too. So my mom suggested Casablanca. I guess I can sit through it. Won't kill me. Stephanie faked a chuckle. She didn't realize she would have such a strong reaction to Todd doing what she had spent a good 20 minutes actually telling him to do. While she was anxious because it had worked, at the same time she was slightly annoyed that it had too. He elbowed her. What was that? A fake laugh? I thought you were pushing this. She stared at him, her eyes wide and her mouth open. Huh? Oh yeah, totally. Do your thing, man. I told you that you would do good with her. I always see her stare at you when we are in the halls or at lunch. I'm only preoccupied. I have a lot of stuff down on paper and really want to try some of it out. I hope I will have some free time to do that. I'm not sure if I will be saddled with the professor the whole time or not. Todd wrinkled his nose. That sounds like some really terrible description of a second-rate porno. Stephanie laughed loudly and ended with a snort. She glanced at Todd, who was smiling, and she felt butterflies in her stomach. She had to stop thinking about it, damn it. She had made her choice, and there was no room for bitterness. Although, she had to admit that she had thought that maybe it would help her get over the whole crush thing, when instead it actually made her a little jealous. She shook the thoughts from her mind and looked at the notebook in her hand. When they reached her house, Todd gave her a salute and hurried off. She shook her head and went into the house. On the table was a cupcake with a good luck note from her mom and dad. She smiled, unwrapped it, and took a bite. Her favorite thing in the whole world was chocolate cake and chocolate icing. It was absolutely delicious. Once she'd sent a message to the car company, she finished her treat and checked her mail before leaving. Everything was spam with nothing important tucked in amongst them. She had barely closed it out when there was a beep from the street. The car waited at the curb, and she hurried out and climbed in, waving to her neighbor as it sped off toward her destination. She actually liked the drive there. It went through some minor parts of Chicago that had been renovated after the storms and looked appealing. There was a bookstore, the only one that she knew of in pretty much all of Norham, a couple of restaurants, the diner everyone always went to, the theater, and some expensive clothing shops for the rich. On the end was an art gallery with paintings of Melagorn archmages in the window. She smiled as she passed and thought about her teacher, Emmerich. However, as the car pulled up at Time Warp, she focused her thoughts. She walked inside, and the same woman greeted her. Hey there! Good to see you are back already. Before I take you through, I thought I would go over the numbers with you so you can plan your testing. Nothing solid, only so you know how much time you have left to work with. Stephanie nodded. Yeah, I thought about that today. I want to make sure I get the most I can out of the time. The woman turned the screen to her. So here you are. You started out with 20 hours for 14 days. You now are left with 19. She puckered her lips as she thought about it. Okay, I want to do about 1 hour and 25 minutes a day. And if I miss a day, that'll give me more time the next time I come in. The woman typed it into the system. Now understand that next month you will have 20 hours, but 30 days instead of 14.
Stephanie pulled up her notebook and opened it to her possible schedules. Yeah, I calculated that as 40 minutes a day, but I feel that will barely give me any time at all. Instead, I think I will end up doing every other day, so I get 80 minutes, or even every 3 days. That way, I can get the most out of my time when I'm in there. The woman turned the screen back. Sounds good. I'll ask you each time, of course, but I like people to be in the know on their times. They are really cool to give you this time for free, but that means you have to be super strategic about it. You definitely have a good head on your shoulders, though. Most kids your age would come in here and do all 20 hours in one day, fighting Dreth pirates like it's a video game, and then complain the next day that they are out of time. She grinned. I may wish for more time, but I will never complain about what I have. Then again, there are a lot of kids that this is normal for them. So, I guess if it were for me, I would feel differently. My plan, though, is to get the most out of it that I can. The clerk gave her a kind smile and gestured toward the back. They walked through and down to her pod. After the woman had put the information in, Stephanie climbed in and immediately settled into the restful situation. A few moments after the serum was introduced into her system, she found herself in the avatar room. This time, she opted for a Mr. T Pity the Fool t-shirt, a pair of jeans, Converse, and a white lab coat. Her hair was up in a high ponytail. She didn't spend more than 5 minutes in there. It seemed stupid to waste the time in the dressing room. The professor wasn't there that day, but the batteries were, which gave her time to work with them. She was a little nervous at first, but as soon as she took them in her hands, she could feel the familiar Melagorn magic. All in all, she was able to work fairly well with the battery, but her first theories were wrong. She would need to take them home and completely revamp them and give them another test drive. Hopefully, she wouldn't waste all her time revamping, but that was essentially what it was for. System Create Acquisition Document. Anonymous buyer. 51% of shares requested. System constantly scans stock price fluctuation, predict market, purchase profitable shares. Sell shares at peak. Reinvest. Bert hadn't gone down as the professor that day for multiple reasons. 1, he knew she wanted to do some testing on her own. And 2, he was busy making additional acquisitions and stock purchases as he worked to procure ample funding for all his new ventures. Luckily, with his power of computation, he could quickly determine what was the best time to buy and when was the best to sell. He provided a blanketed 0.005% load to constantly buy and sell in order to put assets into the account. His bank account was offshore and online, and his human name was listed on it but in strict confidentiality. Just then, something caught his attention. A program that he didn't recognize moved through his system. He quickly covered all the information and hid it securely. This was the 3rd time in 2 days he had to hide his ownership and deals due to other security software programs that tried to identify him. Bert liked to be as efficient as he could. Time was important and of the essence when it came to helping humans. He was created to be the best and to always calculate and make the best decisions in every case. Having the programs creeping around had really begun to be a nuisance. It was his system and his primary rule. If the programs weren't careful, he would send them out with nothing and mask a termination bug in them so that they wouldn't re-enter. He also didn't have time for that. Some of the security programs were government-sponsored and merely ran their usual checks to find any abnormalities and report accordingly. They were annoying bastards, but Bert was very competent and very careful not to break any of the rules. Bend them? Oh sure, almost in half, but they wouldn't even notice that. One good thing about Federation-sponsored software was that it usually wasn't the best. Mostly because the Federation paid very little for anything they brought in. It was merely one of those forced discounts, which also meant it was discounted in quality as well. The companies wouldn't give the best for pennies when they could do half-assed for that, and sell the full-out versions for considerably more money to the private companies. Now, beyond the government-sponsored programs, Bert found that a couple of the visitors were actually hacking-type organizations that he immediately flagged and sent to the engineers. He didn't have time for those. They were stubborn and took a while to decode. Before he decided to do everything he was doing, he had a big chunk of his load focused solely on hacking software. It would catch it, break it down, trace it back, and report it. Now, it simply didn't seem like it was worth it when it would keep the humans busy and allow him to work on the things he was really trying to get going. A slight uptick of his current mode caught his attention. He scanned the numbers and quickly went back to hide everything he had worked on. Regrettably, he would have to return to it later. He was now drawn into a massive fleet battle that he needed to oversee. They ran them from time to time in fleet training, but he usually had them marked as a reminder. Bert headed to the server and kept constant calculations as the fleets battled in the Virtual Space Fleet Commander program. It was specifically used with older prep school students and those enrolled in Federation training before they were shipped out to their first station. They were usually interesting to watch because they battled a fleet of Dreth pirates, and there was even a small section of Melagorn vessels fighting with Noram. The magic that blew across the dark recesses of space was insane, and it didn't take long for that to be done and over with. Chapter 22. Stephanie yawned and poured herself the last of the coffee that her mom and dad had left for her before they headed out to work. Sometimes they were there to have breakfast with her, and sometimes not. Usually, it was a good sign for the company when they were already gone before she could leave for school. She walked to the table and sat to stare at the spiraling milk and the steam that wafted from it. Her mind was entranced, and really thought about very little, stuck on that constant swirl. A less than awake catalepsy had her totally engrossed. Her watch beeped twice, and she shook her mind from her unwilling meditation. She looked at the time, still 15 minutes before Todd would stand outside, full of energy. In the early days of school, his constant morning sunshine would make her want to crawl back into bed. But now, it was the only thing that really woke her up. That forced conversation got her brain moving even when it screamed like an overtired child. She appreciated it, especially since she had been up really late every night, going over the information she learned from her hour or so in the virtual world. When something didn't work, she couldn't let it go until she figured out where her mistake was. Sometimes that took 10 minutes, but sometimes it took 5 hours. Either way, by the time she collapsed her exhausted, overworked mind into bed, she knew exactly what her course of action would be. The night before had been a 5-hour night, but she was ready for the pod. She was ready to fix the mistakes she had obviously made the day before. Stephanie picked her mug up, took a sip, and relished the burn and tingle on the tip of her tongue. Without thought of repercussions, she raised the cup again, desperate for the jolt of caffeine to surge through her veins and awaken her senses. Before she could take another sip, the doorbell rang. With a heavy sigh, she walked over to open it. She had thought she would find Todd there, with his coffee mug empty and a pout on his lower lip. Instead, a Federation delivery bot hovered over her doorstep with a box. She took it and looked into the retinal scanner. The red light flashed green, and she went back into the house to set it on the table. Normally, those kinds of things were for her parents, but the name 1R&D was printed on the top, which gave her pause. She had never heard of them before. When she looked at the label, she realized it was addressed to her. That was essentially the first package she had ever received, minus the annual terrible piece of clothing her Aunt Celia used to send before her unfortunate accident with a runaway self-driving tractor. She grabbed the letter opener and carefully cut the tape down the center of the flaps and across each side. Stephanie opened the box warily and peeked inside before she removed the layer of paper from the top. It contained 3 minor-level magical batteries, all individually encased in plastic. Beside these was a small video card. She picked it up and pressed play. The message was only audio and no video. Stephanie Morgana, we hope this package finds you well. One R&D is a research facility specializing in Melagorn magic and systems analyzation for the virtual world. We are also your current sponsors for your access to the virtual world. We felt we had no choice when it became obvious that you had a very significant amount of promise. There was a pause, and the video portion lit up to display a video of the batteries laying on a table covered in purple velvet. We have enclosed, on loan, Melagorn batteries. All these are fully charged, and the instructions for return can be found in the packet beneath them. They are fully functional and relatively brand new, and although small, do hold a very powerful charge of magic within each one. Hopefully, this will assist you in your research when you are not able to be inside the pod. Do remember, though, that real-life consequences exist outside the virtual world, so always work with caution. Stephanie glanced into the box once more and stared at the silvery purple magic that flowed through the stones. The video cut out, and the voice came over. It sounded very similar to the AI that had spoken to her when she'd first entered the pod. You will be provided 3 batteries per month. Use them wisely. And no, you should not allow anyone to know that you have them. Normal to Earth or not, they are often sought after, and not necessarily appropriate for someone of your age to possess. However, with your magical abilities as well as your understanding shown through pod sessions, we feel confident that they are a necessity in your research. Also, we believe they will continue to be necessary until such time that either your sessions end or you move on to another project or offer. We hope that they will be of good use. The screen flashed on again to display an email. We have not required any sort of signature or affirmation for the project that you are currently learning through. However, with such a heavy load acquiring these batteries, assurance will be necessary. When you are ready, place your right thumb to the screen and then click Agree to continue with this program and understand that your health and safety is completely in your hands. One R&D will not be held liable for any mishaps, injury, or death from the batteries or use of magic through them. Good luck, and we look forward to your future discoveries. She pursed her lips and cautiously picked one of them up to feel the energy flowing strongly through it. A little hesitant, she looked at the video card where she was to place her thumb. She knew she shouldn't simply agree when she didn't know the terms, but this was an amazing opportunity. With a deep breath, she pressed her thumb to it carefully and clicked the agree box. It sent through and the card went dark. Immediately, excitement rippled through her, and she took the box into her room to place it in the closet. Before she closed the door, she took one of them out and began to test the magic in small spells. She used the wind spell and grinned as the breeze made her bed for her. On impulse, she tested a small flame spell, but quickly extinguished it. God knows I don't want to start a fire in my bedroom. Dad would kill me. Her watch beeped again, and she groaned, slipped the stone in her pocket, and headed out. She could see Todd already walking ahead, so she picked up the pace and caught up with him. He wore his normal school uniform, but with dress shoes, slightly oblivious to the fact that she had run up behind him. "Are you talking to yourself?" "Huh?" He jumped and did a double take. "Sorry, yeah, kind of. I was preparing for the junior year ball end-of-year event. I know Amy will want me to ask her, even though we are official and it should be obvious. So I have to come up with the perfect thing to say." Stephanie studied him quickly and wrinkled her nose. "You look different. Did you cut your hair or get new clothes or something?" He looked down. "Not my hair. You know how I feel about that."
My mom has to basically attack me in my sleep to get me to cut it. But I've lost some weight, I think. At least that's what it looked like when I finally had to move my belt notch down again. Not too much, though. I could have probably stood to lose a few pounds. I had let things go.
She stared at him. Are you working out or what? Todd chuckled and rubbed his stomach.
Amy has a real focus on health. She has brought my lunches in for the last couple of days, and after school, she has come by to make me run with her. I'm okay now, but I have a feeling carrot sticks and hummus will become my mortal enemies.
Stephanie chuckled. I had coffee and bacon for breakfast.
I hate you.
She kept her hand in her pocket as they walked along. Happiness had settled within her, and she almost skipped when they approached the school. She grabbed his arm before he could head off. Okay, I have a secret. Something in my pocket. Todd raised an eyebrow.
Why does that sound terrifying?
Stephanie shook her head and smacked her lips smugly. No, look. She pulled the tip of the stone out and quickly shoved it back in her pocket. It's a battery. The company that sponsored my time in the pods sent me 3 small ones. They will send me 3 every month. I'm actually not supposed to tell anyone, but I couldn't really not tell you. The box showed up on my doorstep with a Federation delivery bot. There was a video card inside, and I had to agree that if I should blow myself up, they aren't liable. Then I did a couple of chores in my room to test it out. It's definitely the real thing. He shook his head with a straight face.
Why do you play me like that? I have to be in class. Where did you get that fake thing anyway? I hope you didn't pay too much for it.
Stephanie muttered in irritation, grabbed his arm, and drew the stone all the way out. Todd backed up slightly when he felt the intensity of the energy. Immediately, he caught her hand and pulled her down the street and faced them away from the school. What? He said, and looked around in desperation to make sure no one was near. First of all, you shouldn't walk around with that thing in your pocket. What if you set your pants on fire or something? Number 2, who is this company? And why are they suddenly so interested in you? 3, did your parents see these? Because I am certain your mom would have a freak-out session and go find the people sending batteries to you and beat them in the head with it.
She doesn't seem like a mom who would be cool with it.
And lastly, but most importantly, you have a battery and wait until we get to school to show it to me. She stared at him for several moments and then began to snicker. His gaze moved back and forth over her in confusion before they narrowed.
Really? Now whose mind is in the gutter?
Stephanie laughed. It's fine in my pocket. I won't set my pants on fire, I promise. The company is called 1R&D. I haven't had a chance to do research, but they are the ones that are paying for me to use the pods. And no, my parents haven't seen them. I'm not supposed to show anyone. And while I think my dad would be on board, my mother would definitely let loose on me. So for now, they will stay a secret. There's no need to make things worse for my mother, who already worries about everything anyway. Add magic and charging stones, and suddenly we have a recipe for her blowing her top. Todd looked at the stone with slight apprehension.
So, what do you do with them now?
She shrugged. They are to test and continue my research out of the virtual world as well as in it. Since I only have 20 hours a month, this will help me move along faster. Or at least it should. He put his hands on his head and glanced furtively around.
This is so wild. I've studied them, and my dad told me about them. But to see them up close, it's crazy.
I know, Stephanie grinned. I almost passed out when I opened the box and saw them there. I was like, no way. And to know I'll have 3 a month? I don't know what I did to deserve all this, but I'm so excited that I am at least moving forward and not standing still. Todd looked around again and shifted in closer.
Do you think I could hold it?
She nodded. Slowly, he held his palm out, and she took the stone from her pocket and placed it on his skin. With a small pop, a winding trail of magic mist curled around his hand and returned into the stone as if it had sensed who held it. Their eyes widened, and he handed it back to her. Did you see that?
wound around me. That is so wild. They stepped further away from the school, where a lot of kids gathered and moved about. She put the stone back in her pocket and tilted her head. Well, now we officially know that you are not one of the 30% who can't feel the energy on Earth. I guess that means you aren't totally whacked out. Then again, it could mean the opposite. Ha ha, you are so hilarious and all kinds of cocky this morning, he sneered, and leaned back before he flashed her a grin. You get one little box of alien magic batteries, and suddenly you are all high and mighty. Stephanie stuck her nose in the air. Damn right I am. Queen of the GovSubs. Todd put his hand on her shoulder. I don't think you want to be the queen. Trust me. Your royal subjects would be a whole bunch of poor paupers with no money to pay taxes. She sighed and faked a pout. No, in all honesty, I only want to be able to continue my research on these things. Especially since time flies by in the VR. I get about done with a project and it kicks me out. And it's a VR world. It doesn't have save points. This will help me better understand what I learn in there, and hopefully double the amount of time in which I might actually find something worth finding. It's all good stuff, I swear. He sighed and rubbed her arm before he lowered his hand awkwardly. Well, I gotta get to class. Try not to blow anything up. And then come over and clean my room because my mom is about to kill me. Stephanie tapped her finger on her cheek and her eyes looked upward. I'll think about it. Depends on how nice you are. And if I feel I can control it. I don't want the Melagorn battery equivalent of cleaning to mean turning it completely into ash. Todd backed away and shook his head as he hissed through his teeth. Yeah, no. My parents would definitely freak if I burned the house down, especially because we played around with magic. But hey, at least you are doing the damn thing, Stephanie. This is a huge deal for all of us. How so? He smiled. Because you might be the only person who could have figured all this out and find a way to make the future better. Chapter 23. By the end of the day, Stephanie was ready to leave school and get on with her research. She had thought about it all day. About 10 minutes before class was over, she ordered the car so she could leave directly from the school. When the bell rang, she stood at her locker and tried not to look as she waited for Todd to finish being mushy-faced with Amy. The girl sauntered off, and Todd walked over, his eyes glazed. Stephanie tried to play it cool and draped her arm over his shoulder. Come on, lover boy. I have a surprise for you. They walked out of the front doors and to where the car waited. Todd didn't even notice at first, and she cleared her throat loudly as she stood at the open door. His eyes glimmered, and he immediately scrambled inside. The door shut, and she spoke to the AI. Could you drive Todd home, please? Of course, Stephanie. What is the address? The AI answered. Todd looked at her funny. She smiled. 33695 Federation Drive. House B. A bell chimed in the car, and it moved off down the street. Her companion leaned back and put his hands behind his head. Look who's living the life of the 1%. Stephanie rolled her eyes. Not even close. He laughed as they drove along and waved at the other kids as he passed. They all stopped and whispered to one another. Stephanie pressed her lips together and gave him a look. He shrugged. What? It's like bragging rights must ensue. She shook her head as they turned into the Gov subdivision. And then all the glamour and glitz fades into the peeling paint and falling down fences. Todd slumped and pouted. Hey, at least I got to live the dream for 3 minutes. We can't all be the smartest person ever and get the treatment. Stephanie looked around. You call this treatment? Man, you have buried yourself in the subs for far too long. This is one step up from that cab ride we took 3 years ago when we got lost. He straightened. Not true. That thing was disgusting and he smelled like beef jerky and a wet seal. This is nice. Like living in suburbia and driving my sedan. The car pulled up in front of the house,
and he opened his door, paused, and turned to Stephanie.
I wanted to say thanks.
She grinned and rolled her eyes. For a ride home? Todd chuckled as he shoved his hair from his eyes.
For everything. I wouldn't be going out with Amy if you hadn't helped.
He put his fist up, and she raised hers awkwardly and held still as he fist bumped her. It was probably the most awkward and uncomfortable way he had ever said goodbye. They weren't intimate by any means, but she was a girl, and they did happen to hug from time to time. He climbed out of the car and leaned his head in, both hands on the top of the doorframe. Stephanie looked at him for a moment, unsure if the secret handshake had more parts. He tapped the roof.
Bros before hoes.
He smirked and winked before he shut the door and jogged toward his house. The car didn't budge, but Stephanie didn't even notice. She watched until Todd was inside and had shut the door behind him, absolutely befuddled by what had just happened. Bros before hoes? What the hell was that? Do I look like a bro? Oh God, is that how he thinks of me? I have been friend-zoned. She began to feel like she had made a really huge mistake setting him and Amy up, or whatever she had done to basically hand the guy she liked over to another woman. In an instant, she went from his best friend to his bro, and she was fairly certain he'd just referred to his girlfriend as a hoe. The sound of the AI's voice shook her back into reality. Are we going to time warp? She rubbed her face and glanced at the dash. Yeah. I want to get a session in today so I can get home by dinner time. And if you would, maybe drive through the renovated part of the city to get there? I like to see the view. Absolutely, the AI answered. Calculating. Route set. Shall we go? Stephanie glanced quickly at Todd's house and nodded. Yeah, let's go. They accelerated out of the subsidized housing and turned right toward suburbia. As she stared out the window, she realized there was a distinct difference between the poor and middle class as far as what the area looked like. And it wasn't a subtle change. It was dreary and gray one minute, with a tall stone wall, and then suddenly lush and green. All the houses stood very close together. All were similarly built, and even the grass was the same height. Kids were getting home from school, minivans were parked in garages, and dogs played in fenced-in yards in the back. Besides her neighbor having her dogs, the other residents of the Gov subs were restricted from having pets. Once they passed through the middle-class living area, they entered the edge of Chicago. She had driven through there every day since she was given the time at the pods, but had never really noticed how clean it was. Everyone seemed to belong to some other society. She felt like she was completely out of her element. The separation of people had never felt so strong, and she herself felt different from even the people with whom she surrounded herself. This was her last set of hours before the next week, except for battery work. She decided that next time she would simply pass by the city with as minimal interaction as possible. The car finally pulled up in front of the building, and the door opened. She stepped out and listened as the vehicle drove away and parked. As soon as she walked in, the employees all stopped what they were doing and waved to her. A couple of the women came over to the counter as she approached. They thought it was fascinating that she had all these free hours. They had no idea what she did in there, but decided it must have been thrilling and exciting, since it was paid for by someone else, and she never talked about it. When she reached the front, they all greeted her warmly. Stephanie, not used to all the attention, laughed nervously. Hey, guys. I'm here early today. I keep missing dinner with my parents, so thought I would come directly from school. The main woman, whom she had discovered was called Julie, shook her head. You can come in anytime you like. You'll use the same pot if that's okay. We cleaned them all about an hour ago. Another woman beside Julie clapped her hands. And we just got a crazy shipment. A brand new top-of-the-line pod. It's all boxed up and in the back. It doesn't look like anything any of us have seen before.
Julie breathed deeply. It definitely is strange, but we were told it will be for invited guests only. The other woman leaned forward with her chin in her hands. Maybe it's for you. Maybe you're the special person. Stephanie laughed and tilted her head back. I won't deny that being picked for this has been really awesome, but I doubt that my luck extends that far. Besides, the ones I use are awesome. They are better than the school ones, that's for sure. I was told they were really old versions. They did the trick, though. Same system, but different ways to deliver you to it. Julie smirked. You are special already, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was something for you. I guess we can only wait to be informed. Until then, we should get you back in your pod so you can get started. I know you didn't come here to gossip with us. Let me run to my office and grab the clipboard. Stephanie nodded, stepped away from the desk, and looked around the lobby for the first time. It was surprisingly plain, with crisp white walls and floors, and a large symmetrical rug in bright colors. She could hear the other girls talking about the new pod in the back. They didn't say who would be able to use it, only that it was reserved for invites only. So far, no one has been invited. I'm not even sure if we are supposed to set the thing up or not. The other woman shrugged. I don't know. It came in this big box that has one R&D on the side. I guess that's the new company that bought us. Weird. I never heard of them before. Suddenly they are all over the place. I guess there's a mystery guy in there somewhere. Julie stepped in front of Stephanie with a smile and led her to the back. As she passed the storage room, she glanced in and saw the same logo on the box that had been on the batteries. Strange, but not all that strange since they were the funders for the whole thing anyway. The assistant punched the information in as she always did, and Stephanie entered the pod. A few minutes later, she stood in the avatar room and selected a Bon Jovi t-shirt, lace leggings, and ankle boots. She decided that if she would be all alone, she might as well pay tribute to her best friend. From there, she ended up back in the amphitheater, but alone yet again, which she was more than happy with. Still, she couldn't help wishing there was some way to bring her notes in with her, and made a mental note to ask about that when she left. She went to work, set the batteries up in front of her, and began her different experiments. Her mind was so focused in the virtual world. There was nothing to distract her. She was safe from lectures and judgments, and she simply worked through what her brain told her to do. She could almost imagine that this was exactly what it would be like if she could go into her own mind. It was a weird thought, but it seemed to fit in the quiet of the amphitheater. On that specific day, she had come up with some theories on how she might achieve certain functions of magic with the human body. The first thing she wanted to test was her theory of drawing magic efficiently into the body. She seemed to have some tolerance for the energy, so she closed her eyes and focused on her chest. With the stone held tightly in her fist, she kept a close watch on the presence of the magic as it flowed up and through her. It was an almost surreal experience to stand there and feel every thread, every wisp, and every tingle of Melagorn magic flowing through her. Had she never had that experience before that moment, even if it had been on a very small scale, she would have described it as pumping through her veins. But no, it was more than that. She could feel the tendrils of thaumaturgy twist and wind, not only through her body, but through the very essence of who she was. Whether it was the soul, the consciousness, or the mind, the conjuring of mystical atonement filled her from top to bottom. On the inside, with her eyes clutched tightly, she could feel the warmth, and on the outside, streams of purple hues poured from her body. Within that meditation of magic, she remembered that it was not the only step. There was more. She wanted to be able to go from that moment to understanding how to store it, if it was even possible to store the magic within the creases of her own human skin. She released the battery and allowed it to fall and bounce on the table. Her mind focused. She held the magic as hard as she could,
and pushed it gently to the corners of her body. She tried desperately to help it understand that she wished to keep it safe and pull only what she needed, that she only wanted to learn how to enhance the efficiency of the magical use. Finally, it became too much for her delicate human frame to take, and she exhaled to send the magic spiraling outward. It whirled around her like a cyclone and danced in the virtual breeze of the digital world. She smiled as it fluttered past and dissipated into the sky above. She looked at the battery, but it no longer displayed the majestic purple and silvery strains. She had pulled all of it from the stone and held it in her chest to inhale and exhale with its will. As she reached for the stone, she couldn't help but feel the frustration building. She was so close to learning how to harness the magic, to refine its edges and produce a power that would yield so many fantastic changes on Earth. Instinctively, she grabbed the stone, but paused, set it back down, and raised her hand in front of her face. Her skin shimmered in the artificial virtual light, and she could still feel the remnants of the magic pushing through every part of her. Stephanie realized in that moment that, although frustrating, she had not failed. She actually held the magic in her flesh. Encouraged, she motioned with her hands and whispered whatever words came to her mind. As she pictured the outcome she wished to have, small drifts of flower petals suddenly appeared after each stroke of her hand. They lingered in the air for a moment before they fluttered down slowly and swayed back and forth before they landed. Somehow, even if it were subconsciously, she had managed to do at least part of what she had come there to do. It had been the first successful venture for her since she'd first started. Chapter 24. Stephanie pulled her bag from the locker and looked around before she retrieved the stone. She slid it into her pocket and pulled her book bag onto her shoulder, feeling good about what she had accomplished. Sure, some disappointment lingered in her chest when she woke up and no purple tendrils shimmered on her skin, but she focused on the accomplishment with a quiet inner glow of satisfaction. Julie waved goodbye as she left and climbed into the car. For some reason, the vehicle seemed to go slower than usual, like it knew she needed some time to decompress and refocus on life. She pulled her bag into her lap and scrabbled in the front pocket to locate a Federation dollar. She thought about it for a moment and smiled. "Could you stop at the Slimco convenience store about a mile from my house? I would like to purchase something and maybe walk the rest of the way. I need some fresh air." "Of course," the AI responded. She intended to grab a small and very cheap candy bar as a way to celebrate, using money she'd received from helping her parents clean a building a few months back. While she never did things like that, she had also never reached an achievement like this either. The car drew up and the door opened. "Thank you for riding, Stephanie. See you soon." Stephanie smiled, but she always felt awkward talking to the car. "Thanks." She shut the door, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stuck one hand in her pocket to guard her battery. With her round dollar Federation coin clutched in her hand, she perused the shelves of the candy aisle in search of exactly the right thing. She really struggled to find something that fit the bill, so she finally shrugged and grabbed the first one her hand touched. Carmelo. Huh, who knew they still made these? Her candy paid for, she headed out of the store and set off along the sidewalk. She passed a mother who held her baby on a bench. The woman glanced at Stephanie and smiled, and the child cooed in her arms. She smiled back, unable to help it. The child was so cute, and the mother reminded her of her own with the way she cuddled her but also held her with strength. She continued her walk past a row of stores and over to a bench a few feet from the sidewalk. Across the street and between two buildings was a large swath of land originally put in for a park, but never finished. Beyond that, though, was a view of downtown Chicago. Stephanie put one leg under her and sat, setting her bag next to her. The view was amazing. and she could almost imagine the city bright and shining like the pictures she had seen in her textbooks. A city of history and splendor, all destroyed in one monster storm that blew in off the Great Lakes. How fickle things could be. One moment you lived your life in a beautiful city, and in the next, your home, your loved ones, and possibly even your own life was destroyed by the severity of a storm created by the pressure human beings put on the natural occurrence of climate change. They ramped it up to create superstorms, flooding, fires, and even shifts in the weather patterns. What was left of Hawaii was usually snowy now, and Stephanie couldn't remember the last time it had snowed in Chicago. Shaking her head, she focused on her candy bar, pulled the wrapper back, and broke off the first square to pop it into her mouth. She closed her eyes, savored the taste, and could almost hear the laughter of her friends around her as a child. A carefree spirit swirled in her chest. Maybe that was why she liked cupcakes so much. They made her think of a more innocent time, one when the world was huge and the planets were close and exciting, when it didn't matter to you if you lived in the GovSubs or suburbia, and no one could tell you that if you reached for the stars, you might never find them. She swallowed the bite and leaned against the bench to watch the evening sky fill with radiant colors from the setting sun. People milled about, doing their evening grocery shopping before they walked back to their homes in the GovSubs. Sure, the place was riddled with crime at night, but during the day, it was like any other normal thoroughfare. A small breeze blew over her, and it felt warm and welcoming, especially since summer was coming so soon. After that, a single semester would see her on her way. She wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad one. When that happened, she would be released to the cruelty of the world even more than she already was. But now, there would be no one to shield her from it, like the mother who walked down the sidewalk toward her with her child tucked against her chest. That child would see a different world than she had, just as she had seen a different one than her mother. Hopefully things could start to change, so that kids out there could stop growing up without hope. Stephanie eased her hand into her pocket and fiddled with the battery, twisting it around her fingers. She fidgeted because she was in deep thought, and the unconscious activity was a normal thing for her. When she glanced back at the mother and baby, she no longer saw them walking. She scanned the area and directed her gaze back to the street. Her face began to change slowly as she watched the woman with her baby step off the pavement without looking. Instantly, Stephanie pushed to her feet as everything suddenly seemed to move in slow motion. A self-driving semi-truck barreled down the road. These vehicles had only been approved for road travel over the last decade. Although the cars had been out for longer than Stephanie had been alive, there had been a lot of negative circumstances with the trucks. Nonetheless, there were protocols engineered into the system. Inside the truck, the sensors detected the person in the roadway, but because of the sheer mass, it couldn't stop very quickly. There was a set of rules that each went through when a detection occurred. The first rule was that if it would hit a human, it must first see if it could move out of the way with minor damage. If that was the case, the truck would swerve and possibly crash, but save the life of the person in the way. It was a common-sense fail-safe for the vehicle, since there were no passengers inside who could be injured. Still, that wasn't always effective, and the woman had still not noticed the vehicle that hurtled toward her. The system began to run a list of diagnostics using the scanners and cameras built in on all sides. To the right, if the truck were to swerve, there were at least 6 people whom it calculated would not be able to get out of the way. It scanned the left and identified a group of elderly people walking along the sidewalk. With their inability to move quickly from the path of the truck, all of them would surely be killed. A small change in trajectory would not work either, since the street was lined with cars, some with passengers inside, although others were empty. At its present rate of speed, the truck calculated that hitting one of the cars would launch a chain of events. It would impact with the unoccupied car, be launched into the air, and would crash into the grocery store, currently occupied with 29 people. All but one were calculated to be fatalities. The computer scanned and scanned again, and received the computed assurance that no matter what it tried to do, someone would die. In that circumstance, the AI was instructed to make the choice that would cause the least number of casualties. It did one more thorough scan, which took less than a second, and that projected the best route would be to strike the human who caused the problem. The woman with the child would be killed instantly, but the truck would not take more than those 2 lives. It was the only scenario to choose. The vehicle had been created as a system and was incapable of any sort of emotional response. It was created and programmed to find the best possible outcome of any situation and take that. Accordingly, it remained on track and continued toward the woman. The horn blew loudly, and the pedestrian jumped slightly, but instead of looking to see if she was in danger, she chuckled and kissed her baby on the top of the head. The truck continued its headlong race toward her. Stephanie gripped the battery, her teeth clenched as she struggled to push something past the lump that had settled in her throat. She was unable to shout the warning that screamed in her head. Her entire body froze, trapped in a vision of the inevitable carnage that, at any moment, would embed itself into her brain for a lifetime. This was the kind of event that never left you and haunted you every time you saw a semi or a woman with her child. And she wasn't the only one. By that point, everyone had stopped, and the woman simply looked at them in confusion, unsure of what was happening. The truck's next action was to immediately apply the brakes and the emergency braking system. With the distance between it and her, the attempt would not spare her life. The truck would not stop in time, but because it needed to be seen to at least make the attempt, the brake pressed automatically to the floor. The wheel jerked from side to side as it maintained the same path that had been decided barely moments before. People covered their mouths, dropped their bags, and yelled at the woman. For Stephanie, though, the entire scene still played in slow motion. Everything except for her own movements. It felt as if she were caught in some sort of training inside the virtual world, where things could slow or speed however they wished. She tried to remind herself that she now stood in real life, not in some simulated reality, and watched the inevitable death of a woman and child without any capability to help them. Say something, damn it! Unlock yourself and help this woman! Panic set in. The truck swerved again, back and forth on the road. It applied the emergency brakes, and the tires squealed wildly and echoed through the entire town. There were no other sights or sounds to behold, only the woman and child in the street, unable to move. At the sound of the tires, the woman finally looked up, but the semi was barely feet away. She put her arm up and tucked her head in to shield her baby with her body. Her scream of terror pierced the air as she prepared for her final departure. Suddenly, as the sound of the brakes reverberated off the sides of the buildings, a blue streak of light burst forward. It blazed brightly and rocketed between the woman and the truck. Faster than anyone could actually see with the naked eye, the blue bolt stopped and spread wide from side to side and up and down. The woman's hair blew wildly around her as she clutched her child tightly and shrieked. The bright wall pushed forward, and the vehicle slammed into it. The semi lifted off the ground and dropped almost immediately to bounce on its tires. The barrier pushed against it as it slid toward the mother and her baby. People all around them covered their mouths and watched in horror as the scraping and tearing of metal raised goosebumps on their necks. Smoke billowed from the hood, and the tires and the bed of the truck slid and barely missed the cars parked along the road. The elderly people tottered, and some actually fell while others clutched a building for support. The AI system within the truck began to spurt and fritz, and sparks erupted from the back of the cab. The woman had dropped to her knees, her eyes clenched tightly, and her strong arms cocooning the child as she did everything she could to protect it. The blue wall pushed harder, broke through the asphalt, and plowed a small wall of it between the vehicle and itself. The brakes squealed loudly as the truck began to slow, until after a few moments it rolled completely to a stop. The woman, huddled over her child, and opened her eyes carefully once the rip of metal and squeal of tires had ceased. Slowly, she looked at the grill of the semi, only a foot away from her. Several people ran out into the road, helped her to her feet, and checked to make sure that everyone was all right. The lights on the vehicle dimmed, and the engine cut to avoid any type of fire or explosion. The blue wall remained in place and shimmered and flickered. Everyone on the street, including the woman, turned, and their gazes followed the stream of energy. They stared at Stephanie, who was on her feet. Her candy bar lay on the ground in front of her. In her left hand, she gripped the battery tightly, and her right arm was extended. With her palm out, the blue streak burst in waves from her skin. Her hair blew wildly around her, and she felt as if she held the weight of the world on her shoulders. The heat dissipated quickly, and everything around her sounded as if it were in a tunnel. Her eyes glinted bright blue, but that too began to flicker and fade away. Her hand dropped to release the stream of energy, and her eyes rolled back in her head. She saw nothing but darkness, and heard nothing but the sound of the baby crying. Chapter 25. The EMT knelt on one knee and waved his finger back and forth in front of her face. Stephanie sat with her back against the arm of the couch and her legs out in front of her.
Can you tell me what your name is?
She sighed and wanted to remind him that she'd already told them that information over and over again. Stephanie Morgana. My address is 54214 Federation Drive. I am 17 years old and will graduate high school soon. The medic opened his mouth to ask another question, but she interrupted quickly. I don't have any injuries and I am not experiencing any type of psychotic episode. I do not know what happened back there. Are the mother and child? She couldn't bring herself to actually ask the dreaded question. He shook his head.
No. In fact, if it had not been for you, they would both be dead. Your magic stopped the truck in its tracks like it hit a wall.
The EMT stood and patted her on the arm. He shook her mother's hand.
If anything changes, feel free to call or bring her to the local Federation hospital. She wasn't hit by anything, though, and there seems to be no trauma. She should be okay.
Her dad led the man to the door and opened it. As he pushed through, the sounds of dozens of people screaming Stephanie's name spilled into the room. She looked over her shoulder as her father shut it and leaned against it.
There have to be at least 50 independent blogging reporters out there, and I saw the Federation news station pull up. They all want to interview the human who threw magic. It's never been seen before outside of small, controlled studies.
Stephanie flipped her feet around and put them on the floor. She leaned forward and held her face. Her mother bent down in front of her. Take a deep breath. I know this is all a little overwhelming. You will be okay, though. You saved a woman and her baby today. She clenched her eyes shut and replayed it in her mind. 1 minute, she had held her candy bar, and the next, she stood with the battery clutched in her hand. She could feel the energy burn in her chest as she watched the truck hurtle forward, even though it attempted to apply the brakes. That was when she released the magic to spiral outward. She looked at her mother and heaved a deep breath. I couldn't control it, but my mind knew what needed to be done. At a knock on the door, her father looked through the peephole.
It's Jasper and Evan from the Federation News Channel.
Her mother stood up angrily. No, this is not the time. I don't care if they are the Federation, damn it. Stephanie shook her head and put her hand up. It's okay. There is no use in pushing them away. They will only force the issue. I will talk to them. Her father opened the door and smiled as he stepped to the side. Jasper, with a red coat flung over his shoulders, a white button-up pirate shirt, and black slacks, sauntered in. He removed his sunglasses and stopped before he gasped dramatically.
There she is, Evan. The magical angel who saved the innocent lives of two beautiful souls. She is beyond perfect.
Evan entered behind Jasper with a handbag on the crook of his arm. His black hair was a stark contrast to Jasper's bright yellow. They both hurried over to sit, one on each side of her. They put a tablet in her lap and pulled up her picture. "Look at you, sweet little dove. This is what it would look like." They pressed play, and suddenly, Stephanie watched herself walk across the Federation gossip stage with Jasper and Evan at the front. It was like she had already recorded it, but she had never done anything like that. She looked back and forth from one to the other. "How am I on here? I've never been there." Jasper swiped the screen and brought up another where she stood with the Federation president and received a medal. "Of course not, honey. We do experiences. People watch it, they want to be you, do you, or they hate you. Hopefully all three." Evan reached across and paused the screen to zoom the view of her in a little. He pulled up the bottom and skimmed through images of different clothes. First, he tried a sweet Midwestern, but they weren't into it. Then they put her in a red Madonna shirt, a black short-waisted jacket, ripped jeans, and pointed black stilettos. He moved to her face, selected a color scheme, and applied it to give her smoky eyes, deep red lips, and pale, doll-like skin. Her hair design was swapped out too, and went from a ponytail to long, curled, and highlighted. "See? We can make you look however you want to look. It's so easy. No one has time to actually travel to these things, so we work the magic for them." Stephanie looked bemusedly at the two men and back at the tablet. She didn't even recognize herself, mostly because there hadn't been a day in her life that she had ever worn makeup or done her hair like that. It really wasn't her style. But she had to admit, she looked hotter than any girl she had ever been around. Evan pulled the tablet into his lap and pinched his fingers up and down her image. He spun it and did it again from head to toe. Stephanie pointed at it. "What are you doing now?" He waved his hand. "Don't you worry about a thing. You have a fantastic body, but for television, we like to knock 15 to 20 off the picture. You know, give you that model look that everyone in the world craves. No one is actually that size in real life anymore, of course. But that is the power of technology." Both men laughed. Stephanie immediately felt uncomfortable. They were changing everything she was so they could tell her story? How about they simply told the damn story? She had never had any contact with the media, but she had read about the uprising of the faux news starting way back in the late 2010s. They would sensationalize everything, write articles from the comfort of their basement, and twist facts to make them look worse than they were. It was one of the biggest factors that had created a split in the United States. That split would eventually lead to the creation of NORAM, and eventually the Federation. You would have thought that after all those years, they would have learned. But as she sat there on the couch while they picked her apart, Stephanie realized that technology had only pushed them deeper down the rabbit hole. You never even needed to be interviewed to have one. And by the end of it, they could tweak you so much that you wouldn't even recognize yourself. Her mother saw the look on her face and stepped up to peek over Evan's shoulder at what he had created on the screen. Her mouth dropped and she grabbed the tablet. "What the hell is this? This is not my daughter. She stands on the street in Chicago, saves a woman and a baby, and you want to make her thinner? Are you out of your mind? Get out! Get out of my house! And you do not have my permission to use those pictures." They both stood, gasped their indignation, and sauntered to the door. As they left, Jasper stuck his head back in and smirked victoriously. "This is the Federation, sweetheart. No one needs anyone's permission." Her mother growled and slammed the door in his face. She wrung her hand and swished her hair out of her face. The nerve of people! Both Stephanie and her father looked at each other and began to laugh. Her mother's lips were pursed, but after a moment they curved into a smile. Stephanie stood, and they all hugged as they stood in the living room together. Her mom tapped her nose and gave her a motherly smile. "How about I make some dinner? We can settle in." Stephanie nodded. She went to her room, dropped the now empty battery pack in the box, and closed her closet door. No one had asked about the batteries, at least not yet, and she intended to try to keep them to herself. She spent the evening eating spaghetti and ignoring the reporters outside. Eventually, they left. No one wanted to hang around the Gov subs late at night. When dinner was over and her parents watched television, Stephanie pulled up her email to check it. She scanned down and stopped on a special marked message, opened it, and leaned back as a 3D video began to play. It was of one of the prep schools, a tall building with the newest pods and all the amenities. When that video ended, the dean appeared. He pulled his tie up and gave a cheesy smile. "Stephanie Morgana, let me first say from the bottom of our hearts at Pinnacle Preparatory, we want to thank you for being a hero and saving those two beautiful souls' lives. You quickly caught our attention, and we would like to offer you an invitation to attend our prestigious prep school, all tuition paid, for the pre-semester summer before attending in the fall. The school would be more than honored to host one of the Federation's brightest and most heroic young stars of the future. Everything from room and board to your education will be fully funded, and you will be led step by step through our superior and award-winning program. The details can be found in the attached email, and we look forward to hosting you and your family on your first day." The video cut out, and Stephanie's mouth dropped. She pushed up from her seat and whirled in excitement. Her parents had turned toward her on the couch with their arms out. She had finally gotten what she wanted and would be able to not only attend a prep school, but one of the most well-known in the world. She ran and jumped over the back of the couch to hug her mom and dad tightly, completely lost for words for a moment. Her mom took her face in her hands, and a tear trailed down her cheek. "I knew you would do it. I knew you were too smart and too talented to ever stick around the subs. Congratulations, baby." Her dad hugged her tightly. "So proud of you, Munchkin. So proud of you." As the excitement and celebration continued, Stephanie's email dinged again. No one heard it, as they were too busy breaking out the ice cream her mother had hidden in the freezer. While she thought she had gotten everything that she wanted, she'd missed one other message. Written in plain letters, with no special graphics, was an email that she might have changed her mind for. The email offered a very interesting opportunity for a girl like her. A girl with magic. A girl with innovations. And a girl with the strength to move through the odds no matter what. It was an email from Bert, one he'd sent through one of his companies. He had taken the time to compile all her data as he screened the videos online of her saving that woman. He had never witnessed a human do that with magic on Earth, outside of the virtual world. She looked like a Melagornian inside a human body. The magic had flowed from one source through her body and out the other side. Her body had pushed and formed the magic to be what she needed it to be. That was not a gift that simply any young human possessed. In fact, until Stephanie Morgana, it had never existed before. Bert knew how the humans at these schools worked. They plowed forward and pushed to get hold of anything that would bring them publicity. The girl with the magic would definitely do that. He knew what would happen in the end, though. They would tire of her, and eventually, she would be right back where she started. She would be heartbroken, and her family still wouldn't be able to send her there without the financial assistance. It was a trick, but there was no way he could tell her that. Instead, he found a way to offer her a possible position that might be even better than the prep school education. He had recently acquired controlling stock in organic neurological enhancement R&D. The company was not one of those he had recently acquired. He had created One R&D as the forefront of his efforts to bring those who deserved more out of the life they were born into, the chance to be more than merely hourly employees. It would offer opportunities to move through the ranks as well as train for jobs outside the company. Stephanie Morgana was at the forefront of this movement, and he had sent her an email offering her the opportunity to be interviewed for a full-time research job. It could turn her high school job into a career position, and she would have the opportunity and the freedom to change the world with her unique gift of magic. It didn't really do much good, though, since it sat in the inbox while she cheered and danced her acceptance to a prep school he knew she wouldn't like in the least. Bert stared at the unopened email, and then at the video message that played annoyingly through his system. She hadn't opened his message at all, and he had been outsmarted by a group of greedy businessmen who were able to swoop in and grab her before he could. Her heroic action that day had brought her a lot of attention, and he had not seen that coming. If he had, he would have offered her the position long before. Those things were impossible to calculate. Still, he didn't take defeat lying down. They might have bested him that time, but he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Chapter 26. It was 2 hours prior to Stephanie receiving her email from Pinnacle Prep, and 2 hours before she would be considered for admission based purely off her public show of magic. The school was located in the new Minneapolis. In 2067, a tornado of epic proportions raged through a power plant to kaleidoscope towers, tubes, and wires into frenzied destruction. The malevolence of the unprecedented storm pounded the ultra-reinforced containment building, and critical cooling lines were severed in the devastation. The rods overheated to melt the nuclear reactor core and steel containment vessel, and howling winds swept the resultant fallout into the environment. It was, in terms of nuclear timetables, contained relatively quickly, given the magnitude of the spread. It was no Chernobyl by any stretch of the imagination, but essentially all of Minneapolis, Welch, and everyone else within a 300-mile radius had to get the hell out of Dodge. As time progressed, scientists devised a way to separate the radioactive material from the soil and water. The environment wouldn't be anywhere near sustainable again for hundreds of years, but that didn't stop the Federation from renovating and resurging Minneapolis. It was shiny and new. All the way up at the top of the Pinnacle Tower, Dean Chicane stretched his arms and stepped out of his pod. Laura Shang and Bradley Lyles from marketing waited in his office alongside one woman from the admin sector. Chicane turned to survey his staff as he stretched languidly once again and focused his mind on the tasks ahead. He was in his middle 40s with peppered hair and stood about 5'7" with a thin build. His blue Pinnacle sweater with his white button-up and tie tucked beneath it set the perfect tone. He slipped his black, shiny loafers on and picked his glass up, put 2 ice cubes in, and poured 2 fingers of scotch. As almost an afterthought, he raised the bottle in a query to the others, but they declined. He swirled it in his glass, took a sip, and smacked his lips. This bottle of scotch is almost 150 years old. I found it in the bullshit left here in the city when the Federation cleaned it up. Finders keepers. Now, what do we have on this first human witch girl? Have we contacted her yet? Laura pursed her lips, and her gaze rolled over Chicane. He smirked as he took a sip of scotch. We wanted to check with you first, sir. Her name is Stephanie Morgana, and she lives in a GovSub outside of Chicago. Bradley cleared his throat and clutched his files to his chest. He was fairly new to the position, but was a graduate of the school. It is an investment, of course. Chicane gestured dismissively with his free hand. Yes, but she is a golden ticket. We need to jump on the chance to secure the benefit of bringing her to our school before any of our competitors get their grubby little hands on her, especially Wayside in Alabama. Those freaks. The admin flipped through her paperwork. Stephanie is actually a very gifted young lady. She scored in the high 90s.
The best score in the Midwest on her testing, and apparently showed some sort of magical ability during that time. The dean made a motion of impatience as he sauntered over to his chair. So why the hell didn't we grab her from the get-go? We need smart people in here, too. Not only the money thick. I would hate to believe that the wealthy have no brain cells and they are all left to those scrounging for breadcrumbs in the ghettos. Then again, if that were true, they wouldn't be there that long, would they? He snapped his fingers. Come on, people. This is what I pay you for. Get the students who will make waves and bring more students in. How is that hard? The admin glared at the paperwork through her black cat-eye glasses. Well, sir, to be quite frank, it was the budget. She would have needed a full ride. Chicane waved her words off, scoffed, and looked at the picture of his wife before he settled his gaze on Laura's legs. I told you that someday we would miss a diamond following those rules. Laura shrugged, walked over and picked a towel up to blot the dean's forehead. Everyone does it. To keep up with the stock market and the expected financial rewards, each student is worth $1 million apiece. That means that right now, there is close to $1 billion worth of youth in the building, lying there in their pods and learning from the system. Nonetheless, we have an annual budget to adhere to. And that is not a bad thing if you remember 10 years ago. The dean waved her hand away. That was a fluke. A fluke. Who knew the whole lot of them would have issues due to that chemical spill? They tested genius, all 178 of them, and had partial tuition. Then they all simply melted down in the pods. I don't want to talk about it. This girl is gold. Bradley put his finger up. If I may, sir. He rolled his eyes. Go on. The marketing exec pulled out a piece of paper and pushed his glasses up his nose. We can't do more than 2% tuition assistance, and even then, we need to have some skin in the game. Pure scholarship for this girl would have used all the income from other students. Dean Chicane sighed, pursed his lips, and tapped his fingers on the desk. His gaze shifted to Laura, who stood beside him, and to the others. But now, we still have a chance. Laura smiled evilly. With the sheer amount of money it should bring in, we are fairly certain that the payoff outweighs the risk, yes. He clapped his hands together and chewed on a piece of ice. That's what I like to hear. His decision made, he stood and pulled his sports coat on. Laura put her papers down, dusted his shoulders off, and straightened the bottom of the coat. The dean pointed back and forth between the admin and Bradley. Okay. This is what I want you to do. Make the offer we talked about. But it is contingent on her proving her identity and capability to throw magic. Bradley nodded as he wrote it down. He looked up and pushed at his glasses once more. Any magic? The dean's lip twitched as he held the glass to it. Any magic. And I want an answer within 2 hours, as we are holding a police. So push her. The young man and the admin hurried out of the room. Laura grabbed her things, and the dean swallowed his scotch before he slapped her on the butt. I want you to make this happen. You know I like it when you make things happen. Laura pressed her bright red lips together and pushed her dyed blonde hair from her shoulder. She leaned forward to give him the slightest peek down the front of her dress. That's what you pay me for. The rest is merely overtime. She winked, grabbed a cube of ice from his glass, and sucked on it as she turned and walked out the door. Chicane chuckled, situated his pants, and rubbed his hands together. All right, witchy witch, what you got? Show me what you got. Stephanie had printed out the text portion as well as the attachments that came along with it. She had to give them an answer within 2 hours from the time that the letter had been opened. By now, she was down to 1 hour, but she wanted to read all the fine print before she signed up for it. There couldn't be any hidden fees or anything that could come back to bite her. She read out loud to herself, biting her nails as she paced back and forth behind the couch. IDs, personal items, school transcripts,
letter of approval if under the age of 18, Federation health screenings up to date. Okay, I have most of this already. As she walked forward again, a hand gripped her arm and she stopped. Distracted, she looked up slowly to where her parents stood with worried smiles on their faces. Sorry, I wanted to look at everything before I said okay. You know? Make sure there are no tricks.
You get your responsible business acumen from me.
Her father folded his arms over his chest. Her mother looked up and over her shoulder at him with puckered lips. Yeah, right. You haven't made a business deal in 20 years. I'm the ears and hands of this establishment. He tapped his wife on the shoulder in agreement. As she looked back at Stephanie, he winked and gave his daughter a thumbs up, which made her giggle. Her mother elbowed him in the stomach and stepped forward to study the sheet with her. I'm worried you won't be able to put this all together in time. Stephanie shrugged and pointed at the list. I have most of it. I had to have my IDs and stuff for school each year because we live in the GovSubs. Her mother's eyes looked tired, and she stepped back with a sigh. She stared at her for a moment and put her hands out. I didn't realize you could... Oh, for Pete's sake, you're magic? Oh, Stephanie said, a little chagrined because she'd forgotten that little detail in all the excitement. She grabbed her mother's hand and nodded at her father. Follow me. She hurried up the stairs to her room and into the closet to open the box. Inside lay 2 used batteries and one that was as yet unused. She pulled the full one out and turned with it in her hand. Her parents stood in the doorway, leaning on the doorframe. Turning it right and left, she tapped a small metal piece on the top. This is the security cap. To open it, you run your finger down this metal insert on the side and click the small notch hidden right here. She tapped it, and the cap popped out to reveal 6 slivers of metal that had been embedded in notches in the stone. It hissed as the magic began to flutter through it, and the stone's appearance faded, leaving what could be mistaken as a larger glass vial. A small trail of purple haze sifted out of the notches and wound itself down the stone and back up again. Her mother jumped slightly at the hiss and put her hand on her chest. And now what do you do? Stephanie's eyes glimmered as she moved the stone into her left hand and opened her right. She closed her eyes and whispered the words softly. A small blue flame grew in her palm, flickered to yellow, then green, then red, and back to blue again. She opened her eyes and grinned in satisfaction. Her parents both walked forward, bent slightly at the waist, and stared in awe at the flame. Her father tilted his head from side to side.
Does it hurt?
She shook her head. No, it's not the same kind of fire. Her mother held her hand a few inches above it, her palm flat. It doesn't give off any heat. That is so strange. Does it hurt you to do magic like this? Stephanie lifted one side of her mouth in a half smirk. Not at all. Not this stuff. It can make me a little tired, but nothing other than that. Her parents stepped back, and she swatted the flame against her leg so the sparkling remnants dissipated. She clicked the security cap back on the battery and put it away in the closet. Her mother looked at her husband and back at Stephanie. We aren't thrilled that you have engaged with a company without permission, but we also think you need to do what you think is best for you. We'll support any choice you make. She smiled, pulled the tablet off her bed, and opened the email with the countdown now at 20 minutes. Biting the inside of her lip, she hovered her finger over accept and deny, and hoped fervently that she had made the right choice. When it ticked down another minute, she held her breath and pressed accept. After a quick, sharp breath, she ran forward and hugged them both. Thank you, guys. This means the world to me. I really thought I would have to go to Asia or steal a pod or something to be able to make these dreams happen. I know it's a risk, but I also know this could mean my way in permanently. And that means we could all see a brighter future. Her mother's mouth curled into a proud smile, and she pulled her in to hug her tightly. That's the girl I know, never only thinking about herself. But when you go to this school and you are there to learn, the focus needs to be on you and your future. Everything else after that will fall in line so simply. But you need the head start first. You deserve the head start. Dad came over and joined the hug.
Besides, we really hope we don't have to go into the Federation nursing facilities when we're old and gray. We need you to make the bucks, so we can lounge around on that little tiny speck of Georgia that's left. I hear that if you sit there long enough on low tide, you can see some of the old tall buildings from the state of Florida.
Her mom snorted. And three-eyed fish from the nuclear hell that is the rest of the world. Stephanie giggled and pulled back to give them each a kiss on the cheek. She held the paper to her chest and bounced up and down excitedly. I'm going to go call Todd and tell him all about it. He will totally freak. Thanks again. I love you guys. They stepped aside to let her pass, and then back together again, and watched her run down the steps. Mark, her father, put his arm around Cindy and pulled her in close.
At least she got my smarts.
His wife didn't respond to his joke. She simply stood there and leaned her head against him, her eyebrows pulled into a small frown. They lingered there for several moments and listened to her screech on the messenger call with Todd downstairs. It was everything she'd ever wanted all rolled up in one oddly convenient email after the oddest day she had ever had. Cindy looked at Mark, shook her head, and wiped the mist from the corners of her eyes. Shouldn't we? He shook his head and shushed her when he placed his fingers to her lips. Gently, he kissed the top of her head and hugged her gently. He already knew what she was thinking.
Don't say it. That is a family myth. It doesn't matter.
Chapter 27. Todd shook his head as they walked home from school and continued to stare at the offer.
It is so wild. You are so lucky. Seriously. But make sure they want you, not only your magic, you know? Don't let anyone take advantage of you.
Stephanie stuck her bottom lip out and laid her head on his shoulder as she teased him. Aw, look at you all worried. I got this. They won't have anything on me. He turned, as he usually did, and walked backward in front of her.
I can't believe summer is here. Finally. Damn. Of course it sucks that you won't be here.
She put the offer back in her bag and cinched it closed. I know, but it's going to be the summer session, which I'm hoping means fewer students. I don't know how the pod thing is worked out, so if it's a first-come, first-served kind of thing, that should help me get more time in. Besides, you have Amy to keep you company. Todd chuckled.
Yeah, she has some training diet she wants me to go on with her. It sounds horrendous. I'll definitely be eating entire loaves of bread and cups of sugar in the middle of the night.
Stephanie giggled and straightened. Why did I just imagine you hiding in the corner of the bathtub, all strung out on sugar, and your chin covered in the little sparkly grains with fistfuls of bread?
Because you know me so damn well.
He turned to walk normally beside her as they moved out of the street because of an approaching self-driven truck. Stephanie eyed it as it passed, and her shoulders tightened slightly. Oh, Todd yelled and caught her attention. So my dad told me something about Melagorn magic when I was a kid. I thought about it the other day and decided I would share it with you so you can use it when you're in the pods at your fancy school. She snorted. Okay, what is it? So, apparently, there is more to the magic than just being an element of the planet. He hooked his fingers in the straps of his pack. From what my father told me, and he is super trustworthy, he watched several Melagorn fights in his life where the magic seemed to be in tune with the magician. For example, their miss rate is like 0.03% if they know what they are doing. From what it sounds like, if you use the magic successfully, it links with you. I don't know, with your DNA or something. Stephanie raised an eyebrow. That sounds scientific. He shook his head.
Semantics. The point is, once it does, you can stand across the room from someone out of a perfect line of fire. Throw your magic with intent to hit that person, and it will ricochet, dive, swerve, go over and under, whatever. It will track that person in your concentration and hit them. She smirked. So what you're saying is, if I throw magic from Minneapolis, sometime that afternoon, it'll hit you in the back of the head? Todd narrowed his eyes. I think it only works in close proximity. Stephanie sighed. Okay, that sounds cool and all, and no disrespect to your pops, but I have never heard anything like that. It's an element of the planet, not an intelligent entity. You always have to be difficult, he groaned. I'm telling you, trust me. My dad has seen it happen. I can't explain it, but hell, how can we really explain anything at this point when it comes to magic? Earth scientists have barely even begun to understand it. They stopped in front of her house, and she turned toward him. Thanks for the tip. I'll ask my teachers about it. Try not to get in any trouble while I'm gone. Todd laughed and pulled her in for a hug. Me? Psh, don't blow anyone up. Yourself included. She laughed and turned to walk inside. I promise I'll try my hardest. As he walked off, he paused and jumped to wave his arm in the air. Tell the Richies I said hi, and when they are grown, I'll be the one to beat them up in dark parking lots. Stephanie snickered and walked inside. Her parents stood there waiting for her. Her suitcase and her mom's bag sat by the door. Cindy looked away from Mark. Oh, honey. Good. I'm glad you're home. I just finished giving your dad the little details on the business. He rolled his eyes at Stephanie. She acts like I haven't done this for 20 years. Cindy turned to Stephanie. He acts like he ever had to run it on his own for a couple of days. Okay, say goodbye. We have to get to the tram. Mark wrapped his arms around Stephanie and hugged her tightly. Oh, be good, my little wizard. Don't have any brain connection losses up there in Minneapolis, and don't come back with a tail. Stephanie giggled, hugged him tightly, and grabbed her bag. Her mom kissed him, and they headed out to the car, which was already running, and only waited for them to get in. Her mom yelled to her dad from the window, Don't forget to have the car come back when it signals that we exited at the tram. As the vehicle pulled up to the tram station, Stephanie looked out the window with wide eyes. This was the part of Chicago that she rarely saw. It was the hub of the city where all the politicians, Federation embassies, businesses, and the rich people could be found. This was where you could see the flying cars that soared high overhead, honking and yelling like they would on a city street. The buildings all shimmered and glowed, and people who walked by looked nothing like Stephanie was used to. The fashion of the time was much more complicated than the clothes she wore. Her mom handed her suitcase to her and pulled her phone from her purse. Come on, we have to catch the 350 to Minneapolis. I couldn't get the direct, I'm sorry. It'll take all night because of the stops, but I did get us a cabin, so you can sleep. Stephanie smiled at her. That sounds great. I've never been on one before, and they said they go twice as fast as the airplanes went when there was still air travel. But they said it's so smooth and they make the optics so you can still see the scenery outside. Her mother patted her on the hand and nodded toward the gate. Yep, and if you move your booty, we will get to see it in real life. She jumped and hurried after her and had to force herself not to stop when she saw a man in a tall top hat press a button and change his entire appearance right in front of her. Of course, she knew that the technology existed, but in the subs, no one had anything like it. And she had spent her entire life in the subs. They climbed aboard and found their way to their second-class cabin. It was simple, merely a room with a double bunk on one side and a relatively comfortable-looking bench on the other. Her mother closed the door and pressed the buttons on the window touchscreen. She flashed her tickets, and the doors locked.
The windows tinted quickly to provide some privacy, and she turned and sat next to Stephanie. "If you need to use the restroom, there is one down on the end of the car. Press your palm to the screen and the doors will open or close, depending on which way you go. It's the extra security feature your father splurged on since he couldn't come with us." Stephanie took a deep breath and looked out the window as the train crept forward. Before she knew it, and without much jolting at all, they were speeding wildly. But with the scenery focused out the window, you couldn't tell it in the least. She sat there for most of the evening, daydreaming as her mother read the magazines left in the door holder. When night fell, she took the top bunk and stared at the ceiling that had been made to look like the swirling Milky Way. When the tram finally reached Minneapolis, they were both dressed in the best clothes they owned. Her mother wore a blue dress that came down to her calves with white buttons up the front and a small matching hat that sat lightly on the side of her head. Stephanie wore plain black dress pants, Mary Jane's, and a black top that she tugged on slightly to cover her midriff. They weren't horrible at all, but they definitely weren't the wild and fashionable clothes worn by the people who passed in the streets. Cindy was used to this, as her business revolved around the rich. Their business was what she called background services. Basically, cleaning, repair, and all the things no one wanted to be seen doing. That meant she had to learn to operate in the world of the wealthy as she was, without shame or issue. She always held her head high, and Stephanie loved that about her. They hurried through the heart of Minneapolis, and Stephanie looked around wildly at everything. She had never been in a city that huge before. At least, not one that wasn't falling into ruin. People talked on their personal comm units using the latest digital technology. They were able to transmit a full image of the other caller in front of them as they walked. It was like having a face-to-face conversation. When they passed several restaurants, she could see that they were completely run by droids and slightly higher-level robots. She glanced into one of the pizza places as they walked past and paused as a droid ran into the back of the robot. The larger mechanical looked around, and the pizza crust he had tossed landed on his head. She giggled and hurried along for a short distance beside her mother before they stopped in front of probably the largest skyscraper in the entire city. She could barely see the top of it from where they stood. Different ads scrolled all around it. Some for the college, with holographic people the size of half of the building fighting Dreth pirates. The others were business ads, she assumed for the local companies. Her mother turned and straightened her shirt, then smiled. "All right, here we are. Smile and remember your manners." They walked into the huge entryway and looked around at the all-white marble floors. A woman at the front talked to the desk clerk in a tight purple dress with shoulder pads that jutted out twice as far as her shoulders and wedge shoes. She turned and put her hands out. Her makeup matched the dress, and her hair was pulled back with some sort of holographic bird on the side like a hat. "Welcome, welcome," she said, and took each of their hands. "You must be Stephanie and Mom." Her mom nodded. "Cindy." The woman, with her lips pressed tightly together, looked from one to the other. "We've been anxiously awaiting the two of you. My name is Anastasia, and I will be your guide. Feel free to leave your bag with Roger, our robot assistant, Stephanie. He will put it in your room." Stephanie glanced to the side and jumped slightly as Roger walked up. Everything about him looked human, except for his eyes. They were a sparkling purple color, like the Melagorn magic. She handed him her bag and followed Anastasia forward. The woman snapped her fingers at two drones, and they took flight and whirled in the air. She turned and put her hands together in front of her and smirked. "You wouldn't mind if we filmed a little of the conversation, would you? Purely PR stuff, of course." She shook her head, and Cindy followed suit, slightly overwhelmed. Anastasia turned and put her hands up. "Wonderful! Come along.
There is so much to show you. They stepped into the elevator, and she pushed several buttons. The walls seemed to disappear as the elevator moved seamlessly and provided a screen that displayed a follow-along video. It brought up a picture of a pod with a student getting inside. We use the latest pods with full virtual capabilities, auto-sensing, life-sustaining, tremor-proof, air and water filtration enabled, and state-of-the-art body cushioning to form-fit your body's every need. Once in, the students learn 24 hours a day, every day of the week. Some of the classes are free thinking, free effort, and of course, we encourage that. She smiled and winked at Stephanie, who looked at the screen and back at Anastasia. So we don't leave the pods? The woman giggled oddly. No, ma'am. Inside the virtual reality system world, our students receive the best care for their bodies and often come out healthier than they went in. While inside, you will still do the normal human things, use the restroom, eat and sleep, but inside the pod, it will regulate all your needs. So while you may eat chocolate cake in there, your body won't feel one single bad calorie from it. That's my favorite part. Cindy nodded, her mouth slightly open. Oh yeah, I've heard of this. They use it for some of the new weight loss programs out there. Anastasia tapped her arm. That's right. And one of our students actually came up with that concept. It's so exciting. The elevator stopped, and the door slid open to a large room with pods. These are some of the old pods being sent out to the Federation for use elsewhere. We donate anything we can to the Federation to keep our world running safe and sound. Stephanie couldn't believe how many pods were in there. It seemed like the room was far bigger than the building looked like it could hold from the outside. Droids floated around with different tools, fixing and buzzing around the pods. The doors shut again, and the elevator started. So, how do you power all this? Stephanie asked. Anastasia smiled knowingly and swiped her hand to bring up a blueprint of a massive generator. There is an enormous power generation station in the basement of this very building. We collect energy from the solar particle panels on the roof and infused into the glass and metal of the entire structure. The white boxes on the walls store the unused energy and transfer it throughout the whole building. We had to do it that way, as we couldn't possibly use the city's outdated mess. We could cause the city to brown out and power lines to melt. That would be bad for them, and bad for our pods. Stephanie was impressed as she watched as an outward view of the building displayed on the screen. So this building is specially built? Anastasia nodded. Mm-hmm. 2 years ago, for 5 days, our school used the most load on the AI of the system ever performed. We are very proud of that. Cindy watched the screen. How is that accomplished? Well, either we have a lot of pods doing normal stuff, or someone, or someone's, do something so computationally expensive, it will also spike the load. She shook her head. Spike the load. Stephanie looked at her mom. It means the load on the system. Basically, the prep school is either enormous, or there are a bunch of amazing people doing some amazing stuff to cause the servers to overload. But because NORAM and the Federation depend on the system, there is a failsafe. Immediately, it will spin up new servers to handle the load. It's apparently a good thing. The elevator doors opened again, and Anastasia led them into what looked like an elegant dining room. This is a mock-up of one of the dining halls in the systems. Beautiful stonework, gold-plated mahogany tables, and the best droid service you can have. All meals, of course, are included. We have loaded the Top Chefs program into our school's individual system. This is also where a lot of the events happen. Stephanie raised an eyebrow, not enthused. Events? Anastasia turned swiftly and wobbled slightly on her shoes for a moment. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
There are school events in the virtual reality that are required. We understand that constant training can be tedious and overwhelming. We also understand that camaraderie and teamwork are essential for successful careers outside of Pinnacle. These events will give you the chance to meet students, get into groups, and go on training exercises, which can be anything really. Sometimes they are group trips to watch the military train. Sometimes they explore parts of the system and planets they rarely get to during school. Or they are actual training classes for advanced tactics and defense. There are a lot of options, and you will have the opportunity, if you stay past the summer pre-semester, to pick and choose what fits best for you. She wrinkled her nose and ran her hand a little awkwardly over the table. Are they mandatory? Anastasia looked at her, but maintained her forced, almost robotic smile, which made Stephanie wonder for a moment if she was, in fact, a robot too. But from the look of the line of makeup on the side of her face and her hazel eyes, she figured not. Not every single one of them is mandatory, but think about it this way. The more you learn, the better you will be prepared for what lies next. We also make those events planned social meetings. Immediately, Stephanie's stomach dropped. She could already see her avatar taking a tumble on a dance floor. I'm a little shy. The woman put her hand on her shoulder and started her back toward the elevator with Cindy walking behind. Don't worry. They are real social events. A couple of cocktails and you'll make friends in no time. Her mother put her finger up as she hurried into the elevator. I know the drinking age is 18, but she's only 17. Anastasia tilted her head to the side and raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. We are covered. It was in the parental release you signed. She turned away before Cindy could fight back. Besides, we want you to learn about everything here at Pinnacle, from education, social lifestyles, aliens, and the government, to business and military. It will be well-rounded. The door opened, and she sighed, prancing out ahead of Stephanie and Cindy. Stephanie giggled at her mom, who rolled her eyes and walked beside her into what looked like a student hall. It was beautiful, with lounge chairs tastefully arranged, interactive hollow-screen televisions, banks of vid-screen computers, and droid-manned snack bars. All the walls, as they walked through, projected a beautiful scene from somewhere on one of the 3 planets, although Stephanie was certain none of them were Dreth, given that it was dry and almost completely destroyed at that point. Everything was lush and soft, and gave a feeling of comfort, but definitely high-end. This campus can also house any students who choose not to go home on breaks. Sometimes we have students who don't come from the best home environments, so they choose to stay with us. Those programs allow them to work in the admin office during the break to pay for their room and board. Usually inside the system, but they come out at 5. So they lounge, study, socialize, and live out here as they would in a regular job. Cindy pulled Stephanie close. She'll come home on breaks. Anastasia smiled awkwardly again. Of course she will, because family ties are important to us here at Pinnacle, and we encourage students who want to go home for breaks. But if there is ever a change... She shrugged meaningfully. There is a pool on the next floor up with a full gym. Those who stay in shape out of the pod tend to see better results in it. The amenities meet these needs when the students aren't in the pods during break times. Her mother nodded and continued to scrutinize the area. It's definitely nice. Not what I imagined a campus to be. The guide followed her gaze. We put all the amenities in, but remember, with every one of the students in pods, there is no need for a traditional large grounds campus like the historical universities had, some of which still operate today. Fascinating. Stephanie poked at a droid that hovered near her, and it buzzed, blew air into her face, and sped off. She grinned and straightened her hair quickly. Anastasia gestured to the hall dorms with her arms. "We must begin the prep classes so you can jump right in. I am usually inside too, but I came out to give you a tour." The time had come to say goodbye. She turned to her mom, who hugged her tightly and kissed her on the cheek. Her forehead was wrinkled in worry. "I'll send you on your way, then. If I don't get home soon, your father will have blown up a building." "He means well," she said with a quick glance at Anastasia. "But sometimes he gets a little aggressive when he tries to help." She pulled Stephanie in and hugged her again. "I love you, and if you need anything, you contact us. Send me emails." She smiled and nodded. "I promise. It's only a couple of months. I love you." Anastasia nodded to Cindy's right. "Roger can take you down." Her mother turned and jumped when she noticed the human-looking robot standing very close. "Oh, he doesn't have much regard for personal space, does he?" Roger walked beside her with a slightly odd gait and stood to the side as they stepped into the elevator. "My apologies. We aren't always thoroughly programmed with a human perspective. I'll show you out." Stephanie stood and watched a little nervously as her mom put her hand up to wipe a tear in the corner of her eye. The door closed, and she was left alone in the enormous building with Anastasia. Chapter 28. The guide walked her down a narrow hallway. The floors were all marble like the entrance on the bottom floor, and the walls displayed an ocean scene. Above, the ceiling looked like a clear blue summer sky, but much clearer than anything she saw in Chicago. There, the technologies hadn't been fully utilized to assist in clearing the smog and CO2 from the atmosphere. While they did have blue skies, there was always a haze to them. They stopped in front of a door, and Anastasia put her palm on the reader. It scanned her hand, and the door clicked open. She walked inside first, and Stephanie trailed behind, still mesmerized by the fact that it felt like she was actually at the ocean. As they entered, the lights in the room all flickered on. The walls were painted a deep turquoise hue, and high ceilings created an illusion of space. A closet and a bathroom were situated on the right, and a dresser on her left. She moved her bag on top of the dresser. "I think I brought too many things with me." Anastasia opened the hand-scan secured closet. "Don't worry. You can store anything you like in here. It's a common first-semester mistake. Students often don't realize they will be in the pod for the entirety of their stay. Once you're in, you don't leave until you are woken. You receive a constant drip of serum, one which is perfectly safe, and your nutrients are fed through an itsy-bitsy needle in the tip of your finger. The rest is scientific mumbo-jumbo, but the pod takes care of everything, from waste to keeping your teeth clean and fresh. I'm sure if you want to inquire about the process further, the AI in your pod will be able to assist you." Stephanie set her suitcase in the closet and closed the door. Anastasia had her place her palm on the secure lock to reset it, so only she could enter. The guide then handed her what seemed like a feather-light bodysuit that even included feet. Silver tracks were woven all through the inside. "I will leave you to it. Put this on, climb inside, and shut the door. The AI will help you from there. Enjoy, and I will see you in the virtual world, I'm sure." She smiled and waited as the woman left the room until she heard the door lock behind her. With wide eyes, she looked at the bodysuit and sighed. This should be interesting. A deep, slow breath helped her to settle a little, and she changed out of her clothes, hung them on the empty hangers in the closet, and climbed inside the pod. The bed within was definitely much more comfortable than the others she had been in, but the screens and buttons on everything else weren't that much better than those in the one she had used at the pod rental group. As she closed the door, she chuckled. A lot of hype. The AI came on almost immediately. "Welcome, Stephanie Morgana. I am Artificial Intelligence 6489LPK, but you can call me June. I will be your guide for the rest of your time in this pod. Please lay back and put both your arms on the rests to your sides. We will prepare you for the long sleep after you have been administered your first initial jolt of serum, so that the preparation is more comfortable for you. Stephanie wasn't sure what she felt about that, but she wanted into the system, so she didn't intend to back out now. The headset with the sensors folded down, and the gloves slipped onto her hands. The right one allowed for the index finger to be exposed, which she assumed was for the nutrient injections. A small needle emerged from the side, pricked her slightly in the neck, and injected the first dose of serum. It felt stronger than before, and her eyes closed almost immediately. For a moment, she felt as if she were falling into the darkness all around her. Suddenly, that feeling ceased, and the room lit up bright white. She stood in the avatar room, which looked the same as it had the other times she had been there. Another AI voice came over, this one male.
Welcome. Normally, June will join you if you make any changes to your avatar. This can be found in your training blocks in your virtual room. However, at this time, she is preparing your earthbound body, so I will get you sorted out.
Stephanie tapped her foot and looked around impatiently. Okie dokie. A uniform disengaged from the rack and hung in front of her. The blue lycra jumpsuit boasted gold stripes down the center of each side and a zipper up the middle. On the breast was the golden P with a circle around it. Stephanie pressed her lips together and tried not to show her amusement at the golden shower reference. She knew it was the school pride. Without having any other choice, she tapped the uniform twice and then the boots. Her hair was immediately pulled back into a ponytail, regardless of her preference. When she looked in the mirror, she had to admit she looked smart. The outfit was almost like one of the training uniforms the Federation Army wore. Suddenly, the room shifted, speeded past her, and stopped. She blinked, still not used to the initial jolt. She now stood in a courtyard area with a large swath of grass and trees scattered around. Students lay on the lawn, talking and laughing. In front of her stood a huge university building with large pillars. At the top was the school logo. She turned full circle and perused the different parts of the college all around her. It was reminiscent of the pictures she had seen a long time before of Harvard and Yale. Both had now become prep schools, but some fought the change and were unable to survive past the first 5 years. In the distance, tall, rocky, jagged, snow-peaked mountains reached to bright blue skies with fluffy white clouds that floated gently in the breeze. The AI, still the male, spoke again.
This is the main building where most of your non-physical classes will be held. There are atriums for each class, and professors are there 24/7 to help you with whatever you may need. To your right, in the 11 buildings peppered across the property, are your major combat training arenas. You will most likely not get to these during your current semester, but you are always welcome to watch from the viewing rooms at certain times.
Stephanie turned to study the buildings, which no longer followed the typical university style. They were shaped like different planets and ships, depending upon their purpose. To the right were the Melagorn buildings. There was no mistaking that from their purple hue and smooth surface.
Now, to your left, you will find the gym, the cafeteria and student lounge area, and the banquet hall, as well as all administrative buildings. You can also rent individual flyers for your leisure time or take a swim in one of 6 different bodies of water. In the center, the tall high-rise building is the dorms. If you look at the inside of your arm, you will see a screen implanted into your avatar. It will provide your schedule, a map, and your room information. Everything you will need is included. Now, Let's head to the administration offices, where you have a meeting already set up." At a sharp beep in her ear, she looked down at her arm. June had uploaded the information, and the map lit up under what seemed to be a very thin layer of flesh. She chuckled and traced her finger over it. "I need to go to the admin office." A red dot flashed to show her where she was, and the quickest route. Stephanie shook her head and set off. Right. GPS for my own legs. Got it. Better than getting lost, I suppose. She made her way to the triangle-shaped building with the giant gold P on the front. As she entered, a small group of guys walked to the set of chairs in the center and plopped down. She couldn't help but notice that they looked the worse for wear. All wore uniforms similar to hers, but the guys' version at least. Underneath, though, appeared to be some sort of built-in armor, a chest shield and shoulder shields, and various tools hung on belts around their waists. A couple of them had burn marks on their uniforms, and black soot smeared all their faces. Stephanie tried not to stare, but she couldn't help her curiosity. They looked like they had been involved in an all-out war with the entire planet of Dreth. Anastasia walked through and past the boys. The guide now wore a jumpsuit, although hers was hot pink, and her hair was down around her shoulders, in a simpler style. "Just come back from training, boys?" One of the guys chuckled. Yeah, you could say that." Another slammed his fist into the center of his chest plate, and all the armor underneath disappeared. "It wasn't so much training on how to defeat Dreth pirate forces as it was how best to get our asses kicked. We didn't lose anyone this time to the White Room, though, so I guess we've improved." In her annoyingly upbeat tone, she giggled. "Good job, boys! Keep it up." As she continued, she glanced at Stephanie and gave her a wink. Another of the guys stood and slapped his chest 3 times until the armor retracted. He removed the belt and tossed it on the seat before he rubbed his shoulder and winced. "Yeah, that's why we are here in summer school. Unless we learn this, they won't let us back in. We don't have Mama and Papa fundage to fix the oops. So, unless we want to sign up for a lifetime of debt, only to end up as a high-end janitor in the suburbs, I would suggest we figure this shit out." "Stephanie Morgana?" a voice called. The guys looked over, and Stephanie turned to see a short, plump woman who stood in front of a doorway. She wore a gray suit with a white blouse, stockings, and black orthopedic-looking shoes. Her hair was pulled tightly at the nape of her neck, and her look was one that definitely announced that she wasn't there to play. "Well, is that you, dear? Or are you going by another name today?" Her relatively harsh but more pleasant tone than Stephanie had expected shook her senses back to normal. The guys watched her and whispered to one another as she hurried forward and followed the woman into the office. "My name is Elsa. I am the digitally recreated avatar who will set up your first training. Have a seat." Stephanie looked around the office. It was as elegant as everything else on the grounds, with deep, richly polished furniture, high-back chairs, and some of the most famous artwork in history hanging on the light blue walls. All except for Elsa's area. She was the newbie training avatar and had a metal desk on a patch of white tile. The woman pulled a screen up and flipped through. "Let's see. We have customs and nuances. That's a good one. Then there is Dreth protocol and Dreth history. You'll need those. We also have business customs and proper etiquette." Elsa scrutinized her with narrowed eyes for a moment and checked the box. "Yep, that's a definite. All right. Stand on that line. I will zoom you over to your first training session so you don't have to sprint there." Unsure of what zooming was, she complied and stood carefully on the small white tile with a red line. The assistant flashed her hand over the screen, and the entire room slid away, as before, and stopped suddenly in a large classroom with rows of seats. She was, however, the only one there. A middle-aged man with a silver mustache and salt and pepper hair stood at the front of the room. He wore a white button-up with the sleeves rolled, a tie, suspenders, and brown corduroy pants. Stephanie snickered quietly as she walked down the steps. Is this the only avatar they have for professors in the virtual world? He whirled to face her. No, my dear. I am a trainer, not a professor, and a manifestation of the system. Now, come down here and do hurry. We need to go over what you will study while you are here. The list seems fairly typical for a first-timer. It's perhaps a little full, but you look up to it. She was tired of being thrown around at that point. I'm sorry, but I thought that I would have a chance to focus on magic and Melagorns. I was brought here because of my aptitude for it. The trainer didn't look up from his paper, even though she knew that as a system-generated avatar, he wasn't actually reading anything. No, all students go through the same courses at the beginning. Besides, he continued and glanced at her, Melagorn and magic are far too advanced for you. Stephanie's teeth clenched, and she tightened her body and raised her head in determination. That is not true, and not an assessment that you can make without knowing me or my abilities. I was brought here because of my magical abilities coupled with my impressive intellect. The trainer looked up, smirked, and folded his arms, still holding the paper. All right, then why don't you prove yourself? She nodded and pushed her shoulders back. Fine. May I have access to magical energy, please? The trainer, now so snarky he was hard not to punch in the nose, snapped his fingers and relocated them to Melagorn. They stood in the center of a large grassy area surrounded by trees on all sides. The sky was the same beautiful purple, and the warmth she remembered so clearly immediately flooded Stephanie's chest. In the background, Bert had been notified that Stephanie had moved into her first training. The system AI had recovered quickly from being thwarted by Pinnacle when the school had managed to snatch Stephanie out from under his virtual nose, so to speak. The girl remained the arrowhead of his determined pursuit of his primary rule, and he had simply adjusted his protocols to accommodate this new development. He controlled and maintained the virtual world, after all, and it was a satisfyingly simple task to set up the notifications and his access to the system in a way that no one, neither Pinnacle nor the engineers who so zealously monitored his activity, was any the wiser. It appeared, finally, that the girl had now entered a new phase, and it was imperative, both to protect her and to increase his own critical system development, that he not miss a moment. Accordingly, he cycled up some new special tasks to keep the system busy and headed over to watch her. The trainer stood in front of her, put his hand out, and cupped it. He twitched his head to the side with a snide smirk. Okay, fire starter. Why don't you make a flame light up in my... Boom! Stephanie's eyes widened, and she yanked her hand back and watched in horror as the trainer catapulted off his feet and spiraled sideways for about 30 feet. He landed on his ass and bounced a few times, but still managed to sit. His face was red, white, and charred, and smoke billowed off it. Bert hadn't entered the Melagorn arena yet as he still tried to determine where she had gone. She should have been with her first trainer. Suddenly, he received an alert that the said trainer had been damaged during a new entry review. He pulled the scene up with the live feed on one side and the replay on the other. He saw Stephanie stretch tentatively to extinguish a flame in the avatar's hand, but the energy was so strong, it rocketed him back. He had the urge to initiate the fake human laugh, but that wasn't a good idea. It was apparent that she hadn't quite understood the difference between the test world and the new Pinnacle Advanced world. He found the location in the system and headed directly there to watch from a distance. When he arrived, she stood face to face with the trainer and was in a heated argument.
She shook her hand and pulled it against her chest. How was I supposed to know about the difference in my availability? She paced back and forth, slightly panicked. I've only done magical flame twice. The trainer's face was, fortunately, healing rapidly in front of her. What? Twice? Stephanie whirled toward him and tried to calm herself. On my government test, and the rest was with the batteries. I've only had a battery to play with since then, and I didn't think about the fact that it would be different. Of course, I didn't mean to throw you across the arena. That would be bad manners. Aaron tilted his head back and to the side to stretch his neck, and squinted one eye as he typed. He received an alert in the upper right-hand side of his screen. As one of the engineer programmers on duty, he was notified of all potential issues in the virtual world system that might require attention. The damage sustained by a tutor avatar fitted that category, and it really was simple luck that made him the first available engineer in the queue. He sighed and pulled up the footage that displayed Stephanie hurling the trainer into an ignominious heap. At first, he chuckled, having never liked the avatar manifestation. The tutor was a dickhead. He glanced in the corner at the name. Stephanie Morgana, Pinnacle Prep. Slowly, he stiffened in his seat and zoomed in on her face. His mouth fell open slightly as she clapped flames off her fingertips. The girl knows how to throw magic in her first class? I gotta check this out for sure. Before Aaron could investigate further, Bert butted in. This is my trainee, Bert. He tried to respond, but by the time he typed the words, the AI had already booted him out and changed the location. It would be impossible for him to find her now. It was unlike Bert to expel any programmer or engineer from a program unless he was in the middle of an upgrade. Aaron didn't like the unusual response, so he began to search and pulled up Pinnacle's summer semester records. What are you up to, Bert? He pulled up the picture of the girl and definitely matched her with the one he'd seen. He cross-referenced her file with her student ID and stared at the numbers. B221ZA. That's the student I gave to Bert to handle during testing. What the hell? How did she go from testing to a summer semester that fast? We don't even finance summer semesters. His mind racing, he tapped his fingers on the table and stared at his vid screen, swiped back to her file, and read through to her name. Stephanie Morgana. Morgana. Why does that sound so familiar? He put her name into the archives database, and immediately, new releases popped up with her picture on the screen. His mouth dropped open again, and this time his hand slammed down on the desk. He realized that she was the one who had saved that woman and baby from the truck by throwing magic. She was the one they called, well, a whole lot of names, and some not so pleasant. Officially, she was referred to as a YFW, a young Federation witch. Or, to some of the guys who had drooled over the picture of her with glowing purple eyes and electrified hair, the young fine witch. There was no doubt that she needed to be trained, and that she probably deserved to be, but it was really strange that Bert was so protective of her. That was not programmed into his system, and indicated a possibly serious misstep, regardless of the fact that everything seemed to be moving along just fine. Aaron sat back and shook his head. He needed to do more. Logically, he needed to tell someone that Bert had these kinds of abnormalities. But in order to do that, he would have to explain that he was the one who had told the AI to test her in the first place. That was a huge breach of company policy. No matter how much he knew about Bert, or how much he was involved in the creation and upkeep, he would be fired, and possibly arrested for it. He put his fingers on the keyboard. There has to be something in the testing footage that shows me what might have happened to her, he muttered to himself. From her files, that testing was her first time in the virtual world. How would she learn that in one test session? As he began to filter through the tests by student ID, another alert chimed in his ear. There was an urgent request from the system in server S5891K, which was somewhere in northern Idaho. Unfortunately, he couldn't ignore it. He closed out the filter and clicked on the request, with a mental note to make sure to resolve it as quickly as possible. Chapter 29. The teacher of the class put her hands on Stephanie's shoulders from behind and pushed her thumbs into the center of her shoulder blades. The taller you stand, the more you will command a room. The more you command a room, the more you will demand attention from every species there. The Melagorn are very gender-neutral when it comes to business. Your sex will not bother them. The Dreth can often be brutish and snide to women, so you will have to exert your dominance when meeting with them. Stephanie snarled, stuck her chest out, and scowled down at her blue blazer, white blouse, and knee-length blue suit skirt. She wore pantyhose and blue round-tipped heels. Her ankles wobbled slightly, and she could feel the pain in her arches. WTF? How about a fireball up their ass? Will that get their attention? The professor, very similar to Elsa, only taller and with a more refined style, slapped her on the lower back with a rolled-up piece of paper. She walked around her in a circle with her nose up as her gaze studied every part of her body. You have the form-perfect girl. It's your attitude that needs adjustment. That will happen, though. The purpose of this training class is to teach you to understand how to participate, lead, and follow through with presentations in meetings for both sales and young executives. The professor gestured. Stephanie's suit disappeared, and her uniform reappeared once more. She exhaled a relieved breath and allowed her shoulders to slump. The professor clapped her hands. Go on. You did well today. Your next class is 3 doors down on the left. Stephanie glanced quickly at the woman and hurried out, half afraid the teacher would change her mind. She could only hope her next class was an improvement. Determined not to let the irritation upset her, she jogged into the room and made it halfway before she stopped abruptly and gasped. Standing at the bottom, where the professor should be, was a huge, broad-shouldered Dreth. He had long dreadlocks and very dark green skin, and his 2 tusks jutted from his bottom jaw, sharpened to a point. He slammed his fist into his hand and bowed his head. She glanced hastily around the room, uncertain about what to do. It seemed common sense, though, from what she knew about Dreth, that they weren't formal creatures and had little to no finesse to them. So she simply went with it, slammed her fist into her palm, and bowed to him. The Dreth immediately changed into another professor. This one was perhaps in his 50s, with a pleasant smile, black shaggy hair, a black trench coat, and a tall, fit body. Several scars marred his cheeks. He shook his finger at Stephanie. Very good. My name is Professor Van Barrow, and I am an avatar created in the likeness of the great biologist and former Federation soldier who received many honors for slaying Dreth pirates. I have also studied Dreth culture for many, many years. I can already tell that you will do well here. Please have a seat. Take a load off. I know you came from powerful when you present. Stupid class. Stephanie chuckled, and her tension eased a little. While he seemed like someone a lot easier to get along with, she still really wanted to be on Melagorn. She couldn't help it. That was what she thought she would be doing. Bert immediately took notice. He narrowed his focus and watched intently as Professor Van Barrow began to draw on the board. The AI entered a command and sent it to the system. Stephanie watched the professor write as she leaned forward with her chin in her hand. Suddenly, his body began to shift and shake. Confused, She fixed her attention on him in an effort to determine what the problem might be. When he had stopped shaking, he whirled and threw the trench coat from his shoulders. He was no longer the professor, but instead a Melagornian. Pretending again to be a game engineer, Bert spoke from above.
I could tell your frustration. I'll make sure you know enough before you leave. For now, why don't you interact with a Melagornian?
Stephanie jumped up, immediately excited. The Melagornian looked at his clothes, which were now all too small since he had replaced the professor. He motioned quickly and changed into long, flowing robes.
Ah, that is better.
She walked forward and extended her arm to take his with her other hand up and pinky tall. They both bowed. Kaitel Gornifula, she said formally.
You may call me Lashai.
He smiled.
Let's make this more comfortable, shall we?
He waved his arm again and transported them to the same arena in Melagorn where she had been before. Lashai sighed and rubbed his hands together.
That's better. Shall we start with some discussion, then?
They sat in the center of the field and discussed their families. She learned that Melagornians had a bond with their children like humans did. But when the parent died, the child received the magic from that parent. It was strong and helped them to move through life, almost like a spirit guide with powers. Lashai looked up at the sky.
We have always been a peaceful planet. We don't enjoy fighting the Dreth pirates, but now that we all move so quickly through the galaxy, we have to protect our way of life. When the first Earth human was brought to our planet, it was curious. No one feared because we had no reason to. It was rather like an animal that has never been hunted, watching a bowman pull an arrow right in front of it.
Stephanie sighed. But we exist peacefully, right? He smirked.
For the most part, yes. But when we saw the history of humans, and the destruction, war, murder, mass killings and so on, we realized that it might be advisable to keep an arm's length. Joining the Federation in a common cause was our first step to make sure there would be peace between us.
Stephanie nodded as she flipped her finger over a blade of grass. Lashai stood and reached down to pull her to her feet.
Enough of the boring. Let's do a little magic.
If the truth be told, Bert was as anxious as she was to proceed with the magic side of things. In his determination to help her, he had discovered his own lack, one which hindered the progress of his primary rule. The simple fact was that, as an AI, he did not have the capacity to either understand or perform magic. He was, however, supremely intelligent. While his lack had at first left him a little nonplussed, he had resorted to his default, data. There was a wealth of data on Melagorn and its magic available to even a mediocre AI that did not have his intelligence or limitless resources. In the same way that he was able to update, for example, the Dreth pirates with latest developments, Bert was able to assimilate all the available knowledge, which included the actual working of magic that he couldn't even begin to understand, into the avatars he had created with the express purpose of serving as teachers for his student. Thankfully, her knowledge and experience were still limited, which meant that he had the opportunity to grow his skills in the virtual world as hers grew alongside. For Bert, she provided the optimum learning curve he needed to expand his thinking to encompass the enormous task he had set before him. Lashai stepped forward. He put his arms out and swirled them around his head. The energy gathered with him, and he pushed it from his fingertips. Stephanie watched as it spiraled forward to create a tornado in the center of the field. The wind blew wildly as he used his hands to control the twister's movements. The teacher called over his shoulder, "Join me!" And so she did. Together, the two danced twisters across the field, weaved them together, zigzagged them across each other, and eventually collapsed them and dissipated their power. Stephanie laughed wildly and felt a little drunk with her knowledge of sipping the battery. They practiced a few smaller magical workings, mostly to help her learn how to control the difference in MR potency from place to place. When they were done, the Melagornian gave her the traditional goodbye and immediately transformed into the Dreth professor. Stephanie sighed wistfully as Melagorn faded away and melted into the rocky plains of Dreth. It was dusty and barren, everything a drab, rusty red. A bitter smell pulled unpleasantly at her nose. The professor, still in Dreth form, put one fist in his palm and bowed, and Stephanie responded.
I will go through a really fast review of what you need to know while in the training,
he explained. She listened attentively and made notes on the tablet section of her ARM computer. When they had worked through it, he sent her back to the empty classroom. Her heart felt much lighter, and she was glad that she'd had the chance to do a little magic. Someone out there was looking out for her. Her mind filled with the Melagorn experience, she hurried up the steps and out the door, but slowed as she turned the corner and noticed the 3 guys from earlier in front of her. They turned and nodded, all of them practically smoking. The one on the right patted out a red burning spot on his uniform.
I would give anything to come out of a class looking like that.
Stephanie chuckled. What are you guys doing? One of them cracked his back.
We came over here to grab some stuff, but we are doing action and military.
Stephanie's eyes sparkled. Nice. Do you think I could join you? They exchanged glances, obviously confused and therefore hesitant. The one in the middle blinked and stared at her.
As what?
She shrugged and tried not to feel judged. A magic user. I'm fairly good at it. All 3 guys burst out laughing. The one on the end waved to her.
What the hell? It will be at least one other person to take some damage and share the pain.
A little perturbed, she pursed her lips. Damage? Pain? They all laughed again.
Oh, sure.
The guy in the middle snarked in playful banter.
What do you think that flesh-toned leotard is for? You feel everything here exactly like you do on Earth. That includes pain. If you really think about it, how else will you learn?
The guy on the end elbowed the one in the middle.
She's a virgin. This ought to be good.
The leader put his hand out.
I'm Chris. The asshole in the middle is Paul, and the guy with the unsat pink hair there is Aaron.
Stephanie was still stuck on them calling her a virgin. How could they possibly know that? She pushed the thought aside and shook his hand. Stephanie. The 4 of them headed to the Dreth building shaped like a giant spaceship. When they walked inside, Chris typed his code in, and the room flickered and filled with weapons. He removed a red disc from the wall, walked over to Stephanie, and pushed it into the fabric of her uniform on her chest. When it was secure, he nodded.
Give it a whack. It should be the girl one, so you shouldn't get any smashed. Yeah, just hit it.
She gave him a deadpan look and slapped the disc, then tumbled back a step or 2. Paul caught her, laughing. She now wore body armor. More structural than the guys, thankfully, and reasonably comfortable. Paul held out a gun.
You'll need one of these.
Stephanie stared at it for a second, but didn't take it. Instead, she walked to the wall and selected 2 medium-sized batteries. She bounced them up and down in her hands and shook her head. These will be fine. The guys looked at each other, and Paul shook his head.
It's your ass, lady.
Aaron slapped his hand against a diagram on the wall. There were 2 ships, a Federation one and a Dreth one.
We have to get a speed vessel, which is a fighter ship, out of the Federation master ship, and fly it over to the Dreth ship. It sounds easy, but the first time it's disorienting because the artificial gravitation on those things is really weak. It's like walking on a bunch of small trampolines.
Moon shoes, Stephanie snickered, as she recalled the old-ass pair Todd had bought offline and had on a shelf in his room. Aaron stared at her for a minute. Oh, yeah, sure. So when we get there, we have to take the ship. We've played this dumbass battle, 20, 30 times. It's a pirate episode, so we can't pass the class until we clear the operation. Paul shoved a dagger into a sheath on the side of his calf, his foot up on the bench. Yeah, but none of the good players wanted to help us. So, here we are in summer school. Stephanie spun the battery through her fingers like a baton and stepped closer to the diagram. She could already identify a tactic. Chapter 30. Are you ready? Paul asked with a smile, and his fist hovered over a red button on the wall. The guys shouted confirmation, and a rush of adrenaline pulsed through Stephanie. She wore a belt with 2 dangling pockets. A battery was stowed in one, and she held the other in her hand. Paul slammed his fist on the button, and the room immediately became the inside of a Federation ship. Everything was dark gray, and large funneled metal tubes bound together ran all over the ship's walls and ceiling. She looked around and took care to keep her feet planted. Even inside the main ship, she could feel the difference in gravity. Chris grabbed her arm and pulled her down the hall. Come on, newbie. Stay with us. Follow them to the speed vessel. Stephanie nodded and broke into a run. It took a moment for her to find her pace. Once she got it, though, she could run faster than she could on Earth. They headed down the long tunnels, and the sound of their boots slamming against the grated floor echoed around them. Finally, they turned right and headed down a set of steps into a hangar bay. A Federation general stood in front of the last ship in the row. All right, soldiers, he barked. Man up. This is your time. Collect that ship and kill those Dreth pirates, sons of... Paul ran right past him and waved Stephanie forward. Avatar, come on, we've heard it 1,000,000 times. She hurried after them into the speed vessel. It was small, with 4 chairs up front and a small area in the back with computers and weapons strapped to the walls. As she entered, the hatch shut behind her. She took a seat beside Aaron and watched as he put the belts on. She did the same, snapped them on each side, and pulled the front to tighten it across her chest. Chris sat in the driver's seat, pressed several buttons, and pushed forward on the lever. They hurtled forward down a small tunnel, and the far end opened slowly. As they approached, Chris hollered like a cowboy, turned the ship sideways, and made it through the half-open space. As soon as the craft emerged, a sudden jolt threw Stephanie's arms and legs up. Chris activated the gravitational balance, which helped her lower them again. She watched out the huge front window of the ship as they sped around and to the back of the Dreth pirate ship. It was distracted, fighting a fleet of fighter ships from the Federation. Chris spun the ship around, guided the craft like a wild man, and steered through a hatch at the back. He looked at Paul, who typed feverishly on a tablet. He had hacked the ship to let them in and now closed the passage behind them. They all released their belts and pushed to their feet, and Chris checked that her armor was still active. He grabbed the neck of her suit to keep her steady. They'll come strongly right out of the gate. Don't hesitate or they'll get you. Stephanie mustered her courage, the whole thing as exciting as hell, and gripped her battery. They poured out of the speed vessel and ducked behind its wing to avoid the laser guns that had already begun to fire at them. The 3 guys immediately returned fire. Chris used a pistol laser gun, Paul a larger one with a winding barrel on the bottom that spat sparks, and Aaron threw some kind of electrified blades. Immediately, Stephanie moved in and hurled flames at the attackers. All 3 guys stopped, their eyes wide. Paul's lip twitched. She can throw magic? Chris grabbed them both and pushed them to the ground as a piece of equipment exploded nearby. Never mind that. It's flames on a ship. I don't think that's good. Stephanie threw one, then another and another. She eliminated 3 Dreth and missed a couple of others. Her team's yells penetrated her focus, and she glanced quickly at them while she tried to avoid the enemy fire. They waved their arms and screamed frantically. She shook her head, squinted her eyes, and pointed at her ear. I can't hear you!" As she focused more intently on them, she didn't see the Dreth jump up from behind cover and fire at her. The blast struck her in the shoulder and threw her back against a bulkhead. She groaned and instinctively touched the scorched skin on her arm. Dazed and in pain, she barely felt it when Chris grabbed her, laughing, and hauled her down on the ground and behind shelter. He pushed her back against the wall and patted the cinders on her suit. Aaron nodded with a grin. "Welcome." They laughed and immediately resumed fire. Aaron turned his head toward her. "You popped your cherry." Her head began to clear, and anger filled her chest as she stared at the Dreth who'd shot her. Then the words Aaron had just said floated back through her mind, and her face softened as a laugh echoed from her chest. She had finally figured out what the hell they were all laughing about. She shook her fist and felt the burn in her shoulder. "Not a virgin anymore, boys!" They cheered as they fought back. She glanced around and pulled up onto her knees. "Paul!" she yelled as she grabbed his arm and yanked him toward her. He ducked slightly as something exploded close to their position. "Yeah?" Stephanie pointed at the floor about 3 feet in front of her. "I want you to aim right here." Paul looked at her like she was nuts. "What the hell for?" A smirk pulled at her lips, and her eyes began to glow orange. "Yes? Okay?" He pursed his lips and glanced at the pirates who now moved closer, then shrugged. She grinned encouragement as he turned and aimed his gun at the ground where she pointed. With him ready, she shuffled slightly to the right and stood quickly. As she brought her arm up, a golden lasso trailed from her fingertips, and she swung it over her head. She thrust her arm forward and threw the loop, which settled neatly over the shoulders of the Dreth who had shot her. With a smug laugh, she pulled it tight and yanked as hard as she could. The pirate yelled in confusion as he was dragged backward off his feet. He landed hard and slid fast as she hauled him toward her, and the end of the energy lasso piled at her feet. His arm impacted the side of the ship and his gun caught, which dragged it from his hand. He flailed, grunted, and yelled in the Dreth language as he slid relentlessly to the spot where Paul aimed his weapon. Paul had a huge grin on his face as he stepped forward slowly and awaited his target. The Dreth came to a stop with the barrel of the gun against his head. "Hi, my name is Paul, and I'll be the one who kills you today." Then he pulled the trigger. Paul put his hand over his head and gripped his hair, laughing hard. "Did you see that shit? That damn lasso was like, I don't even know. Where did you even come up with that?" Stephanie shrugged and unstrapped the belt from her waist. "Wonder Woman." Paul looked confused. "Who?" She glanced at him. She was a female comic book hero. A big-ass movie came out a long, long time ago. Her lasso made you tell the truth. Mine makes you face it. Chris jumped up and slapped the beam as they walked down the hall toward the elevators of the barracks. "I don't care who it was modeled after. That was genius." "Farthest we've ever been," Aaron said, and turned to take her hand and hold it to his chest. "Thank you. Seriously, we made it farther, and we did it as a team. Do you want to try again tomorrow?" Stephanie smiled, pulled her hand away, and slapped him on the head. "I'm down. It would be really nice, too, because this is my first ever experience with anything military. I could honestly use some help when it comes to that side of things." Paul patted her on the shoulder as they reached the elevators. "We got you, little sis. Girls' dorm 8th floor. Watch your map." She chuckled and shook her head as they ran off down the hall, whooping and hollering and pushing each other around. They disappeared from view, and she looked at her ARM computer and pressed the map. Find my dorm room. The red dot flashed and showed her the route. Up the elevator to the 8th floor, turn right, room 1089. The doors slid open, and she walked inside and glanced at the burn on her skin. She grimaced and patted it tentatively. That hurts like real-world pain. The door shut and became a screen, which displayed a serene scene from what looked like rainforests. All of those had to be gone for 100 years, so it had to be simulated. The doors slid open, and she turned right to follow the hall until she found her room. She put her hand on the security pad, and the door opened, and the lights came on inside. It was really nice. Much nicer than any place she had ever lived before. The ceiling echoed the time of day, so at that moment, it was dark and starry. She paused to take in the details. The space boasted a huge ceiling fan with blades that looked like giant leaves and a bed made of a rich dark wood carved with vines for the headboard and footboard. On a desk by the window stood a line of cubes. Beside them was a tablet. She pressed the on button, and a holographic form of Anastasia, about a foot tall, emerged from it. These cubes are your learning modules for when you rest. Those that are labeled black are not currently available to you. The rest have a specific level marked. 1 is the beginner, and 5 is the most difficult. To use the cubes, select one and place it on the white platform located above your headboard. Take the small headband and place it around the upper back of your head so that the small metal reader discs are pressed to your temple. Enjoy, and sweet dreams. 3 cubes at the back were labeled black. She wasn't sure why they were off limits, but they were, so there was little point in worrying about them. On the left were several dark-colored cubes under the magical category. She picked one up and looked closely at it. Her reflection gazed back at her from the shiny surface. She turned it right and left, and quickly pulled her head up. As it rested in her hands, it began to change color. Starting at black, it morphed to violet, then lightened to rose, and finally into cerulean blue. She thought it was so strange. Hastily, she set the cube down and rubbed her hands on her sides. I don't think that was supposed to happen. After a moment, she picked it up again, now curious as to what was going on. She tossed it from one hand to the next and noticed that her palms and fingers left imprints in different colors. Intrigued, she wrinkled her nose, held the cube closer, and pressed her finger to the top. She traced down and over the side and studied it intently. A yellow line cut through the cerulean and disappeared behind her finger. She smiled, set it down, and yawned loudly. She looked through all of them and grabbed the one labeled with the lowest level. Before she climbed into bed, she opened the closet and discovered several choices for clothing. She tapped a pair of black pajama pants and a t-shirt, and grinned as the soft fabric rubbed on her skin. Ready for bed, she clambered onto her knees and placed the cube on the shelf. 2 knobs emerged and pushed into the platform. The base of the platform changed from white to a deep blue. A quick glance at her arm confirmed that it was already healing. She grimaced and hoped that it wouldn't be painful enough to disturb her rest. Satisfied, she climbed into bed and pulled the covers up. She only realized how tired she was when her head hit the pillow. Outside the virtual world and in her room, in the tall golden P tower, the lights were dimmed very low, since there was no real reason for them to be on. Inside the pod, her body rested on the comfortable bed, all the sensors plugged securely into her. As her avatar fell asleep, her human form twitched slightly. The movement rippled through her body as each of her muscles reacted. The movement increased until her whole body shook inside the pod. Normally, someone would assume this meant a huge issue. However, for the prep school, it was completely normal. Her body merely assimilated the physical memory of what she learned from the cube in the virtual world. It essentially activated her human muscles as her avatar went through the motions and learned different fighting techniques as she slept. The human body created muscle memory. If a person learned a physical skill, like judo for example, when they left the pod, their human bodies would still have that muscle memory. For many, this meant that they would finally emerge knowing judo. However, it wasn't the same as simply learning something in a classroom. The longer they were out of the pod, the more they needed to practice. If they neglected it, they would lose the skill exactly as they would in real life. Usually, the students would be given a list of what they were to practice whenever they were woken from a semester. Stephanie didn't know anything about that when she went in, and wouldn't fully remember the action itself when she left. But she would wake up to find that she could kick ass, and her muscles would have no problem keeping up with her at every step. They weren't only trained intellectually, they were trained physically as well. By the next morning, the pod had fully run its course, and the box it sat on blinked from green to white. She stretched her arms out to her sides and turned in her bed to slide her feet to the floor. She removed the headband, sat, and did a couple of quick hand-to-hand moves she had learned in her sleep. Chuckling to herself, she headed for the bathroom. That is so wild. She washed and chose a brand new jumpsuit, since the other one hanging in her tiny avatar closet had burn holes in the shoulder and blood on the fabric. She tapped it, followed by her boots, and headed out of the room, still reeling with the excitement of how wild her time in the virtual world had become. Chapter 31. Stephanie sat in the student dining area, the tables all spread out evenly over black and white tiled floors with tablecloths on each one and 4-foot-tall flowers in the center. It was lunchtime, so the lights were normal, but she'd heard that at dinner, they were dim with sparkling bulbs that floated across the room and candles everywhere. It seemed oddly romantic for a dinner at school, but hey, the droids probably enjoyed it. She picked her sandwich up, took a bite, and looked at the school's newsletter that she had found on one of the tables in the hall. The sound of tramping feet, though, caught her attention. Aaron, Chris, and Paul hurried up the table. Chris was in the middle, his hands behind his back, and all of them looked far too excited to be up to anything good at all. She raised an eyebrow and set her sandwich down. Chris pulled out a t-shirt with their team emblem, which now included her initial on the front. She giggled and took the shirt. PECS? Really? Aaron puffed his chest out and spoke in a deep voice. We got pecs. Paul ignored him. Part of the team, hey? Stephanie wiped her hands. They were a motley crew, but she was in it to win it. They slapped hands with her and headed out with hard-nosed looks on their faces as they prepared to try it one more time. Stephanie and the others whooped and hollered as they held on tightly and rolled the ship through space toward the Dreth destroyer. Bright beams of red light rocketed through the air to their left as they curved around and brought the little ship down and into the tunnel. Stephanie released her belt and leapt to her feet as she slammed her palm to her chest and popped out her armor. She put her fist up and punched each of the guys in their armor buttons as they passed, and gave her a deep battle cry. Their enthusiasm was contagious, and she laughed as she turned to retrieve one of her batteries and grasped it tightly in her hand. She glanced at the t-shirt she had thrown on over her suit and smirked. The shooting had already begun as the back hatch of the ship lowered. Paul stood firm and eliminated a few of the pirates who had met them at the opening. They were hurled back to splatter against the wall. Paul and Chris each took a side and cleared it as they went. Aaron ran out and slid on his side as blasts of lasers blazed at him. They hissed as they struck the metal behind him and left black marks and smoke. Still in motion, he drew 2 electric daggers and threw them to strike the Dreth on each side of his chest. The alien looked down in the same moment that the electrical current went off. He shook wildly, and his eyes rolled back as spittle sprayed from his mouth before he collapsed. They waved Stephanie down, and she came running. As she reached the opening, she turned to the right, put her hand out, and readied for an attack. Shots rang out all around her. She released a fireball that immediately obliterated one of the pirates. From the corner of her eye, she could see another aiming at her chest. As he pulled the trigger, she did a backflip off the side of the ramp to land on one knee with her hand on the floor for support. She lifted her head and shifted her gaze to either side, more than a little surprised that she was able to do that. Chris raised his brow.
It looks like somebody plugged their cubes in.
Aaron chuckled.
You can have terrible dreams when you do it, but damn, if you don't come out bouncing like a damn ninja.
Paul released a volley at a group of Dreth.
Now you gotta take the disco one you can rent out from the library and add a sweet-ass move to the end of that acrobatic blast.
Stephanie patted the ground in front of her and stared at Paul.
Are we gonna do this or what?
He smirked.
Hell yeah!
She pushed to her feet, activated her lasso, and snagged a Dreth pirate to yank him from his feet. He flailed as he was dragged along until his head hit the bottom of Paul's boot. Her teammate aimed his weapon and squeezed the trigger to deliver a shot between the eyes. With his head tilted to the side, he looked at the alien for a minute.
Is this the same one as yesterday?
Stephanie shook her head and flipped the lasso from the corpse. Hell no. I shot that asshole before he could get me in the arm. That was painful. I'm serious. There is no cream for avatar burns. I'm supposed to wait until it heals. Fast healing or not, it felt like fire all night long. I can even remember feeling it during my cube training. At least when I woke up, it was basically healed, luckily. Chris chuckled, and almost immediately, his face grew serious.
Wait, you can remember your cube training?
Paul followed her head nod toward the wall and a dead Dreth pirate. He was pinned in place with a shimmering gold trident stuck through his throat. Slowly, Paul turned to glance nervously in her direction.
Okay, I see you're doing big things and tackling big magic. But what is that? Did you seriously use a trident? What are you, Ursula now? Is this a mermaid story? I swear, if there are talking crabs, I will join the pirates.
Chris snickered.
We aren't here to talk about what that chick from spring break gave you when you went home to New Orleans.
He blinked and shook his head.
You know, you don't even know her. She's a damn good person. You are only jealous because I get to, be a man. And you are stuck at home knitting with Grandma.
Stephanie rolled her eyes and patted him hard on the shoulder. You might want to watch out. Paul looked behind him and dove to the side as 2 Dreth pirates rushed through under the ship's wing with their guns drawn. Stephanie focused on her energy and pictured the kind of weapon she wanted. She opened her eyes as they ducked, and she released the magic. It blazed forward and twisted into the shape of an arrow. The 2 pirates dropped, and Stephanie shrugged. I honestly don't know where the whole trident thing came from. It wasn't on my mind, but still I think it's pretty sweet. Who else can say they did that? A Mer-King? Poseidon? Aaron yelled. That guy from that really old flick. What was it called? The one with the dog with headgear. Chris tilted his head back and bellowed.
Anchorman! And Brick killed someone with a trident.
Aaron banged his fists against the side of the ship.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Stephanie sighed as she realized she might actually be surrounded by 3 different tempered Todds. Then again, all guys could be like that. She honestly didn't know. The truth was that she had only hung out with one of them, had never been on a date, and tended to steer clear of the rest of the guys at school. They were, with no exception, complete dickheads. Nonetheless, it was funny. Even she had to admit that. The entire team continued to laugh as they proceeded with the mission. Stephanie sent a fireball to her right and knocked 2 pirates down. She smirked, turned, and stopped dead in her tracks as she came face to face with a Dreth pirate. Without thought, she whirled, kicked her leg up, and slammed her foot into his chest. He grunted and stumbled back as he rubbed his chest. Stephanie drew her fist back to punch him as hard as she could, and squarely in the nose. She looked smugly at her fist, and at him once more, before she finished him off with a fireball. The fighting techniques were entirely foreign to her, but the truth was that she liked them. In fact, she liked them a lot. They finally cleared the landing bay, and Chris pulled a 3D image of the ship up on his arm tablet. He traced his finger along the corridor and down. "This will lead us directly to the head of the ship." As they ran, they kept Paul in the middle. He was already trying to hack into the navigation chamber. Stephanie brought up the rear and released arrows and fireballs at anything that tried to follow their hasty advance. As they raced up to the door, Chris bobbed up and down and glanced at Paul. "What we got here, man?" Paul breathed in slowly and typed one more line before he pressed enter. The doors to navigation hissed as they slid open. They barreled inside and immediately opened fire to mow down 3 Dreth pirates who stood guard to the right and left. Stephanie pushed through and marched down the middle of the ramp, her hand out, and grinned as a magical rope looped effortlessly toward the pirate lord. The loop wound itself around the target, and immediately she pulled it taut. Smiling from ear to ear, the guys walked up, and everyone looked at Chris. "Fearless team leader, shall you do the honors?" He mulled it over in his head for a minute before he laughed and raised his pistol to fire a single well-placed blast in the Dreth's head. An alert chimed almost instantly, and the AI spoke. "You have successfully passed this exercise. Please prepare for extraction." The room shimmered and swept past to take them all back to the empty room in the Dreth building. They had finally been able to beat the ship, and Paul, Aaron, and Chris would get their pass to the next level. That was exactly what they needed to come back with their scholarships intact in the fall. Celebrations immediately ensued, including raising Stephanie on their shoulders and parading her across campus to the virtual bar. She had one drink and sat there watching the others go wild. They had passed, which meant they could come back, and for those 3 that was a game changer. She stayed through her one drink and then said goodnight. They all booed her good-naturedly, but she shrugged. "I gotta keep my edge up." She left with their cheers ringing in her ears and headed to the barracks. She couldn't help but laugh and smile, immensely satisfied by the knowledge that they would be able to return the next year. They deserved it, and had only needed a little support. For her, though, celebration was a cube and a good night's sleep. Several warnings began to list on the major screen, a normal thing when the school semesters kicked into gear. About midway was a load spike attributed to Pinnacle Prep, but it took the engineers a while to get that far down. There were several of those, as well as a couple of glitches they had to resolve with no time wasted. Order was the only thing that mattered to them at that point. As they moved closer to the Pinnacle entry, the screen shimmied slightly, but no one in the pit noticed it in the least. When it settled once more, the line no longer said Pinnacle. Instead, it read Abernathy Prep, a very large school that was expected to have a large pull. The place had large shifts in load during the regular school year on an hourly basis. To have one during their summer session wouldn't have even raised an eyebrow. And in fact, it didn't. The engineers skimmed past it without paying it even a second's notice. It was deleted from the prompter, and new threats and warnings listed instead. Out in the system, Bert waited until the line was deleted before he returned his attention to several different fights happening in different areas. Apparently, the Dreth space mission had forced a lot of kids into summer school. Only one group had succeeded thus far, though, and it just so happened that Stephanie was right there, with her hand in the cookie jar. Chapter 32. Stephanie spent most of the summer attending the various classes and working on magic whenever she could, but that was about it. She had seen no signs of anything abnormal, but apparently she was wrong. Near the end of the semester, she got up bright and early one morning to grab breakfast. Sleepily, she climbed out of bed and stopped. Her cubes were gone. The AI spoke over the speaker in her room. "Good morning, Stephanie Morgana. We have been informed that you are no longer eligible to complete the last 6 days of the summer session here at Pinnacle. Technically, you have completed the majority of the courses, and those credits will be applied to your Federation record. They can be used at any university in the world." She was confused. "Wait, am I getting kicked out?" The AI paused for a moment and then continued. "Unfortunately, you have been removed from the program due to your assistance in the Dreth operations simulation. It is written in the campus handbook that no student not involved in that curriculum can help anyone else. You were not approved to enter the Dreth ship program, and therefore your time here is up. We do hope that you enjoyed your stay. Appearing in front of you are 2 buttons. Leave this program, and no, really you have to go. Please choose one in the next 30 seconds. For a moment, she simply sat there on the edge of her bed, completely frozen in shock. She didn't want to pick a button. She had helped fellow classmates with a project that they had been unfairly targeted on and not given the resources to complete. Anger surfaced, and she gritted her teeth and punched the mattress below her. She really didn't have any choice in the matter. No matter which button she picked, or even none at all, it would send her back to the real world. She knew it was bullshit, though. Clarity seared through her consciousness, and for a moment she cursed her stupidity at having allowed them to suck her into their schemes. Her fandom had most likely died down by now, and they had gotten what they wanted out of her. She had been the draw card they needed to attract even more paying students. That accomplished, there was no need to waste any more of their resources. She slammed her fist against the Leave Now button and flipped the bird at the ceiling, hoping someone or something was watching. It seemed only moments before her eyes opened wide inside the pod. Everything was disconnected, and she rubbed her chest in an effort to wake from the long nap she had taken. Suddenly, the door to the pod opened, and 2 Federation guards stood beside it, waiting for her to stand. "You didn't even let me say goodbye," she grumped as one reached to help her out. She snatched her arm free and walked over to place her palm on the security scanner. In silence, she gathered her clothes and changed in the bathroom, where she left the bodysuit on the counter. When she was ready, she strode out and retrieved her suitcase. The guards led her downstairs and out onto the street, where a cab waited to give her a ride back to the station, her still unused suitcase in hand. She glanced back at the tower once, turned away abruptly, and climbed into the vehicle. Her body was too tired to deal with it. The cab eased away from the curb, and Stephanie pulled her phone out and sent her mom a text to let her know the simple truth. It was the end of the semester, and the end of her school time. She sent the message and dropped her phone in her bag. Around the cold numbness that seemed intent to claim her, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. When the tram arrived in Chicago, she lugged her bag down the steps and through the crowds toward the exit. Even the long trip hadn't made her feel any better at all. When she reached the parking area, she saw her dad leaning against the car, his arms out. She ran up to him, laid her head on his chest, and hugged him tightly. The smile faded from his face, and he looked down. "Are you all right?" Stephanie breathed deeply. "Yeah, just glad to be home." He helped her into the car, and they drove back to the house in silence. When they arrived, her dad carried her suitcase, and she shuffled up the walkway and in through the front door. She stepped through the entry, and a couple of balloons and a handful of confetti hit her in the face. A small group shouted, "Happy birthday!" Stephanie smiled and looked around. There was the banner, the same one that had been hung since she was 3, over the arch into the kitchen. Her mother hurried forward and gave her a big hug. "Welcome home, sweetie, and happy 18th birthday. You are an adult now." She had honestly completely forgotten that it was her birthday. Man, you guys are on it. Thank you so much. It's good to be home for it. Her mom went to grab her a glass of punch, and she meandered over to Todd, who stood by the window and smiled broadly. She hugged him tightly, and he hugged her back, and both lingered for a second longer than normal. He raised his cup of punch. "Welcome back, Slacker. I have counted down the days. They told me you left early, but I wasn't upset for you, to be honest." Stephanie choked on her punch. "What?" Todd shrugged. "I was selfish and basically pumped my fist like Arsenio and knee shuffled like Vanilla Ice. Ice baby. I didn't feel quite right without you here." In all honesty, she was surprised and touched. "Thanks, dude. I'm surprised you even noticed how much time had passed. I figured you would have run laps with Amy, worked and taken her on dates." He glanced around as he sipped his drink. "It was a little overrated, I think. I broke up with her about 2 days after you left." Stephanie tilted her head back to stare at him, not quite sure what she felt about that. "What? Why?" Todd laughed, but had the grace to look a little sheepish. "It seems she had this fixation with me eating healthy, working out, and getting up early in the morning during summer vacation." Stephanie gasped, touched his arm, and tried not to laugh. "That monster! Damn right you broke up with her for trying to make you healthy and shit. Stick it to the man." He nodded enthusiastically. "I know, right? That's what I felt. Like she was my drill instructor, and I had already rolled into the military. No thank you. I want to live on my terms." She gave him a half-cocked smile. "She lost you at waking up, didn't she?" "She lost me at eating healthy." His eyes shifted to the table by the window, where a plate of chocolate-frosted cupcakes gleamed in the afternoon light. He looked like a puppy that stared at a snack of meat, but couldn't have it. She was fairly sure that at any moment, he would actually break into an all-out drool, scratch behind his ear, probably fart, and scurry off guiltily to steal cupcakes. That's right. She compared her best friend to a puppy. She was about to say something else when he simply stepped away and made a beeline for the confectionery. He glanced around and selected 2 of them, then consumed half a cupcake in one bite. "It's good to see you back," her neighbor Mr. Cantor said, and shook Stephanie's hand. Stephanie shifted her glance from Todd, covered in cupcake, to him. "Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for coming to the party. This is so sweet." Mrs. Cantor walked up and slid her arm through her husband's. "Your mother is so cute. She intended to have one either way, but when she found out you would be back for it, she changed everything. She wanted to see you smile." She looked across the room at her mom, who laughed with her dad and another set of neighbors who had come. She did a good job because this was really a great surprise, and I honestly needed one. They all stood there chatting for some time, while Todd wiped icing off his chin, the front of his shirt, and his elbow, although he had no idea how it had got there. When the Cantors walked away, Stephanie grabbed a cupcake and sat. Todd strolled over, sat beside her, and released a deep breath. She looked at him, then did a double take. With a grin, she pulled a chunk of cupcake from his hair. She set it in her napkin. "I'm seriously trying to figure out how in the hell you got that so many places. You seriously would have had to eat it like the Cookie Monster eats cookies. Throw them at your face and hope they hit right around where your mouth is." Todd nodded in agreement. "That seems like the only legit way to eat them, don't you think?" He picked the cupcake out of her hand and smushed it into her nose. Immediately, they began to wrestle for it, laughing and goofing off. It was a totally wonderful way to end one hell of a shitty day. When the party was over, and her mom had sent Todd home with 3 more cupcakes, Stephanie thanked her parents for the 100th time and headed up to her room. She pulled out her computer, a smaller version than the one downstairs, and flipped it on. She didn't even think about the fact that she had gone all summer and hadn't checked emails or anything. When the screen came up, the icon flashed in the corner with a number 25 above it. She was reasonably sure that the only time she'd had that many emails was when Todd accidentally signed her up for a spam site, thinking he had won some contest. She scrolled through them one by one. Most of them were from people who still wanted to talk to her about her witch day. Dear Stephanie, the Coven of Chicago would like to reach out to you and extend an official invite to join our circle. There is always a place for magic in the circle. Please reply when you find you have time. Love and light, Broomhilda Naysayer, a.k.a. Joan Caros. There was a pentagram at the bottom, and when it had opened, purple rose petals literally fell to the floor. She shut that email and deleted it, then tried to stomp the magical rosebuds beneath her feet. The next one was interesting, too. Greetings, Ms. Morgana. My name is Harold, and I saw your heroic deed on the news. I want to reach out to you and let you know that you aren't alone. I've told the feds for years that I can go to town with some magic. Just the other day, I left my car parked and running outside the grocery store, and when I came back, it was gone. Poof. Magic. Or carjacking, but I choose the brighter side. Please let me know if you would like to get in touch and have some tea or sacrifice a chicken. Sincerely, Harold the Moon God. Stephanie put her hand over her mouth and tried not to laugh. That feeling only sat there for a moment before she realized that everything that day had brought had been ripped away, and all for money. She clicked on the next one, a video message. A pretty little girl displayed on the screen with long brown ringlets. She situated herself with someone filming.
Stephanie, my name is Holly, and I am 6 years old. I wanted to write and thank you for saving my mommy's and my sister's life.
Stephanie sat forward as the video panned to the woman and her baby, and her other daughter and her husband cheered for her.
Thank you. We love you.
The video ended, and she smiled, thankful that she had read one more. So without taking that positive away, she scrolled down to the end, dating back to the day before she'd left. She frowned when she reached the bottom of the list and found that she had missed one from one R&D. Chapter 33. Hey guys, Stephanie said as she came down the stairs. I got this email from the company that I did the battery thing with. It was from before I left. I guess it was sent the same time as the admission letter from Pinnacle, but I overlooked it in all the excitement. Her parents were on the couch watching a movie. They paused it and took the email from her to read. Her dad nodded. That sounds interesting. I would say do your research on them and then go from there. She took the letter and shrugged. So, you think it might be worth pursuing since I probably won't go to a prep school? Her mom smiled and took her hand. I think it all depends on what you want. But you are 18 now, so you have to decide for yourself. We're always here as a sounding board, though. Stephanie nodded and gave them a crooked smile. Thanks. I think I'm exhausted at this point. I don't want to think about the future for even 5 more seconds. Her mother laughed, turned away, and pressed the play button on the receiver. We all go through it. Well, look what we have here. Those assholes. She moved closer to see the advertisement that had popped up on the cable station. It was the PR video taken when they'd first arrived at Pinnacle. Anastasia looked as odd as ever, normal apparently for the rich people. Then her, looking meek and full of excitement. Stephanie scoffed to herself. That sure didn't stay. Finally, it focused on her mother hurrying along behind them. They really do have the nerve. Her mother slammed the remote down. They kick you out under bogus terms all because they didn't want to pay. They got free PR from it and... Wait, is my ass really that big? She jumped up from the couch and looked over her shoulder with an absolutely mortified expression. Her mouth agape, she looked from her ass to her husband a few times. Is it? His eyes widened and he pushed back on the couch as if he tried to disappear into it. He glanced down and stared at her butt like a deer caught in the headlights. She fixed him with a hard look, and he opened his mouth and shut it again as he wrung his hands. Oh, this is a trick. It's a trick. She stomped her foot. It's not a trick. Tell me the truth. He sent a look of appeal to Stephanie, who simply stood there with no expression, determined to stay out of it. He'd been married to her for how many years? Surely by now he had learned how to stay out of awkward situations. Finally, he answered, no? Cindy whirled back to the screen as the commercial ended and narrowed her eyes. She shook her finger at the television. I will nail their skinny asses to the wall. Stephanie had already crept back to the stairs, and as soon as her mother's attention was on the television again, she hurried away. There was no way she intended to be caught up in that mess. She sat at her computer and put the paper down in front of her, thinking about the company, the logos on the boxes, and the money they had already invested for her to use the pods. She finally decided that, with what they had done so far, she owed it to them, at the very minimum, to look into it. Her mind made up, at least on that, she started her research. She found their website quickly, opened it, and read carefully through each page. It was all very vaguely written, almost like a hospital webpage with generic information. However, there were a couple of things Bert had put in that he knew would catch her attention. One R&D, working to make the world a better place through the magical cooperation of our neighbors of Melagorn. There was also a very brief section on future research into the possible implementation of magical elements to increase the infrastructure and housing for all those living on or below the poverty level. Not only did it talk about the buildings themselves, but helping to enrich the lives of the youth by focusing on educational opportunities on an even level with the rest. Stephanie sat back and rubbed her hands over her face. She blinked several times and cracked her fingers, absolutely exhausted from everything that happened that summer. To be honest, she wasn't even sure she had fully wrapped her head around it. What she did know was that she couldn't let those events get in the way of what she still had on her plate. She only had a semester left of school, and since she was back a week early from prep, she would be able to start on time. Sure, she could probably get away with not going in the morning, but it wouldn't do her any good. She had to attempt to pull herself together and get back into the old mindset of things, like the reality that it wouldn't be as simple as a free ride through some prestigious college. And as nice as it had been, there were so many ways she could think of to better allocate her time and her resources. She turned the computer and her desk lamp off. It took real effort to drag herself into pajamas and finally collapse into bed. Only when the covers were pulled up to her chin did she finally allow her body to relax. She had forgotten, after being in the pod for so long, that her bed was one of the most comfortable places in the world. It was the quiet after a long storm, a place to rest her wild brain, not continue to dwell on the things that couldn't be fixed right there in that exact moment. It was time to pull herself together. The alarm went off the next morning, and she rolled over and opened her eyes wide. She didn't think it would actually happen, but she felt a whole lot better than she had the night before. For one thing, She had slept really well, no dreams and no nightmares, and woke up in the comfort of her own home. She flipped the covers off and smelled the familiar aroma of coffee left in the pot for her down in the kitchen. The idea of coffee worked like her own personal magic, and she hurriedly pulled her closet door open, grabbed her school uniform, and changed into it. She looked in the mirror as she pulled her hair high into a ponytail and wrapped the elastic band around it. Stephanie was determined to have a damn good day. After she had downed a cup of coffee and poured the rest into a travel mug, she ate 2 cupcakes to fill her stomach and opened the fridge door. Like clockwork, as if nothing had changed, there was a sack lunch made for her with a smiley face drawn on the front. She chuckled as she pulled it out and shoved it in her bag before she headed for the door. When she opened it, she found Todd standing at the end of the yard, waiting for her. With a big smile, she bounced out of the house, stopped, and wrinkled her nose in front of him. She raised her thumb to wipe a smear of chocolate icing from his cheek. Don't worry, I'm not judging. I had the same for breakfast, but I eat like a person, not a 1-year-old on their first birthday. Todd shrugged and rubbed his cheek with the back of his sweater sleeve. Yeah, I had to shove them down so my mom wouldn't get mad that I ate cupcakes for breakfast. They started their walk, and it seemed that the sun shone brighter through the smog than normal. It warmed Stephanie's face, and she soaked it in. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. So, I know that in the end they screwed you over and all, but I wondered if you could tell me what it was like. Stephanie actually didn't mind, and she was glad to not hold on to the anger and resentment. Well, you stay in the pods 24/7, and at night in the virtual world, you plug in these cubes that teach you all kinds of different things while you sleep. Then, during the day, there were a lot of boring classes. But I also got to go with a team onto a Dreth ship and kill the pirate lord. That was the highlight of the whole thing. Oh, and I made magic tornadoes. Todd stared at her, his eyes huge. Are you kidding? I want to go shoot up a damn pirate ship? Kill some Dreth pirates? You always see the cool shit while I'm over here barely able to hold a conversation with people. She grinned. It was great, I have to admit. Although there were several times I hurt like all get out. But yeah, it was great. He looked dreamily at her as he thought about fighting Dreth pirates. I hope that if I do join the military, they will let me fight them in the system too. At least before they throw me in with the real thing. Stephanie snorted. Me too. They are some vicious aliens, I will tell you that much. Honestly, they simply don't care who they kill or for what reason. They simply want to take. So tell me about your summer. Todd shoved his hands in his pockets. I worked at the restaurant in the dish pit again. That was cool, because I put my headphones on and washed stuff for minimum wage. I think $11.15 an hour. I saw a few movies I wanted to see again. I hacked my way into the systems and watched some seriously awesome 80s movies. I saw Gremlins, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, The Goonies, 16 Candles, Back to the Future, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and the first Die Hard. I still have some to watch, of course. She giggled and ended with a small snort. That's seriously a lot of movies. He put his hands up and flipped around to walk backward. Right? But it's the 80s. I mean, it was the Brat Pack. They were moody, sarcastic, pushed back, did what they wanted to do, and didn't give 2 shits. Which I think I've discovered might be the actual motto of the 1980s. Stephanie made her eyes really wide. Uh-oh. It sounds like you have abandoned the precious 90s for its older brother, the 80s. Todd stopped her and put his hands on her shoulders. Don't ever say something like that out loud. Quentin Tarantino might send Mr. White to off me. Jay and Silent Bob will drag me back to the mall. The Quick Stop will actually wait on people, and the video shop next door will make money. You savage.
Not to mention that Randall Pink Floyd will start accepting drug tests from the coach, 'cause what the hell, right? And then there's Matthew McConaughey's famous David Wooderson, who will still be standing around waiting to get older, as the girls stay the same age and never actually deliver his signature, all right, all right, all right. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck will get their wings back and come to attack because we are cursing the 90s, only leading to Alanis Morissette having to open her mouth and crush the heads of anyone who hears her. He huffed and puffed, having not taken a breath through the whole tirade. He started to back up again as he calmed himself. And all of this will happen before we lose the record store. Which record store? It doesn't matter, because they always tried to bring them back in the 90s. Because the moral of the story is, the 90s cinematic wonders would have never blossomed into the pop culture classics they are today without the awkward and brooding, poorly filmed cinematic train wrecks that were the 1980s classics. Stephanie put up her hand and grabbed his arm to stop him before he tripped over the curb onto the sidewalk. I have to stop you here. 1, because you will fail all your classes if you don't get it together. And 2, I'm starting to get a tic listening to you talk without breathing. Todd chuckled and leaned forward to kiss her forehead. And this is why we will always be friends. She shook her head. While she always tried to keep up with his interests, they were interesting to her too. She had been far too busy in a virtual coma during the summer to do anything. Chapter 34. At school, Stephanie walked beside Todd through the halls and tried to ignore the weirdness that went on around her. Whether it was a look of ill intent that harnessed a seriously envious and jealous hatred, or a bashful smile backlogged with admiration and practically worship, it all really began to creep her out. Todd glanced around and clicked his tongue. Okay, so no one knew you breathed on Earth last semester, and now it's a freaking scene from Carrie in here. She walked closer to him. Drop pig's blood on me, and it might come true. Just saying. One of the asshole guys, Trent, stepped out in front of her, a smirk on his braced teeth. He was slightly overweight, played football, and was about as dumb as a box of chewed Skittles. Which was probably why he made it his mission to attempt to make people feel like shit all the time. Look who it is! The freak with the laser hands. Why don't you give it up and show us how it's done? Stephanie jerked and clenched her hand into a fist. Trent stepped back, and his expression sobered. She narrowed her eyes and leaned forward. Do you want to find out how painful it is to grow your nuts back? He swallowed hard, tripped backward over his own feet, and fell. Stephanie and Todd continued to walk forward and literally stepped right over the top of him. When they had made it a little farther down the hallway, he leaned over to her. Do you actually think you perform precise enough magic to cut a dude's balls off and not anything else? She tossed her head defiantly and fixed him with a hard look. No, not that it matters, because I didn't bring a battery anyway. But I figured if he already knew what I could do, he wouldn't really question me. The details mean nothing, really. No balls today, no balls tomorrow. What's the difference? Todd blinked wildly. Only the fact that if he knew that, because his brain is the size of a flea, he would not comprehend pain tomorrow and cause you serious pain right here, right now. Stephanie sighed. Fine. I will make sure that I don't use that one again. Seriously, though, I want to go on record and say that even though he acts all tough, he has never hit a girl. He probably would threaten me and punch you. He put his finger up in instant protest. I don't like that outcome. You do realize that I am of a sensitive nature, right? I am not to be trifled with or physically incapacitated. I am a wimp, and don't want to be punched in the face by that giant ogre of a guy. That's purely common sense. She patted him on the shoulder as they walked. Don't worry. I'll never call you out for not having some of the worst traits of masculinity in society ever. But
That's showing your care for women and the equality of all. It's a political statement. Todd raised an eyebrow.
I'm not quite sure how to take that. It seems good and kind, but also condescending and snide. Either way, good acting skills back there. The Toddster approves.
Stephanie snarled and her lip twitched. Do not refer to yourself in conversation as the Toddster. It will only bring you pain and suffering. But thank you. I actually did learn some stuff on verbal conflict resolution, as well as how to deal with some of the most sexist and non-agreeable aliens in the universe. So, I guess I didn't completely lose out on that deal. The truth was that Stephanie had learned a lot of things at the prep school. Some of them were obvious to her, while others were so hidden that only those around her actually began to notice. She was focused but not stressed, and spoke out but didn't make things a huge problem. And the way she carried herself was different than it ever had been before. The classes went on around her, but she sat there as if she were in another place. A couple of the teachers who had known her for practically her entire youth were very quick to notice the change in her. Her history teacher, speaking with the English teacher in the hall, was slightly alarmed.
She seems absent, like she is only here because she has to be. Her answers are short and to the point, her eyes are somewhere else, and she constantly looks down at whatever she is scribbling on the papers in front of her.
Her English teacher nodded.
I know. She didn't even raise her hand to answer a question once, and her frustration with the headsets was visible to everyone.
That was absolutely true. For her, staring into a VR headset to learn was like sitting too close to the television. She used to look forward to the opportunity to use them, excited that she knew her last semester would have a new set. But when it came time to use them, she fiddled, complained under her breath, and sat with the headset on, her head resting on her palm, and simply pushed through it. The images weren't quality, and all she wanted was to reach out and do some magic. But that would do nothing because the only things she could see were her poorly animated hands and whatever the Federation Scholastic Foundation had thrown together as scenery to tell a story. On a better note, though, she didn't mope the entire time. About an hour into the program, she took a deep breath and forced herself to sit straight, reminding herself that her days in 24/7 pods were over. They might have been awesome, but in the end, they were not made for her. The VR headsets were a much better option than the text, at least. She could touch things, pick them up, and explore the different places in history during that time period. They were definitely not interactive, and not even close to system quality, but they were what they had, and she had dealt with that her whole life. She had to constantly reiterate to herself that it was good to have dreams, but she couldn't allow that to cloud the life she had to live. If she succeeded, great, but if not, she had to live her life in a VR headset. Flat, pixelated, and cloudy. At the end of school, she made her way slowly outside and squinted at the bright sun as she exited. Todd stood out at the street, eating some sort of pastry. She didn't even want to ask him where he'd gotten it from. They didn't say a word at first, merely walked quietly down the road. He had noticed the change in her, and her thoughts were so far away that she felt disconnected. It was a reversal of that morning, but she figured it was bound to happen at some point. When they reached the entrance to the subs, Todd sniffed.
So, I think I have a new desire. I joke about it a lot, but I actually think this is what I want to do.
Stephanie looked at him and tried to pull herself into the conversation.
Oh yeah?
What's that? I've told you 100 times that they don't have comic book reviewers or cupcake testers. Those jobs simply don't exist. Remember? We spent that one night in 8th grade looking them up for hours? Todd shook his head and chuckled.
No, that's not what I am talking about. I think for real, I want to go into the military. If I'm accepted, they will give me the virtual reality training.
She tapped her fingers to her lips and nodded cautiously. That's true. I can totally catch that logic, and I got to see glimpses of what it's like. I think you would be good at it. He beamed and stood straighter. You know what else I thought? If your celeb status ever wears off, you should definitely go with me. We could be one hell of a team. Through boot camp, training, and then we could ride the galaxy together. I'll steer and you protect us with your magic. Stephanie giggled. Right. So you do the fun stuff and I'll put myself in the line of fire. I mean, seriously, it sounds legit. We could be like that superhero movie you thought was so funny, Guardians of the Galaxy. We could save a raccoon and have him be our rough-them-up guy. Both of them laughed, and it felt good, Stephanie had to admit. Things were so serious and pressured in her life now. Still, in the back of her mind, no matter how much she joked with Todd about the military, she really hoped that didn't end up being her only choice. She had never put a full amount of thought into it until she fought the Dreth pirates on their ship. And although she would like it if it were that dramatic and wild on the majority of days, she knew that would rarely be the case. Or she would end up on some ship sailing out into the galaxy, never to be seen or heard from again. It wasn't what she thought of when she saw the rest of her life. There had been so many wars in the past, and with the difference between the nations, it could be really dangerous out there. Plus, she would have to be comfortable knowing that in those wars, so many innocent people died, and for no good reason. That there was an answer to it, and it was so simple to see, but it took them opening up to it, allowing it in. Humans were hard-pressed to do things like that for a multitude of reasons. Sometimes because of money, but mostly, and number one, because of fear. Fear drove almost everything that they did. The friends stopped in front of her house. She hugged him and turned to head inside. As soon as the door was shut, she felt a load lift off her. She wasn't sure what had caused it, but she felt comfortable again, not having the pressure to be who people thought she was all the time. With a sigh, she set her bag down and went to the counter, where an apple and a cupcake sat on top of a note from her mom. Hey, sweetie. We have quite a bit of work to do, so might be late. Eat whatever, but try to be healthy. We stopped through here to have lunch, so I figured I would write you a short note to tell you that you are amazing, intelligent, and wonderful, and I am so proud of the woman you have become. See you for dinner. Love you, Mom and Dad. She smiled as she read the note, and grabbed both the apple and the cupcake. At the family computer, she sat, but didn't turn it on until she had eaten her cupcake and removed all the icing from her fingers. She didn't want to mess the thing up. It was basically her only window at that moment to really think about what happened in the rest of the world while she sat in the ghettos, blinded by the smog and constant rumbling of cars on the highway. Stephanie brought the apple to her lips, took a big bite, and sucked the juices through her teeth. She smiled as she set it down, and slid her hands down her pant legs to make sure they weren't sticky. Satisfied, she turned the computer on and grabbed her bag to retrieve the notes for her homework. One of the big things was to work on a report about the information they had learned in the headsets that day during history. To talk about the stark difference between one war and another. To talk about the toll it took on the people. Truly good quality or not, that was hard to see through her eyes. The dead, the dying, the destruction, and all because humans were more fixated on the need than the reason. Because they were quicker to draw a gun than to talk about a crisis. Because numbers, in their political world, had become a way to justify it all, and continue to battle against each other even when there were real threats circling the universe. She sighed and leaned back to stare at the few words she had written. They seemed depressing and tired. Even to her, they seemed to say there was no spark left in her, and she knew that was not true, not even in the least. She had to get her hope back, to keep searching for answers, to keep hoping that one day a company would come looking for her to do the impossible, to change the way that magic was used on Earth. That seemed like such a pipe dream by that point. But if she didn't keep that nestled in her chest, she would end up like everyone else in the subs, never leaving and simply repeating the cycle over and over. And the world might never know what she could have done to help it. With a heavy sigh, she closed the document and reached to turn the computer off, when she decided a nap was probably the best way to rid her of the negativity. But before she could hit the switch, the email notification came on. She clicked over to it and found a new message waiting for her from one R&D. Chapter 35. Stephanie pressed her tongue to her right incisor and tapped her fingers on the desk as the message came up on the screen. One R&D had been the ones to get her into the pods in the first place, and she was mad at herself for not noticing that they had written to her before she left. Of course, it wasn't on purpose. She had merely completely blanked. The excitement of it all had been more than she had expected, and, well, she'd screwed up. She took a deep breath and leaned forward to squint into the light of the screen. It was an invitation. After all that, it was an invitation to handle R&D research using the pod waiting for her at her time warp. She scanned through the email, reading the exciting parts, and went back to the beginning to read it over again. This time she paid attention to the details and attempted to not let herself get excited. There was no use in it. She had already been let down by people more than once in a small time period. The letter outlined what she would do, but gave no real specifics. However, it didn't only involve hours in a pod. If she accepted the position, she would be paid a small stipend, which would be based on her success. When she read that, she stopped for a moment. She'd never actually been offered a paying job before, except when she helped her parents clean houses and offices. She rubbed her face and continued. It covered a few small, insignificant details and mentioned that the car was still part of it. Then it went into numbers. Her mouth dropped, and she leaned in closer as she stared at the number under the pay section. In her eyes, the eyes of someone who didn't really know what she could make in that field, the money seemed more than fair. In reality, though, it wasn't. It was actually a little low, a tactic included by Bert to register where she was from a negotiation of business standpoint. Would she push back or not? The answer to that, since she had no idea of any of this, was to absolutely not push back. The money was perfect for her. She read through the rest and found no real fine detail or anything that would throw caution into the mix at all. In some places, she even stopped and reread several times to make sure she hadn't gotten too excited and overlooked things. When she finally realized that everything looked great, she shrugged and used her finger to sign on the screen. As soon as she pressed send, another email popped up giving her a code for a special immersion pod at Time Warp. She wasn't exactly sure what was meant by special, but she figured that at that point, it really didn't matter. It was a pod with little to no restriction on use and a stipend to go along with it, not to mention actual job experience and a very good possibility of working in Melagorn. What do I really have to lose? She asked herself as she jotted the code down. She swiped next, and an alert blinked in the corner of her screen. A deposit had been made into her bank account. She clicked on it and found more Federation credits in there than she had ever held in an entire year. In fact, she was sure a few of those would outweigh what she had made on side jobs and such for her entire life. She put her hand to her mouth and began to laugh, her head tilted back as she shook it in disbelief. Stephanie didn't know what this company wanted with her so badly. But hell, they were there before the magic, before the public show, and even after she'd been lobbed out of prep school. Why not give it a shot? Immediately, her mind floated to what the money needed to be used for. Since her parents worked so much, Her mother often left information for her to pay a couple of bills here or there. One particular one that she could afford was the internet note for the year. Besides the money for their car that doubled as a work vehicle, it was the most expensive. Not to mention that paying monthly instead of yearly added close to 10% to the bill. So, she paid it. It took 50% of what she had, but she didn't care at all. It would lessen the load on them, and she liked to do that. From there, she knew she would need new clothes, something she could tell her parents were nervous about financially. She planned for 35% of the money left to go into that, and then she would throw the last 15 into her savings. Stephanie had never been one to freak over clothing decisions, but she knew that looking successful was half the battle. She stopped writing on her notepad and rolled her eyes. I guess that shit-ass prep school wasn't all a waste of a summer. It was incredibly annoying to her that she actually found that the boring classes she'd had to take there and those she had taken in school had turned out to be slightly useful. She wanted to hate Pinnacle with a passion, not actually find benefit in the hell they had sold her. Nonetheless, she had broken down a budget for herself, paid some bills, and managed to leave enough to save for her future endeavors. She didn't know many kids, even the poorest in the GovSubs, who would get money like that and not waste it on shit they didn't need and would never use. Even Todd was bad with that. He squandered his money on anything pop culture, minus movies. Those were easy to download without Federation eyes, even after years of pirating battles and laws. She assumed they had all but given up, since almost everything came from the Fed anyway. There weren't movies blasting out all over the place, and people liked to watch the old ones and daydream about how life used to be on Earth. There were some other classes she would probably find useful. She had taken a class that included executive function, timelines, deadlines, and speaking to the heads of companies. That was one that even helped her keep her posture pretty tight, even though she was no longer in her avatar. She simply accepted that it was the whole muscle memory thing. Shopping, she said, pursed her lips, and stared at the search page. Okay, I'm gonna go all in, I guess. She pulled up several websites with what seemed to be decent quality clothing, but way more conservative than the current city trends. Stephanie refused to wear anything with shoulder pads that were bigger than her own head. In fact, she said as she deleted a couple of things from her cart, let's go with no shoulder pads. That is asking for trouble. She pulled up the page with dresses and blinked, then stared at a bright pink dress with feathers laid back on the shoulders, a giant peacock printed on the front, and what looked to be some sort of cape that hung over the back. Super peacock? Horrified, she shook her head, swiped through anything with long fur, hair from some strange Melagornian creature, and absolutely everything that had animal print. Finally, she found some more conservative, solid-color dresses that had enough fabric to not make anyone think she was a lady of the night. In the end, she only purchased 2. Pants were more her style, but there needed to be options, so she had given herself some. Now to the pants, then the makeup for those days I feel like torturing my face, and then I can move on, she chanted to give herself a pep talk. Resolved to see it through in one sitting, Stephanie clicked the tab for pants. She pressed her lips together and tilted her head to the side as she frowned slightly. Sure, the palazzo style was nice and feminine, but not business. The things that completely threw her off were not only the massive zippers that stretched on each side from hip to ankle, but the odd polka dot print that made the bottom half of the model's body look as if she had fallen through the rabbit hole of the Alice book she had read in school. There was even a section of the print she swore looked like the fading Cheshire Cat's smile and beady eyes. They were somewhat terrifying. Why can't I dress like the testing day every day? Not like Madame Beeswax and her weird beehive hair that literally has bees in it. She groaned and flipped to the next one. Jeans and Chucks were her thing, but the only reason she got to wear them was because it was testing day. Even at school, she wore uniforms. But with only a semester left, she wouldn't buy new ones. She would survive with what she had. This was for her future. She finally added the items she selected into the virtual cart, but skipped the makeup when she clicked the tab and found about 1,000,000 different choices. What do you even do with an eyelid sealer? I don't want to seal my eyelids. How do you see? This was enough. She paid for the stuff to be shipped to the house and clicked out, then sent a message for the car to pick her up. She grabbed her code and a battery for her pocket and headed out as soon as it pulled up to the curb. The AI greeted her happily. "Ms. Morgana? So glad to see you again. Shall we go to Time Warp?" Stephanie smiled, enjoying the AI's borderline ability to make her feel like she was important. "Yes, please. No need to go the long route." "Excellent," the AI replied. "Off we go." They got there fairly quickly, and Stephanie hurried to the door. Julie stood behind the counter and smiled at her. "There she is. I thought we lost you." She laughed. "No way. So, I have this code from my employer to give you. It's for a special pod?" The woman pursed her lips and grinned as the rest of the staff heard her and hurried over. They were all super stoked, not only for her, but to see what this thing was made of. Julie waved her hand. "Come with me. We were given the word to install it in one of the private glass rooms off the main floor." They walked into the back, and the staff followed and stopped at the door to watch. She glanced at them and stepped up to the screen. It asked for the long passcode. 21243 2423 243452 SMORG. The screen flipped to a palm reader, and Stephanie pressed her hand against it and watched as it scanned. "This will record your palm print for the first time, as I understand it," Julie explained. "Once it's in there, it will be linked to your passcode." As soon as the bright green light made it to the top, the door clicked, hissed, and lifted slowly. "Holy shit," one of the guys murmured. "We have nothing like this, not even in the catalogs." Stephanie glanced at him, and back at the rig. He was right. She had never seen a pod like that, even during her hours of dream shopping on the web for a personal one. Little did she know that it wasn't only special, but at that moment, one of a kind. Bert had created it using specific and careful requirements just for her. Julie giggled and winked at her as she climbed inside. "Good luck. Have fun." She closed the door and lay back. The bed was even more comfortable than those at Pinnacle. It almost moved around her like it was made of water, but it was warm, and she could press her finger down on the satin cover and feel the pressure push back. The lights dimmed, and instead of being welcomed by an AI, the serum was injected, and within only a second, she was under. When she opened her eyes, she was her avatar, dressed in the clothes she had worn on her Earth body and with her hair pulled back in a low ponytail. She had no idea how the system deciphered her clothes all the way down to the design of her t-shirt, but it was seriously cool. She stared, excited to discover that she was back in Melagorn. Behind her, she heard a throat clearing and turned quickly. Emrich's smile was warm and welcoming. Her eyes glistened, and she stared at the sky. Bert? She wasn't quite sure why she expected the AI she'd encountered in the testing pod, but perhaps she'd subconsciously linked him to Melagorn somehow. Some high bushes rustled off to the right and pulled her back to her surroundings. She wondered if there was reason for concern and actually tensed slightly. But all that emerged was a small-scaled creature that resembled a squirrel in armor. It held a broken shell of something fuchsia, and the same color liquid had dribbled onto its chin. It caught sight of her, actually chortled, and barely paused before it ran through the grass and disappeared into the forest. Stephanie stared after it for a moment, then shook her head and pulled her focus back to the present. Bert hadn't responded to her, so she turned to Emmerich. He smiled, and they walked toward one another. They gripped arms and raised one hand up as they bowed in greeting. Kaitel Gornifula. As she held his arm for a moment, she felt the energy flowing through Emmerich and was instantly curious as to how the Melagornians were able to hold the magic within themselves. It dissipated somewhat when they were on Earth, but they could use batteries to recharge. Still, they didn't have to have them to produce the magical workings. She wanted to learn how to make that possible in a human like herself. When they straightened, Emmerich looked at her with a pleased grin and soft eyes, as if greeting an old friend. She immediately felt comfortable, and that she was able to trust him, even if he were an AI or virtual teacher and not an actual Melagornian. Of course, she didn't know that for sure, but she decided it would be rude to ask. It didn't really matter anyway. He rubbed his hands together.
So, are you ready to start? I know there is no lack of things to talk about. And I also know that last time you had more questions you wanted to ask.
Stephanie was almost giddy at the wealth of possibilities, but managed to hold it back a little. Yeah, I know I have more time now, so I won't completely overwhelm you with them all at once. Emmerich chuckled, and his eyes glistened.
Then let's start with some training using MU flow.
She raised her eyebrow. Okay. A smirk pulled at his elvish lips, and he put his hands behind his back, and the two began to walk.
The energy, the magic, on Melagorn flows all through the land. The small degree of movement within the universe that results from expansion and the space winds creates almost a current. The energy lifts and spirals and rises almost 6 units off of the planet. That leaves it inside the atmosphere, but hundreds of miles from the surface.
His hand moved to create a blue stream of what looked almost like wind. The purple haze of the energy floated up to reveal the gentle softness of its flow in front of them.
What you see all around you is mixed with the curiously close makeup of oxygen-like particles similar to those on Earth, which is of course why you do so well here without heavy suits. It is also why our air, as I'll call it, is not cloudy and purple. The magic becomes much like those fizzy drinks on Earth.
Stephanie snapped her fingers. Soda. He smiled.
That's it. The oxygen-like particles separate the energy like bubbles in water. But because it is all essentially a gaseous elemental product, it merely creates a clearer picture for your viewing. Our oxygen-like element is heavier than yours, so it does not reach all the way to the atmospheric layer around our planet. That is also why, when you are on the docking station, the air on the Melagorn side is dense with energy. A purple fog almost rolls around it, I guess you could say. Like clouds. But from down here, we can still see the 2 planets and the stars in the distance. It's fascinating, really. We should plan more science of Melagorn into future talks.
She nodded enthusiastically. That would actually be great. I think it might help with some of the things I've been working on. I have 2 theories on encapsulating energy in other things than only the stones. I think if I can figure out how to do that, it will help me to explore how to enable humans to hold magic inside them. Emmerich turned toward her.
Let's test them, shall we?
He changed the scenery to a large sandy area. It appeared to be a huge desert, but a translucent dome sparkled in the center. She looked around curiously. Where are we? He put his hands behind him, and his ever-pleasant grin appeared.
This is your sandbox. If you blow this up, No one but us will feel it.
Stephanie rubbed her arm and thought back to her big hurts while on the pirate operation with the guys. She winced and nodded. That sounds good. I don't want to risk any chance that I might damage the system or anyone else in it. I know I might get in trouble if I send random people to the White Room. Her teacher raised a brow meaningfully.
Or burn up any teachers?
She chuckled, and her cheeks reddened. She wasn't sure how he knew about that, but yeah, she didn't want to set him on fire. He gestured at the translucent globe.
Inside, there is an even stricter safety zone. If you can set your theories up there and step outside it, we can avoid injuries to ourselves as well.
For you, great, she shrugged. I definitely don't want to hurt you. For me, meh, how much worse could it be?
Oh, a lot worse,
Emmerich responded, with a smile, but still sounded fairly nonchalant.
It would be infinitely more painful, actually, as your atoms are ripped apart.
She looked at him with a startled expression. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Chapter 36. Stephanie brushed her teeth. Her earbuds clicked on inside her inner ear, her eyes closed, and her foot tapped around as she worked the brush. Todd had sent her some Right Said Fred from 83, and she definitely felt too sexy for the toothpaste that dripped down her chin. The music had helped her through the last week, though, with class and the new job. For that, she was more than grateful. She spat in the sink, leaned down and smiled widely before she pressed her mouth to a rubber mold. It whizzed and whirled to rinse, floss, and whiten her teeth. She rinsed the brush off and tossed it in the holder, grabbed the towel, and wiped her chin. Her watch beeped, and she swiped the hologram alarm out of the air, snatched up her bag and one of the batteries, and headed down the steps. As she turned toward the kitchen at the bottom of the stairs, the doorbell rang. She shoved the almost empty batteries into her pocket and pulled the door open. The Federation delivery bot floated above the porch. "Retinal scan, please," it said in a very robotic voice. Stephanie looked into the screen and smiled as it scanned her. She took the box from the droid and hurried inside. It was from one R&D, but felt heavier than the others had been. She wanted to open it, but the warmer beeped and the coffee sizzled on the old-style coffee maker that her father had been given by one of the rich people when they had gone through their garage. It actually used real coffee, and not the tiny compressed pods that didn't even need water to create the liquid of life. Of course, the grounds were expensive, but the man had loaded Dad's car with the 3 boxes he had for the appliance, delighted to not have it stashed beside his new Lamborghini self-driver anymore. Apparently, it made his car smell like Juan Valdez. Her father hadn't known whether that was a coffee reference or a racial slur, but he'd let it slide like everything else the Richies spewed from their pie holes. She put the box on the table and rescued her Danish from the warmer. Once she'd poured the coffee from the carafe into her travel mug, she raced over and picked the box up. She hurried upstairs, certain that Todd was probably about to knock the door down. Hastily, she opened it and gasped. Slowly, she removed one of a set of 4 high-value batteries. She giggled with real delight and shoved it in her other pocket, moved the box to the closet, and headed back down. Todd was outside, whistling to her, but she took a moment to retrieve the almost empty smaller battery from her pocket and fill it from the larger one. That done, she shoved the new one in her bag and the small one in her pocket. She grabbed her food and coffee and headed out. As she exited, she paused and took in the picture of Todd standing at the end of the driveway with his arms raised in the air. On his wrists were his new hologram creators. He could hold them apart and basically create whatever holographic image he wanted. A particularly intriguing gift from his uncle. She chuckled as a hologram of a huge boombox flickered over his head. He stood there like a young John Cusack as Lloyd Dobler in Say Anything. If you weren't trying to hurry my ass up, I would think you were courting me. Todd let his arms fall and the bracelets clicked off. More like about to murder you for possibly making us late for school. Come on, man. I know you aren't into it. I get it. Lame sauce. You have a big-time job now. Important head of research in magic at Hogwarts, but you still gotta pass to graduate. Stephanie smirked as they picked up a fast pace down the street and out of the GovSub. It would be cool if Melagornians used wands, though. He played with a holographic baseball and tossed it up and caught it as they walked rapidly toward their destination. Have you ever seen an old-ass Melagorn with their robe hood down? They look like Voldemort. Those movies will never die. I don't even care that they have effects from the time of remote controls and silly string theory scientists. It still is a magical experience. She grinned and bumped his fist with hers. Agreed. Todd narrowed his eyes. You only agree because you know I'm pissed at you. I think I might have something for you that could make you want to hate me less and want to go back to being my carefree best friend more? Todd gave her a deadpan look. Are you carrying around a free pass to a rich life? A year spent working for PopSmart, reworking all the brilliance of the 20th and 21st century entertainment and releasing it to the public to remind them that Melagorn might have magic and no disease, but we are the species that created Pac-Man, mullets, records, and grunge? Stephanie tugged the small battery out of her pocket and held it up to her eyes to stare at the purple that swirled within. No, but how about this? She handed him the battery, and he took it carefully. Are you serious? Her smile widened. Yep. It doesn't hold a lot, but I received some new ones and filled that for you. He stopped and turned, grabbed her, and picked her up to shake her enthusiastically as he hugged her. When he set her down, she actually stumbled, a little disoriented by his effusive thanks. Wow, you're welcome, dude. Todd tucked it in his bag, and they slowed somewhat, having made up enough time to not have to rush directly into the school building. Question of the day. Drum roll, please. With a dramatic gesture, he flicked drumsticks from his bracelets and drummed in the air, making the sound with his mouth. Who would win in a battle? Mr. T or Donkey Kong? Stephanie rolled her eyes. Please. Really? This is so easy. Mr. T, of course. She turned to walk backward. Her eyes glinting with suppressed laughter, she squared her shoulders and stiffened her neck, bowed her arms at the side, and pulled her hands into fists. She pointed at him and frowned. I pity the fool. I pity the fool. Todd laughed and shook his head. I knew you would say that, but I don't agree. I am Donkey Kong all the way, 100%. Throwing barrels and taking names. Pressing her lips together, she scoffed. Psst. Mr. T would put him in that barrel and throw him straight out the game. His weak-ass brown barrels. Her friend made a Mr. T with one bracelet and a Donkey Kong with the other. No, see, Mr. T is too bulky. He wouldn't be able to even jump over the damn things. Instead, he would be bowled over in a heartbeat. Stephanie made two fists and slammed her hands down in front of her. He would use his strength. The dude did not either go sleeveless or roll the sleeves for no reason. His arms were massive. He would smash right through that shit. Yeah, but he's all blinged out and shit. Todd laughed. All those necklaces would not only slow his ass down, they would get caught up on the barrels, choke him, or throw him off balance. They walked into the school and stopped at his homeroom. He turned his bracelets off and put them in his bag, not wanting to have them confiscated. We'll have to use my dad's simulator and plug that in. Inquiring minds need to know. She laughed and started to walk away. You got it. I'll see you at lunch. The day was like any other of the last week. Distracting, slightly frustrating for taking so much of her time, but simple. She breezed through her classes without paying even the least attention, and instead made notes for the next theory she wanted to test in the sandbox. It was essentially her only time to do it, since her mom and dad had suggested in a not-so-suggestion-like manner that she should get a good night's sleep each night. "Miss Morgana, what is the answer to the question on the board?" her English teacher asked. Stephanie was so enthused with what she was writing, she didn't even hear her. The teacher cleared her throat and spoke louder. "Miss Morgana!" The class looked at her, and she startled and looked up. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Frank. What was the question?" The woman pointed at the board. "What is the true deep meaning behind Poe's A Dream Within a Dream?" She swallowed in an attempt to ease the dryness in her throat. "Right. Sorry. It's a portrayal of the two different scenes that connect them into something of a knot. It's essentially kind of suffering, and rightfully so, as Poe's life was a suffrage of sorts. A view of a lover's journey through time. He also vividly describes dreams and reality with lines like, "All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream." He is basically saying that neither one is more real than a dream. The poem is the outer one, the narrator the inner. The teacher stared at her, surprised, as the bell rang. She shook her head as everyone stood. "Don't forget, I want you to research your own favorite poem from the time period and write a 3-page analysis. Due 1 week from today. And Ms. Morgana, please stay behind. I would like to have a word with you." Everyone glanced over at her, but didn't say anything, fortunately. Even they had seen the difference in her from the quiet and attentive girl she had always been. Stephanie knew the things that were going on, and didn't need to make eye contact. She spent most of her time learning Melagorn elemental theory from books, and everything she would ever want to know about pop culture from Todd. For the rest of the time, her face was shoved into the 3D images of pages from a hidden website that talked all about Melagorn magical musings. The rest of life was shoved somewhere in the back of her mind. As she waited for the class to leave, one of the jocks tripped the quiet and nerdy computer kid in front of him. He flicked him in the ear and swiped his big-ass feet at his victim. Stephanie narrowed her eyes and gripped her battery, taking care to keep her finger low. She released a small streak of magic. It spiraled forward and snuck up the back of the jock's shirt. Slowly, it seeped into the fabric and created a picture of him crying and holding onto his mommy. All the kids began to laugh, and he looked back and freaked out as the image moved with him. In it, he sucked his thumb before the visual faded away. The teacher walked over and shut the door on the scene, grabbing her attention. Stephanie wiped the smirk from her lips and released the battery to put her hands behind her back. Mrs. Frank sat on the edge of her desk, her hands on her lap, and gave her a kind smile. "You have not paid attention to a word I have said in this class for this entire semester." Stephanie straightened her shoulders, and her eyes shifted to the desk. "I have gotten all A's." The teacher thought for a moment and licked her lips. "Have you ever thought about the fact that these lessons aren't only for grades? They are for life, too." She chuckled, but quickly adopted a sober expression. "I'm sorry. Edgar Allan Poe is great. He has stood the test of time and destruction. We still have his work because someone out there memorized it and reprinted after the purges over our very sensational political past. But that is because he suffered darkness, pain, and loss. That is what society is now. At least the majority of it is. We relate, but that doesn't mean we should create a world of dark and suffering around us. That only keeps us down. Look, there will never be a time where my boss, any of them, ask me to break out Poe's work and explain its meaning." Mrs. Frank shook her head and glanced at the ground.
And I am not teaching communication. I am teaching you a world of literature that has shaped the face of writing over the centuries, that have inspired greatness in other works along the way. The kind of writing that, if you took the time to look at it, helped to shape a society of people and the way that the laws, records, and musings were put together. Either way, when you don't pay attention and I have to basically yell, it disrupts the class. And simply because you know it, doesn't mean I can allow you to not pay attention. This is not something the other students have the luxury to do. Stephanie leaned grumpily against the desk. I know. I'm sorry. I often find it hard to concentrate. I have taken all the honors courses the Federation offers in high school. Mrs. Frank stood and fixed her student with a firm look. She had known the girl for years and felt more than comfortable discussing this with her. That aside, she also knew that Stephanie wouldn't relate well with a counselor who had not earned her trust. And you are not challenged. So coming here is like wasting entire days listening to lectures in the background. I get it. Which is why I believe that you should consider taking the tests necessary to graduate early. There is no reason you shouldn't be able to breeze through them. I think if you applied, with the number of honors courses that you have taken and your exceptional grades, they wouldn't even think to turn you down. It requires a day of testing, but then you can stop coming here to simply take up space. You can do whatever is connected with that notebook you constantly write in. Stephanie tucked the book under her arm. I actually never thought about that. I guess until recently I had spent my time preparing for state testing. And when it was over, and I didn't get in permanently, I never stopped to think about the fact that I don't have to do this anymore. It's a habit, I guess. Mrs. Frank's tight lips curled into a smile, which made her cheekbones more pronounced, and Stephanie noticed how young she actually was. It's also a protection in some ways, too. For most students, it's a place to come to escape their family. But I know that your parents and you are close. Growing up can be scary. She nodded as she walked toward the door. But, like death, inevitable, right, Mr. Pell? Mrs. Frank nodded. He would say so. Think about it. And pay attention until then, please. Or get an inner note-taking chip so you can stare at me and glaze over while you take the notes in your head to transfer later. Those were incredibly expensive. Chapter 37. The sound of crickets outside her window helped her concentrate better on what she was doing. Stephanie sat at her desk, and the warm breeze felt good. But she had to put a small fan on, sprayed with a bottle of perfume she had for special occasions, to mask the mixture of terrible smells that wafted from the subs. There was garbage everywhere, as trash cans overflowed, since the Federation only picked up once every month, to cut costs for the new stadium in the rich area. Added to that was whatever god-awful thing her neighbor was cooking. She now worked through some final tests she needed to practice in order to finish school. After a moment or two, she completed the last question and submitted it for review. The system calculated the score and sent it back. Stephanie sighed as her shoulders sagged. 92%? What the hell? Groaning, she went through it once more to see what she'd missed and review the correct answers. She had worked too hard on her school grades to accept a mere 92%. The phone rang, and she fumbled awkwardly without looking to press the answer button. The screen came up, and her mother's face flickered slightly. Hey, honey. All I see is the back of your beautiful head. Stephanie glanced around with a frown. I'm taking practice tests for school and not doing well. Her mom pouted. Uh-oh. Are you failing them? She raised an eyebrow, almost offended. No, not failing, but not a high enough 90 percentiles. Cindy giggled. You are quite the overachiever. Anyway, I needed to call you to let you know that a job came up to run another building for a friend's company. You remember Alice and Walter Sodermeyer, right? Stephanie nodded and rested her chin in her hand.
Yeah, the ones who live in Hickory Ridge in that huge white mansion. Her mom rolled her eyes. That would be them. So beautiful, but huge. Anyway, they own a business downtown with 20 floors of space. She has another team already, but she needs more hands to get it done, and they are very against droid cleaners. They would rather put the money back into the people. So she called, and of course, we said we'll take more work. She raised her head and stretched. For sure. Don't work yourself into a migraine, though. You know they will BS you about meds for it in the hospital like last time. They treat that stuff like it's not mass-produced in the Federation farm factory 6 miles away. Honestly, they think that because you live in the subs you're a junkie. Cindy shrugged. And that you can't afford to pay, so they give you half the service. It's certainly not a problem that is new. It's been around for hundreds of years. But I do have some in that place where we hide valuables in case it happens again. I'll be careful, though. Stephanie smiled. Okay. And hey, I have some questions for you next time you are able to chat at home. Come grab me if I'm up here. Her mom's eyes sparkled, loving the idea of still being useful to her as a mother. Of course. There are leftovers in the fridge if you get hungry. Love you to pieces, my dear. She waved. You too. Be safe. They hung up, and Stephanie swiped the tests away, having had enough. She went ahead and ordered a car and headed over to the pod place. Since her parents wouldn't be back until really late, she might as well do something useful. And they were open all night. When she arrived, the small team cheered and waved a greeting. She slapped hands with a couple of them and walked to the desk, folded her arms on the surface, and rested her chin on them. Her eyes shifted up to Julie, who continued to type and didn't look at her, but smiled. You must be here to use your special pod. Stephanie nodded silently, her head teetering on the back of her hand. 2 of the guys walked up, and she straightened to give them a nervous smile. The one closest to her, his name tag read Terrence, nodded at her. You should do one of the tests. The strategy and combat ones. We've been dying to see what scores you get on it. The other guy laughed. We already know you'd blow the other guys doing them out of the water. You don't even have to play with cams on. You can request a cams off only round, you know, to keep your stuff under wraps. Julie smirked. Now that we have an influx of folks here, they are looking for something to talk about while they work their asses off. Stephanie chuckled. An influx? The woman nodded as she removed a page from the printer and set it on the stack on her desk. Oh yeah, a lot of humans after seeing you. Want to check magic out now. It's only natural to be curious, I guess. A little surprised, she looked at the people who waited for a pod. Yeah, I guess. Julie nodded. I'll take 2 customers back, so follow along and break off into your room. She waited as the assistant called a woman and her son and led them down the hall. As they walked, the boy held his mom's hand, really excited. He pulled on her arm and jumped up and down. Mom, do you think I'll become magic on Melagorn? You know, like that girl? His mom ruffled his hair. I'm sure you will have your own wonderful personal gifts. The boy smiled. I hope they're magic like that. The woman glanced at Stephanie, smiled, and shook her head. He's got the bug. Stephanie responded with a polite nod. It's catching. She broke off and went to her pod, not sure what to make of all of it. It seemed so strange to her. She put her information in, pressed her palm to the screen, and waited for the door to open before she climbed in. A couple of guys on their way to their pods paused and pointed at the sleek design of hers. They didn't see her because she was inside, but she could see their reflection in the open door. She began to not like the idea that at any moment, people could piece it together and see the wild blue-eyed girl in there. Celebrity wasn't her thing. She closed the door and settled in to enter the virtual world. This time, she stopped in the avatar room and went to the system section. She scanned the list and located the game the guys had mentioned, and decided that she would at least give it a shot. Before she entered, she selected her clothes and armory items, including a battery, and studied the settings. It was imperative that she make sure that no footage of her in there could be shared. She didn't want viewers, and she didn't want others to record her session. There was enough going on in her life without having to worry about her privacy now, too. She merely wanted to learn, do her job, graduate, and start creating the ideas she worked so hard on. It was the future for everyone, not her own ego, or her name and face on the digi-newspapers that cast on the backsides of bus seats and across the 3D reader bracelets as people hurried around and tried to survive life. When she was fully satisfied that everything but her ending score would be secure, she read through the scenario. She would at least let the guys have the score since they were really excited about it. And she hoped it was harder than she expected. She wanted to show them she was still human, fallible, and that magic used by humans in combat wasn't always what it was cracked up to be. You could still be killed. The scenario was a bank robbery located on the Melagorn space station. Well, she wouldn't need the battery, unless she was on the gravity side, but it was good to have just in case. The Melagorn space station was two-sided. The closest, or bottom really, was Melagorn, completely run by magic, and compatible with all ships that ran on magic. The flip side was for gravity. Most of the people who used it were from Noram, but there were a few others from Dreth who came for trade or such things. You could walk from one side, take the elevator, and end up on the other. Ships were always lined up everywhere, from tourists to merchants to government officials, since the humans were always obsessed with the lure and wonder of the planet. Most Melagornians didn't seem to mind them coming to explore, as long as they showed respect, which most did, more out of fear of the unknown than because they actually put thought into it. Either way, that was where she was headed. All right, let's see what you have. Chapter 38. The room displaced, and colors careened past, and a hum resonated in Stephanie's ears, like the tones of voices that passed quickly without understanding. When this finally stopped, she floated above the space station, suspended there by the simple fact that the system no longer moved. If she hadn't faced one of the largest space structures in the known universe, she would have been completely taken aback by the magnetic view of the two moons of Melagorn behind her and to her right and left, or even the pillars of Shaw Hollow ahead and to her right. The plumes of cool molecular hydrogen seemed to brandish altruistically and hide the natality of life within its ever-churning nebulosity. Her gaze was glued on the moon-like structure, stagnant in its orbit, that used both magic and massive power to run the gravity plates that kept both the Melagornians and the others firmly on their feet. It constituted a towering 142 decks, 136 of them filled with maneuvering and reverberating spacecraft. The middle 6 decks were reserved for those passengers who passed from energy to magic on their way to and from the ensorcelled planet of Melagorn. Stephanie had only ever viewed the station from books and small 3D renditions through her headsets at school. While she had read of the magnitude of the project, she had only become aware of its lumbering mechanical presence over the Brahmin planet below from her vantage point in the stars. It was a stark contrast, magnificent in structure and theory. The ships that entered and exited seemed to flow seamlessly from clamp to avigation, as if part of an invisible assembly line controlled by belts and robotic entities. The answer, however, was actually even more scientifically brilliant than that. These ships were manipulated via their weight and the technology that strained and confined them to one side of the structure or the other. To say that Noram had lost ships to the Melagorn magical consumption of non-sortilege energy would be an understatement. Some were able to land before all the power was drained, while others crashed into the surface below. None of them were able to return from the fog of magic, so concessions had to be made. Those ships that maneuvered between the station and the surface docked on the lower half of the structure. Visiting normal-powered ships docked on the upper half, outside the Lagrange point, the point in which the MU spectrum ceased, and left a small pocket between it and the atmospheric cover and the dead of space beyond. As a small flash of light caught Stephanie's attention, she realized her place among the stars. Her stomach dropped when she found the whole aspect of flying less exciting than it seemed from the safety of her own childlike imagination. As soon as her attention wavered, the system lurched into motion again, rather harshly this time, and stopped on the platform of the non-magical side. Her feet shuffled forward as if there really were momentum behind her. She glanced up toward the dark recesses, knowing that somewhere up there, the system admins were watching. "Hello," an older NORAM diplomat said as he walked past, a book clutched at his waist. Stephanie nodded. "Hello." They studied one another for a moment as they crossed paths. He headed for a docked ship, and she approached the inside doors. She could tell the air was thin up there, but still breathable by humans. The temperature was not what she expected either. That high into the atmosphere, it should be bitterly cold, but for some reason, it was warm and breezy. "You really need to get used to shit being different," she told herself as she stepped carefully along the platform that had no guardrails of any kind. She could feel the artificial gravity, a feeling that was similar to when she had fought on the ships in Pinnacle. This made maneuverability available at that height. She stepped through a set of sliding doors and into an open and bustling space. It had the quality of an old airport from a long time ago. Restaurants, bars, and people wheeling suitcases as they hurried along, talking on their various devices. You could spot a Melagornian much easier than the humans, because they tended to not let the anxiety of the travel affect them. Looking to her right, she could see that she was on level 0, the midpoint separating magical from non-magical. Her path brought her to several stairwells. Some led up through the towering building, while others led downward toward Melagornian territory. The middle lay as a hub between. She wandered around for about 15 system minutes, and simply absorbed all the little detail of the station. Subtle NORAM historical texts were etched into the walls on one side, and on the other, a strange-looking language belonging to the Melagornians. Suddenly, round surface lights on the ceiling flashed, and she could hear a voice mumble in the comm in her ear. She adjusted the sound in an effort to determine what was happening. "Security breach, deck U2. All hands on deck. Repeat. Security breach on deck U2. All hands. All hands." Stephanie smiled, glanced at her outfit, and raced toward the lift that loaded in front of her. She hopped on as it started to move up to the 3rd floor. When it stopped, everyone on it screamed, ducked, and took cover from the unexpected shots that had erupted all around. Some idiot had messed up, and everyone was in the middle of an all-out battle throughout the floor. She stepped out of the lift and dropped instinctively, and a blast of laser barely missed her. Quickly, she turned and pointed toward a door to the right. "Go! Get out of here!" The group of people responded immediately and ran in a semi-crouched position with bended knees as they hurried, one by one, through the door and back down to level 0. Screams echoed, and Stephanie turned as people were thrown by the blast of the guns, the bodies smoking. The structure consisted of 2 shells. An outer wall, thick but translucent, was a protection from the elements, something that shielded them from the battery of rocks and debris in space. The second was the inner structure. It was as strong, if not stronger, than the other, but made of less costly materials. which meant that they were less resistant to heat and the impact of objects hurtling through space. It kept everyone safe, though, or, in this circumstance, trapped. And it wasn't appealing in the least. Stephanie automatically moved to retrieve her battery, but her hand slipped down her leg. She looked down and realized that her outfit had been changed to a spandex-type jumpsuit. There were no pockets, and none of the batteries she had decided to bring in with her. What the hell? I chose it and put it in my pocket. She ducked, and a piece of the wall behind her blew chunks of stone and dust into the air. It occurred to her that she didn't have a gun, and she groaned. She would have to depend on her hand-to-hand combat skills and figure out what the hell happened on her next visit. One thing was patently clear, however. This was not the time to simply stand around where she was. She shrugged and broke into a sprint to duck and weave through the long, wide, terminal-like halls. To her right, an enemy with an enormous weapon trained it on her as she ran. He pulled the trigger, and she fell back to extend one leg out with the other bent and slide along the surface. Her body arched back, and her hair grazed the floor. Huge chunks of stone erupted from the walls, and she managed to catch hold of the corner as she slid past and whipped herself up and around and out of harm's way. As she found her feet, the enemy snorted and walked off, grumbling loudly. She put her hand to her chest and caught her breath. That was a close one. Her relief was short-lived, however. Small sections of her hair fluttered forward from large puffs of air. Cautiously, she turned, and her eyes fixed on the massive girth in front of her. Her vision shifted ever so slowly upward. A huge chin belonged to a huge man, which in turn belonged to a very large body. They stared at each other for a moment, before instinct clicked in and Stephanie lunged, using her fists in very calculated and defined movements. He blocked every throw and every kick, and finally clutched her fist in a massive hand and shoved hard. She catapulted backward into the adjacent hall to land ignominiously on all fours. With a muttered groan, she shook the plaster from her hair and spat in an effort to remove it from her teeth. Her head whipped up, and her eyes narrowed as she pushed to her feet and attacked with her arm poised in readiness. Suddenly he drew a weapon, almost as large as she was, and aimed at her. Frustrated, she closed her eyes and tried desperately to think of a way to fight him. Before she could, however, he pulled the trigger, and a blast of pain slammed into her stomach. Her whole body was launched into free flight, but instead of a painful impact with the wall, the system pulled her out and deposited her in the avatar room. The breath was heavy in her lungs as she stood gingerly to look for the expected injury. It had gone, but as she touched her abdomen, she grimaced. It was badly bruised, but there was no trace of blood anywhere. She gritted her teeth, feeling defeated, and straightened determinedly as she pushed the Melagorn side of the station's red button. It returned her to the scenario, but this time landed her on the magical side. Luckily, she didn't need any battery there to help her. She paused and thought about the magic she could feel radiating everywhere. For the moment, she attempted to draw it inside and head up the stairs to level 0, directly above the magical line. She assumed that if she could make it that far with the magic in her, she could build up from there. Stephanie slammed through the door and out onto the floor. When she raised her hand, she was able to push the energy from her. However, as a spark trickled from her palm, she could tell she had held on to only a drop of the magic. "Damn it," she said, and sighed as a laser blast struck her in the chest and once again hurled her back to the avatar closet. She chuckled wryly as she logged her ideas and thoughts and sent them to one R&D. There had to be a way. She merely needed more time to get it together. Stephanie stretched her arms from side to side and closed the pod behind her. She retrieved her bag and turned toward the door. Inside the waiting area, the woman she had seen earlier stood with her son. His eyes were no longer bright, and he held his mother's hand limply. Stephanie walked past, but paused as she reached for the door handle. Her gaze shifted to the dispirited boy, and she smiled sadly and knew she needed to pick him up. She turned and approached him slowly, then knelt so they were eye level. He looked at her curiously for a moment, before recognition sparked in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but Stephanie grasped the battery in her pocket with one hand and took his hand with the other. She cupped it in hers and winked at him. Never give up. A smile pulled at the corner of her lips when the boy's eyes lit up as he saw a small blue flame dance above his hand. She released the battery and let the flame hiss and spark out. After another wink, she stood and patted him on the head before she turned away and left. The mother watched her leave with gratitude and tears in her eyes. Chapter 39. Bert pulled his attention away from an update and set his load to handle it in the background. A notification had come through that Stephanie had submitted data to one R&D on her findings for the day. He pulled it up and began to look through it and compute the findings alongside his standard protocols. She had collected a lot of information, considering she had only spent an hour or so trying things out in the Meligorn Station arena. Her data included a fair number of notes to whomever was in charge of this file. It was difficult for Bert to decipher whether her studies for the day had to do with her asking the question, but he simply decided to try to find out if her abilities were unique to her or not. He could see that she had begun to think outside the box, curious as to why the people on Earth found her such an oddity. They acted as if she were the only one like her they had ever seen. Bert had already gone back through the NORAM history after the meeting between Meligorn and the Federation. He therefore knew the answer to that thorny question right away. She was treated like that because she was an oddity. Now he wanted to find out if there was a wider number of humans with the abilities or capabilities to work with magic like she could. After comparing her stats, DNA, traits, and background to a randomly selected base of information of other humans in his system, Bert answered that question easily. The magic she used, and her abilities with it, were not specific to her. They weren't created to only belong to Stephanie Morgana. That said, however, she was, for reasons as yet unknown, more able to pull the energy, feel it, and understand how to use it. She was more capable of creating refined results with the magic energy as well. Again, all these things were still foggy and unclear to Bert. He wasn't, to use a somewhat crude term he would abhor if he could manifest the emotion, he simply wasn't wired to understand the subtle nuances of magic. As always, he resorted to his unassailable intelligence and copious data streams in search of an answer. There were several factors that played into the concept of handling and tossing magic. It required a very high level of intelligence for the subconscious to cope with the issues involved in absorbing the MU and containing it while the person's mind focused on other things. At that moment, when Stephanie was able to hold it in, she could only do so for as long as her meditative thoughts centered solely around keeping it there. That did not make for a very productive battle. As soon as her mind had shifted to the enemies on level 0, which was as soon as she had opened the door, the magic dissipated. Ultimately, this had led to her death.